Okay, this is the sub hangout, I guess, maybe. Except I'm all alone today. I don't know. Chat's open. Also, I'm not in the center of this. This is the center. No. You need to come this way. There we go. Well, at least Stream Elements is here. All right. I'm going to continue my game and hopefully somebody will show up. Oh, somebody's here. Hey, Dapper Andy. And Hurricane is here. Why? Oh, did I mute the game? Is it this? Why is it in that corner? Oh! Hold on, let me set this up. Why would it even do that? Oh. There it is. Okay. All right, let's get this show on the road. All right, we got some people in the chat. But well, I guess Hurricane. Gosh, what's wrong with my voice? But anyway, you're a subscriber. If you're in the Discord, you can join the voice chat if you want. That's what today is. Hey, Outrun. All right, we got people here. We'll see if I got to go solo commentary today. I doubt the whole day, but we'll see. You never know. I'm going to start with the difficult logic puzzles because I'm going to be drinking and going to be my logic abilities. Oh, hello. Is that you, Hurricane? Ah, there you go. Now you're coming in better. Actually, I need to put this somewhere where I can actually see it. So when someone comes in, I'll just go, what? What was that? There we go. Now I can see you. All right. This is a series that I worked on most. This is the 6th game in the series that I'm working on. But I did 5 of them in 2019. I'm about halfway through this one. Yep. Yeah, so how's it going? It's been a while since I've hung out with you. I think you came in, I think you were in voice chat in, was it 2019? I remember it was Please Don't Touch Anything was the game you were. Let's see. I need to, can I block? Well, maybe I can just do that. Okay, I just need to see which way the laser's coming in. It's coming in this way and going out over the top. How's the sound level? Do I need to turn the game sound down at all? Because it might come in a little loud over there. Sounds fine to you? All right. That's been a problem in the past. Let's see. So, oh, no game sound on. Oh, no game sound on the stream. Okay, that's right. That's right.
The one thing I am noticing though is that the music is coming through your headset or whatever. I am hearing the game sound through your mic.
Okay, that should fix. Okay, now the music should be on the...
It's still coming through your mic. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, it's gonna come through... You mean in the sense that it's lighting up over there?
I have Twitch, I have your video muted, but I'm hearing the in-game through your mic.
Yeah, so I set that up on purpose. If you have...
Oh.
I mean, I set up voice meter so that if you're in the Discord, you should be able to hear the game sound behind.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So but through the mic, like, it's not capturing it, like literally putting the speaker up to the microphone and capturing that way. That would be that would be disastrous. It's not that it sounds like low quality like that, right?
No. It's been a while since I've been to your stream, so I don't know what you've changed, so.
See, this is some God mode cube here. Because I can send stuff all kinds of directions. Let's try to send purple there, I guess. It looks like this is the only thing that splits it, though. I need blue, purple, red, blue, purple.
Any other games you've done lately?
Oh gosh, I stream. I mean, you know, I stream twice a week, so let's see.
I think that was the other game that you played with somebody. I saw.
Yeah, I've been playing the We Were Here series. Has been my big thing lately. Oh. I think that's Christopher. I think I'm coming through on Christopher's mic.
Yeah, it is. By
like,
the way,
what
hi everyone. I wanted to see how long it would take you to notice before I actually was here.
That's how you announce your presence.
I have Discord on my other window, and I saw Ace coming after me, then you.
Yeah, I've been here for about 3 minutes. I'm shocked no one noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I see Sarah's here too, but I haven't said anything because, you know, when someone
She's
has
muted.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know, should I? Oh, I have a V. Should I call people out? I don't know.
How are you doing, Shady, by the way?
I'm getting by. You know, I guess no big updates at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Other than, of course, continuing work on the File series, right?
Yeah. Made decent progress with the script this week.
I think you said your goal was to have the series done by the end of the year, right?
Oh, it'll be done this summer. Yeah. But I'm actually, this script is getting so... I mean, I told you what it's about, right? I got 3 project ideas.
Right, and what you want to talk about with it.
Yeah. There's a chance I may end up splitting this video into multiple videos. I mean, you know, the earlier episodes of the series I had, you know, I'd pick one project and just talk about that.
Right, and they're like 40 minutes long.
They're like 20 minutes long. Well, except for the last one. The last one was really
Except
long.
for the last one, which is what I was alluding to.
Yeah, but typically it's like 20 minutes. Like the last 3 videos before that were all about 20 minutes. And
So if you combine that into one video, you'd probably be spending what? It'd be like a 60-minute video or longer.
it may end up being 60, I'm guessing, would be the upper limit, but I hate saying that, so
well, if it's 20 minutes per project you talk about, and you're talking about 3 projects, logic would tell you it would be about 60.
What the?
So, I mean, that would be a lot for one video.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before.
I'm here.
Oh. All right, people are coming in now. All right.
I
Hey,
assume
Frosty.
you started
Discover
earlier to try and get the European crowd to come along.
I usually try to start in the afternoon and just to see, you know, just kind of go with the flow. I'm just gonna do some puzzles while I'm sober and see, you know, when people show up, and then, you know, I don't know. I mean, we talked about playing Uru. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I feel like if I was ever gonna play Uru live, I want, you know, enough of you guys who actually want to play it to all be ready to go on it.
I was gonna say Uru Live seems like it would need you would need time to plan that so you could get as many people as possible.
Yes, the issue is, how do you plan that?
Well, here's
what game is it?
Uru Live?
Uru.
Remind me what that is.
That's the Mist.
That's the Mist. That's the Mist game that had the online component. It was the Mist game where you can have your own avatar in it. I think the full title was like Uru Ages Beyond Mist. I think it was.
After all, you can't have Uru without you are you.
Yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, I think. Well, I'm pretty sure at least you've said that at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's burned into my brain.
I think the only way you could do it is if you did it through the Discord somehow. If you somehow did a planning thing through the Discord, that's the only way I see it working.
I mean, really, you guys should plan it.
Well, right.
And tell me when to get on and do it.
When would be a good time to do it?
Yeah.
The only time I've seen something of that level of coordination work consistently is when it was a D&D campaign done by a bunch of army people, and one of the people in it was like a corporal, and she realized, wait, I can just order you guys to be there, and you'll have to be there. And then she did it. She filled out actual paperwork saying that they all need to be there. and it worked out.
But yeah, I mean, because I can't see, like, there are some people that I think it would feel incomplete if we didn't have them. Like, I think if we did Uru Live without Mostap or Lauren, it would feel pretty incomplete.
Yeah, that's the problem. The 2 euros are the most important pieces.
Well, Moss isn't a European.
Well, let's be real here.
Close
they're the
I
two
guess.
people I think of the most in these streams, besides Shady.
He identifies as a euro.
He definitely does.
Shady?
No, Moss.
Yeah, he does.
No, because he's not actually a euro, but I forget that because...
I mean, he's Australian, which was basically Europe 2.0.
all foreigners are Europeans. Or Mexicans.
No, Australia is definitely a lot of European influence if you look at its history.
Well, specifically, colonial Britain influence.
Right.
It's just really scuffed. It's like the it's like Cockney British became its own entire country. And the country is full of things that want to kill you and have evolved over thousands of years to kill everything.
Which is kind of depressing when you think about it.
And also survive. The spiders they have over there are wild.
Wow.
I always think of I think it's I forget if the spider. I think it's the spider wasp is native over there.
Hmm. I think the next Doom game should be set in Australia. Just don't change anything.
That is not the first time I've heard that joke.
Oh, really?
Nope.
I just thought of it. But I guess it's
No,
not the
I've
most
heard that joke
original thing.
before. I think I remember saying that. I remember someone saying something to the effect of, "Well, Australia is just a bunch of demon creatures, so you might as well send the Marine over there,"
Yeah.
or something to that effect.
Not even killing demons, he's just killing the local wildlife. That's the
I have
training
seen
ground.
this game before, and I don't know what it's called, and it's bothering me.
Reminder, what is this game again called?
Are
Oh,
you
yeah.
okay?
Oh yeah, I was gonna play Gorogoa, but I forgot to change it.
Yeah,
Set
because
that
somebody
up.
mentioned it earlier, so.
It's this.
Man.
Sorry, I updated it
And
again.
Gora Gora looking different these days.
Yeah, I put
Yeah, what is-
Gorogoa. I was going to do it, then I decided no, I don't remember it enough, so I changed my mind.
What
but I
game is
didn't
this?
Rethink.
Or what's the title of this game?
Rethink
3.
3. Yeah.
Rethink. Because I'm reminded of, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, this reminds me of the testing chambers from
From Portal, yeah.
Portal. I don't know if that was intentional, but it certainly looks
Could
like
be.
it.
Actually, yeah, with the white tiles and the gray tiles, yeah. Now I
It
see
also when I see the laser beam, I
And
think of
lasers.
specifically Portal 2, because it had the laser puzzles, right? With the redirecting cube.
Yes.
which led to one of the greatest YouTube videos I've ever seen in my life. I think I sent it in the server, or I saw it because someone else sent it. Yo, also, by the way, if any of my coffee fiends out there, if you want the best frappuccino in the world, don't go to Starbucks. Go to your local Chick-fil-A, grab a shake, and then just dump a double shot of espresso in, mix it up real good. It is amazing.
Is it sad?
I always
that
thought Starbucks was overrated.
I've never
is.
actually had a cup of coffee in
Same
my
here.
entire life.
I've never had a cup of coffee either, so, and I plan to keep it that way.
Imagine
Yeah,
functioning without coffee.
I normally don't need it. Like, I normally just get up and I just get started.
I don't need it, but now I'm at the point where if I don't drink it, my head hurts.
Takes about
Then honestly, I'll tell you this. My uncle was the same way for a long time. And I think it took him, he stopped drinking it. It took him a week for him to recover from that.
I was gonna say it takes about 4 days to 2 weeks. Yeah, to completely detox your body of caffeine. Yes.
Oh, mine is really quick. If I just don't drink it for 2 days, I'm fine. Then it goes away.
But
Then you're not as addicted as you think you
The
are.
worst coffee drinker was my grandfather. He could chug over 10 cups a day, and he would
Ugh.
normally sleep with a cup of coffee.
What?
I'm just imagining him with a cup of Joe in his hand while he's in bed.
No, he would drink it to lull himself to sleep, and I was like,
yeah.
and at the time it didn't mean much to me, but now that I'm older, I'm like, Jesus Christ, how desensitized are you?
I've fallen asleep after drinking a full cup of coffee before, like
Went from a glass of
less
milk
than
to
half an hour
coffee.
later. I don't drink it to fall asleep though. That's a bit weird. Or I don't go to bed with it. Typically, what happens is I'm trying to stay up and I have a cup of coffee, and it doesn't do anything.
And
and then I give up and I go to bed anyway.
I think Shady uses alcohol for that, given his streams.
Well, that makes sense though.
Speaking of which, Shady, are you drinking tonight?
What do you think?
I
course
assume
he
yes.
is.
I don't think I'll ever do a sub hangout without drinking. I don't know how I would get through it.
It's not a sub hangout if this man can't remember the last 4 hours of the stream.
That's right. That's why you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
That's
yes.
why we're recording, so that we can monitor and audit his activities later.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And the subs are the witnesses.
Oh, that has to
Make
be
sure
what
you don't get up to any mischief.
So, Shitty, I've got an interesting question for you.
Okay.
I assume you're looking forward to the new Secret of Treasure Island. But other than that, do you have any adventure or puzzle games you're looking forward to?
I don't make them anymore.
Yeah, what's coming?
Maybe I'm just.
I guess
ill-informed.
Firmament, right?
Oh, there you go. I'm looking forward to the 2023 remake of Myst.
Yep.
No, it's too soon. It's too soon for that. We need to wait another,
If you want some old style games, you could always try that one I told you a long time ago.
Oh, I think you told me of more than one,
It's
didn't
Dr.
you?
Quandary.
Oh, yeah, I still haven't tried. You know, the reason why, honestly, I haven't taken up
been on
your.
lately.
Yeah, I haven't taken your suggestions because you're not around. Like, Moss is around all the time, so he gets his way a lot because I'm like, what should I play? And he says something, and you'll be around, so do it. And then,
Unfortunately, I have to be in Discord
That's the
for my
problem.
grades, so
yeah.
I imagine it's much the same with Lauren, because she's around fairly often.
She's
Well,
kind of elusive, though. As soon as you see her, she scurries away into the bushes.
yeah, that is kind of how it goes, isn't it? And I notice she's very nervous. But then
No.
again, she probably wouldn't appreciate us talking about her behind her back.
It's only behind her back because she's not in here.
But yeah, if you guys ever wanted to play the game, it's called Dr. Quandary. I don't remember the full title, but you can get it on the Abandonware website and play it from there. It's an old game that I played back when I had a floppy disk drive. I still have the game too, is somewhere in my room. But it was a fun little puzzle game that you had to solve. Different types of games, puzzles, of course, Simon Says, some math problems, puzzle problems of pictures. Always fun. And there's 3 different difficulties to it, too. And then the other game that I suggested too was Patrick's Parabox.
I played the demo of that the other week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. As soon as I loaded the game, the viewer count dropped to 2. So I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. I forget what it was called. Something with a Q.
It was an interesting
game.
It was an interesting.
Myst,
It was an interesting mechanic, though.
Trying to remember.
I don't think the viewer count dropped because it was the game. I think it's because it was super late and we were all blasted.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I liked it to a point, and then I'm like, huh?
Gimmick gets old after a while.
It's one of those It's one of those puzzle games with the mechanic that can start off, interesting and intuitive, but the logical implications get more and more complex, and the game is not afraid to explore every absurd logical corner of its own mechanic.
Yep.
Oh, it's the other one.
Ah, yes.
Oop. The other one?
He's referring to my twin who's in the Twitch chat.
Oh. The other half has joined.
Oh wait,
So
Super
who-
We're
Gamer
not
is here.
enjoying,
Have-
thank you.
I thought Super
Do we
Gamer
have
was.
an evil twin or good versus evil twin?
No, we have twin and twin.
No.
Average
Thing-
twins?
They are the
Thing one
same.
and thing
They are
two.
they are identical twins.
Thing 1 and Thing 2.
That
That
distinguishes
was our
them almost too
nickname,
much.
yes.
Yeah. there you go.
My mother actually did used to call us Thing 1 and Thing 2.
Oh boy. Sorry.
How far have you been watching Star Wars all day?
He got through. He finished Obi-Wan last night, watched the original trilogy, then The Mandalorian, and now he's in the Book of Boba Fett.
I haven't
Wow.
seen Boba Fett yet. I know I should watch it, but I just haven't had the time.
I think my mind would fall out of my ears if I had to sit there and watch all of that back to back to back.
Oh, speaking of movies, family's going out tomorrow to watch a movie called The Fifth Element, and in a theater that they're bringing back. And I'm like,
Again?
sweet.
I've never actually seen The Fifth Element.
Oh, it's a good classic.
Oh, no, I know it's a
is
good
it the
movie. I
original?
just have never.
Yes,
I never
it's
got
the
around
original
to
Fifth
seeing
Element.
it.
Oh.
Yeah, the one of the apps that I have called Atom shows you a bunch of movies that are coming out, and one of the ones in my area is doing Fifth Element, and then later in I think September they're doing the Wrath of Khan 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, so my
Khan!
dad's like, we're watching that. It's like that's the best Star Trek one ever.
God.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
couldn't
only
even
thing
hold it
I
for
know from that.
long.
yeah.
It's more like God. And that's it. I'm not gay, but I want to suck it. Looks so cheap.
There's also a Men in Black one in theaters, but it's I don't
That
know if
movie
I'll be
has
able to get it.
aged
Yeah.
like really badly. It's aged.
But I think the other ones that I like watching Studio Ghibli films, and there's a couple of them that I want to go out and
I have
see.
started watching those with a friend of
They're
mine.
weird, aren't they?
Oh my god, they're so pretty.
Yeah, I love
They're
the music in them though.
They're so good.
They're pretty, but a lot of the times, depending on the movie, they're weird as all
I'm
hell.
fine with
It
that.
depends
I
on
like
the movie,
that.
but
It's,
my
it's
favorite's my favorite is
very-
Howl's Moving Castle. So
Not gotten to that one yet. Which ones have I watched? We picked a random one. I think we watched the shortest one, which is the one with all the cats. Hold on, wait a second.
I haven't
Is that
seen
Witches
that one yet.
Academy?
Oh, I need to watch that one.
Hold on. Ugh.
Outrun.
But-
You can tell it was made in the '90s. Hard.
Men in Black is yeah. I'm sure it has. Okay, here we go. What was it called? Oh, my drive is chugging. Oh no.
It might be.
The Cat Returns.
File Explorer has crashed. Yeah, that one. We watched that one first. So that's the first Ghibli movie I ever saw, and I'm like, whoa, that was weird and interesting, and I liked
I've
it.
never seen that one, but I probably will in a bit. But have you seen
then-
Spirited Away?
Spirited Away is the one with the guy in the mask, right?
You have to be more descriptive than that.
That
It's-
doesn't
it's-
narrow
okay,
it down.
It's the guy with the huge mask that just
Is
has
he all
two
black?
eyes. Yeah, all black.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
after we watched that one, because we
Yeah,
just
it's
picked
with
that
the
one
train.
because it was short.
Apparently,
One with
from
the
what
train.
I've heard, that it's an adaptation, as I recall, and the adaptation's actually incomplete.
Hmm.
Like, it ends differently than how the actual story ends.
But
'Cause
after
I
we
What was
think-
watched,
the other ones you said you watched?
well, I haven't said yet. I'm trying to. We're getting there. No, so we watched that one, and then I wanted to watch from oldest to newest.
Oh,
So And then I watched. Oh no, I didn't see Spirited Away. So we watched Castle in the Sky next,
That was a pretty
which
good one.
I liked a lot, and was, oh my goodness, it was dated, but it was dated in all the right ways, in my opinion. Then we watched. I think then we watched My Neighbor Totoro.
Oh, that
Oh,
one's
that's
always
what he
a
just
The,
favorite.
said.
the classic.
Classic, nice. Yeah.
And man, at that point, I was concerned because I'm like, man, this could go either way. This could go really bad or be like completely fine and safe and wholesome.
That's kind of the nature of the movies, though.
Exactly. That's part of the reason why I like it, because I'm just like, ooh, we're not safe.
Right. In my opinion, the tell of a really good story is if you can't tell how it's gonna go.
That's part of the reason why a lot of people, including myself, latched onto Game of Thrones at first, because nobody is
Right.
safe.
Well, I think it was more than that, though. I think
It's a good story too, and everything.
I
but
would
also
say
nobody is
that
safe.
no one is safe is the symptom. What the greater thing is that Game of Thrones is entirely unpredictable. You have no way of knowing who's gonna live or die, what action someone will take, what people's allegiances are. It's all completely unpredictable.
You also
And I
wouldn't
think
be able
that's
to
what-
predict that the ending would have been garbage. Heyo.
I don't
just
know.
don't spoil it too
man.
much, because I've actually never seen it before.
I've
so.
not seen it either. I'm just going based
Okay,
on
Here's
what
my
I've
opinion
heard.
of the ending.
Uh-oh.
I
Careful.
feel that
All I know is that the ending was
a
just
case
shit.
of adaptation failing the original work.
Yeah, because they went really off script is part of what I heard.
Well, I don't know if they went off script or if they did a horrible job portraying the incomplete script. Because,
because
George R.R. Martin obviously hasn't finished it yet.
Yeah.
So, my guess it'll be, this is a case of clearly, they were
Holy
trying
shit,
to
I solved
adapt
it.
some.
My God, that's a really
Hey.
hard. That's a really hard puzzle to introduce a new mechanic. Like, there's
Yeah.
no tutorial. Just jump in and just.
No, yeah, I was looking and I couldn't.
I was
quite
watching the
piece it
whole
together.
time.
I wonder if Shady at all kept up with the conversation. I suspect.
You were talking about Game of
Probably.
Thrones, and about
Yeah, what was
opinions of the ending, but not spoilers. Like, you don't want to spoil it, but you have opinions anyway.
Well, right.
Well,
I just said,
before that though.
I mean, my memory's not going to be
Just kidding.
great anyway, but I could probably fill it in if you remind me a little bit. What
Your
was
memory
it?
doesn't work like a differential backup. I can't tell you what we were talking about at this exact time, and you'll remember.
No. Sorry.
well, isn't the human brain essentially the world's smartest hard drive?
Not
It's a hard
anymore.
disk. Got that spinning rust. Gotta get an SSD up in there. Or an M.2.
Oh, that'd be weird if I actually cut off the previous solution to solve this. That'd be interesting. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I mean, obviously I did mean to interrupt
Oh, no,
you,
it's
but like,
fine.
but
I
yeah,
think
carry
the
on about
conversation was over anyway.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
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 It's just-
What
it's
we were talking about was that I think what makes a good story interesting is if it's completely unpredictable. If you don't know what the necessary, a lot of stories can be fun even if you know what the conclusion is. But I think a truly unique story is one where you don't necessarily know the conclusion.
The other thing about that too, though,
The problem
which helps
is you're
Game
gonna
of
run into
Thrones a
problems
lot.
there.
Yeah, but I feel like a way that Game of Thrones does that is that we have so many different characters, we have so many different, really isolated plots going on.
Right.
But
Essentially,
the way they
the
all
show
play off
starts
each
with
other.
what? About 7 different camps that get
So-
essentially whittled down into one.
everybody's
See-
together, and
Here,
they split
Chaos,
off.
Borderlands 1.
Hmm?
Allie, my twin's asking, like, what's
Tale.
the most disappointing ending you've ever seen?
Well, that segues into the other thing I was going to respond to what you were saying too, other twin, about predictability. So, the same series pops up in my mind with both of those, which is Lost. Right, so Lost.
Oh my god!
Very,
Why'd
very.
you have to take me back?
No, but Lost was very, very unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
But it also had a highly disappointing ending. I didn't see like the last 7 episodes of that because I was always behind. But then when the final episode came out, everyone's reaction was just so much like being let down. Nobody was like, "Oh my god, this is great! You can't wait till you get there" or anything. So I just stopped. I stopped when everyone else stopped, even though I was like 7 episodes behind.
Recall,
well, you should have seen.
Does anyone care if I spoil this?
For the what were you spoiling?
For Lost.
I don't give a crap.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember. I don't think I'd even be able to understand.
Isn't it revealed everybody died? Like, isn't that the ending?
Yeah, that is the twist, that everybody was dead all along in the plane crash. It's not that black and white in the show. It is somewhat open to interpretation, but that's kind of the
gist
of it. The most correct interpretation.
Right. For some reason, I thought that was already one idea hanging over people's heads, but I don't know.
I think it probably was.
But I mean, I feel that that's one of those things where the ending was so kind of anticlimactic that it
they had too many threads. They had too many threads to tie up all at once. There's only one way to do it. You just say, "Yeah, you're all dead. Never mind."
That's part of the and that's part of the nature of the beast.
That's why everything is
like
weird.
that.
Yeah.
Right. I think the only way they could have worked it out is if they slowly tied up each end until you got to the very end. That's the only way they could have made it work, and clearly they didn't. They wrote themselves into a corner.
So this cube right here tells me I do need to continue the white into the other, so blocking that isn't going to work. Anyway, carry on.
Continue the white.
Right. But I mean, I think if you, as long as you have the story...
That too.
Planned out, because I feel that's the other problem with a TV show. With something like Lost, I assume that the way it ended was probably not the plan.
Yeah, there was no plan. That was the problem. Yeah, a good story is scripted back to front. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I was a kid, my dad told me that I had no concept of that. I was like, no, just they go on an adventure and you just put, monsters and dragons in the way and it's always fun. Like, I didn't understand how stories worked as a kid, but yeah.
No. What I find is that's very good if you want to sort of just flex the creative juices at first. But if you truly want to make a great story, you have to have it planned. Every aspect of it, at least of the core story.
You see why it's taking me so long to make this next video?
Yeah. Also, my brother brings up a good point too, is that another issue a series can run into is if it goes on for too damn long.
I like how you started talking about that before your brother said the thing in the chat.
Well, probably you might
There's
be
some
behind
telepathy
because
going on.
it just came out.
They're the same person, but they aren't. It's one brain, two bodies. It's very strange.
It's very bizarre.
But yeah, another issue can be is if you let the story continue for too long and then you become disinterested as a result.
Yeah, The Simpsons.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in defense,
I would argue that The Simpsons don't count, mainly because I don't think The Simpsons had its own overarching story.
They did though.
Yeah.
They had so much. They had so many throwbacks. They were actually building kind of a lore from one. Not as tightly as other TV shows, but I mean they did have a lot of fleshed out connections between the episodes, a lot of throwback references and so on. That's what attached people to the characters, was because they were actually like, you had to pay attention because you would learn more and more about these characters, and the jokes would be richer if you could see references to previous episodes within
character.
Well, I mean, other series would be, the kind of before The Simpsons, the standard thing was to make sure everything reset by the end of the episode so that people didn't have to watch every episode. But The Simpsons were kind of the first one to make a sitcom like that just go out and
things happen. things change.
And yeah,
Right.
and
But
have
then-
that. But then they went
But
on. So the too damn long thing does apply there. I would argue because of that, because they did have that overarching story.
Right. You know,
There's
I
also-
feel that a good story has to have a conclusion from the second you start it.
Must
You know,
be
you
the
can't
end.
intend a good story to continue on infinitely.
I think that you can give a series like The Simpsons a little leeway there because it is kind of a hybrid. It wasn't like a real,
Well, right. I more mean if you have a story with dedicated characters, something like Game of Thrones,
Mhm.
you obviously have to have a conclusion plan. You know, you have to know. And also something else I've learned in my in all the media I've consumed is another great thing that some people I notice don't learn very well is how to create a stake in a situation. Because I noticed the most common stake of all time is the world's going to end, right?
Well, the world
That's
is
just
gonna
kind
end.
of-
Can't you tell?
Well,
You haven't figured that out
how
by
many
this point.
movies or stories use that as sort of the stake as to why the characters are moving forward? You know, if they fail, some calamity will happen and the world will end. But I find-
that should be how they ended Lost. Just everybody dies in an unrelated nuclear war.
But what I find is much more important in a story is what is the character's personal stake. You know, like for
Didn't
I
they
always
have
point
characters
to
die
the-
off in Lost though? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. No, see, it's stupid.
Well, what I mean is, I point to the Marvel series, the MCU series. You know, most of those movies involve some big event going on, but we as viewers don't care about that. We care about the personal stakes of the characters. We care, like, what is their personal mission? If that makes any sense.
God, I have so many things, but it's going back like 5 conversations ago.
Yeah, I like how we have 2.5 people from voice chat in the text chat.
Yeah, because I feel like I need to mind dump in the voice chat because I don't want to interrupt either of you. Did I say voice chat or text chat? I meant text chat.
Right.
Yeah, like, oh my god, hold on, let me go back through my notes here. What was I gonna say?
Say whatever's on your mind. That's why we have this safe space.
No, this is not a safe space at all.
Try to lull you into a mistake.
Like Luke in the Star Wars series, yeah, Empire is bad, but we care about Luke. Well, yeah.
Right.
Having good
Exactly,
versus
Alex, you
evil
put it-
doesn't automatically make you invested. It has to be, you know. You gotta have characters that people like, people
Right,
to
you have to,
empathize with.
you know, you have to have the character's investment in the journey is what matters, not
Yep.
necessarily what surrounds that.
Because you have to care what's happening. And an easy,
Right.
typical way to do that is to have a character that you like and that you want to see succeed.
Right.
I'm just gonna start stealing lines from Red Letter Media now.
Well, I think also what I've noticed is I feel that truly great story writing is, I feel it's becoming less and less, how do I say this? Sort of the traditional forms of media, which I sort of count as TV and movies, or literature, for example, I feel that they're slowly losing a lot of the innovators in the creative world, and
So that's a
the
white pill
creators
right
are
there.
moving to more independent forms of expression. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
that's
mines.
oh, the social media platform.
Yes.
Well, not necessarily social media.
No, I know.
I find a big one is gaming, actually. Gaming is a newer medium, and as such, doesn't necessarily have as many restrictions as over 100 years of sort of creating the space in which it inhabits, you know? Hollywood is sort of limiting in that it's existed for 100 years, you know? So I imagine there's a lot of rules and sort of politics you have to deal with
Well, it's
compared
also
to
just-
gaming, which is a newer medium.
Well, it's also just like how the landscape has changed and how people are weaponizing sensitivities to the degree to censor whatever they don't like.
Right.
And they claim, oh, this is got or made by somebody who holds beliefs that we don't like because for completely different reasons than what their actual motive is, which is like, oh, this competes with our thing or whatever. And I'm being super vague because that's being applied to everything in recent years. Doesn't matter what it is, what platform.
This is
it
my
what media it
opinion.
is.
You know, a person that does bad things should not be supported,
They're all lit up up here.
regardless of what the art they create is.
Speaking of art, whenever you solve these puzzles, it looks like art. A little bit.
It's super pretty. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Takes
I've
forever to
watched
stare at it.
television regularly since 2010. I feel that out. Oh god.
Oh, hey, Slim Jim.
Jim Slim. Wait.
Mr. 83, how you doing?
You're early.
Is he early?
I don't know. He said he'd be here around 8.
Oh. It's 8 o'clock somewhere.
Like out in the
Not
middle of
where
the
any us
ocean.
are at. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So.
Oh, good. We're gonna have another deep-voiced American, so Moss can get confused.
I don't think Moss is even here, is he?
No,
He is asleep right now.
he's busy getting slept, getting some Z's.
So, Shady, I have an interesting question for you.
Uh-oh.
Don't you always?
I imagine you don't often, unless you're doing a speed run or something,
Yeah.
you don't often immediately replay a puzzle game because, well, it'll be kind of boring because you already know all the solution.
That's not true
But
at all. I replay games immediately after finishing them all the time.
Oh. Well, I was
Yeah.
more wondering, how often do you sometimes wait to play a game so that you can sort of, I want to say, like, sort of recapture that sort of experiencing it for the first time?
Well, I think that as I've gotten older, games I've played only later in life don't stick in my brain as well. So
the grace period is lower.
yeah, so like,
Oh no.
well, you know, there are games from my childhood that are absolutely burned into my memory that I wish I could discover again. I could like solve the puzzles, but those are just, I just know those games just too well. Now my memory doesn't completely go away. And actually, even just, you know, a couple days ago, Lauren and I just loaded up Portal 2 real quick and played some workshops that we played together like 3 or 4 years ago, and we were like instantly remembering how we solved them all. So we were kind of surprised at how well we remembered those puzzles. So we looked like geniuses just solving them really quickly. But it's kind of a neat thing because you don't really, when you go in the room, you don't think, oh yeah, I remember how we solved it. But there's something in your subconscious somehow that just kind of is
clicks.
It's comfortable so that you just know you have a good intuition of what to do.
And then
I don't know.
At the end you realize, oh, right, I remember now.
You know, I didn't remember. I only remembered like vague parts of the solution, like directly. Oh, I remember doing this, but it was like I remember this room, and it makes sense that I would approach it this way, but I don't remember actually doing that necessarily.
Another question. I know I've got a lot of questions, but is there an
because there are
adventure
two
game
of you.
But is there an adventure game that you can just pick up and play any day of the week? That you can just sit back, relax, and sort of as just sort of your comfort, I suppose would be the way to put it.
I'm gesturing to the screen right now.
What?
To the game you're currently playing.
Oh,
I know that
to
you
a
like
point.
this series.
I do like this series. I've never played this game though.
Yeah.
And this is the hardest game in the series. Wow. But
I might, not to derail the conversation, but I think I'm gonna hop off for like an hour and then come back.
I'm gonna go catch some shut-eye yourself.
Some Z's.
That's a good idea, but no, I have something else I need to take care of, and then I will
Something
return.
else.
And then I'll return for the long haul. I'm gonna be with you guys until the end of the stream once more.
All right.
As per
You don't want to miss
usual.
the latter half, yeah.
Exactly. That's when after midnight is when things start to get
Oh,
real
yeah.
spicy.
Uh-huh.
Midnight madness sets in. But yes, I shall return.
All
I'll
right.
probably hang around in the chat though. So I'll be back.
Okay.
I
To
imagine
answer your
this
question,
series-
I was actually gonna
No Man's
say
Sky.
I've been playing a lot. I play. People know this. I play a lot of the Talos Principle because there are a lot of workshops. So, and there are a lot of good ones too. Someone actually posted on my archive channel, like I had seen the most recent workshop series in Talos is something called Again. And I haven't played it, but then I got a message on an older archive of, I think it was a sub Hangout actually, but it was the creator of the Again series saying, I like watching your archives, play mine. I was like, oh, okay, but I think my viewers are sick of Talos. But I don't know. I do want to get to it, but I haven't yet because I think you guys got tired of Talos.
I think it's because I think you spent about 3 weeks on it
Oh,
at
more
one
than that.
point.
Oh, I get 2 rainbows. Huh.
Talos Principle is the one that is sort of basically a philosophy game.
Mm-hmm. The AI.
Yeah. It's just you and me, or where did everybody else go?
Sarah's been here the whole time, but it's muted. Hurricane.
I've been here. I'm half listening to your guys' conversation and watching him play and wanting to join in, but I can't because you guys are going off in weird. Yeah.
Oh, feel free to interrupt. Like, what people don't know about you, Hurricane, is that you're actually the OG of the group. Like, you followed me when, like 2009, maybe even earlier.
Yeah, probably.
Because I'm pretty sure I was doing like my old.
I
think you
remember
followed it
doing
when I
your,
was doing. I wasn't even doing I didn't even have commentary. I was doing the silent walkthroughs and stuff back when you joined, right?
I remember all your King's Quest stuff and like the death ones where you just went and did all the death things because why not? Because you explored everything else. So
Yeah.
and then I started watching all your other series, and I actually had some of those just on the background while I do work and stuff. It was fun to listen
You
to.
just redid 6, right? Was it 6?
Yeah, I did. Have you seen that one, Hurricane? The new King's Quest 6 Deaths video? I redid that one.
I'll have to relook at that one. I think of course, YouTube passed me by and just said, "Oh, his thing. Don't worry about it. It's off in the distance. I'll have to go look at the channel again."
Yeah. Yeah, I redid it to actually give it like a nice presentation instead of the old shitty 2007 grainy, 144p YouTube crap.
I assume you're not going to try and redo them all.
No.
At the moment.
I mean, I already did redo them. I mean, I only did 5, 6, and 7, and then I redid 5 and 7 several years ago. So it was actually 6 that was in the waiting. Yeah, that was like the last one anyway.
And I assume you're not going to try and do the rest of the series?
Nah. I don't even know those as well. Or, well, I did do 1 and 2, but those were fine as well. I did the fan remake of 1 and 2, which were like the upgraded quality.
I don't quite remember, but did you ever do the Goblins game?
I did. I played Goblin's Quest 3, I think is what it's called. I forget the is it called Goblin's Quest 3 or is it just Goblins or whatever?
I think
forget.
It's just called Goblin. Well, I do see Goblin Quest 3 on a website.
Whatever the third one was, that's the only one I've done. My goodness, that was a hard game.
I am terrible at remembering the numbers. Which is the one where the castle gets whisked away?
Oh, that's King's Quest 5.
And you're playing King's Quest. I played that one, and then I played the one with the daughters, where it's the mother and the daughter.
That's 7.
Yes, those are the.
I love 7. Oh,
yeah.
I will say, 7 was the one that was like hand-drawn animation, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Compared to 7, I remember that one being hard, but I can't remember why. But then again, they're all hard.
7 for me was easier because I actually solved it. I figure 5 would be the hardest because too many dead ends.
I never understand what's the point of putting in there are some, I understand putting in some dead ends, but I've never understood why Sierra was so obsessed with putting in what I feel like is how many, isn't it like 40 or 50 or something in 5?
Well, the thing is, you have to remember that this was the experimental phase of adventure games. There were no rules. Like right now, people have pretty well established rules and expectations, like don't have dead ends, if people die, just let them, hit the try again button. Nobody had even thought of this stuff, let alone it become a standard expectation back when they were still kind of inventing the whole genre back then. So, that's the way you have to understand it, is that it's in that context where they didn't know what was reasonable, right? Someone had to just try something. It was interesting, though, because LucasArts at the same time... Yeah, LucasArts did make up their mind.
What? Well, I more mean I always felt like Riven had a good amount of dead ends in it. I think it only has about, 7?
Now, a dead end means something very specific to me. A dead end is a failed state in the game, but it looks like you can still play. So, to me, Riven doesn't have any dead ends. A dead end means... Yeah,
it just has bad.
Yeah, it has, I think, 9 bad endings, I think, technically. I mean, with some repeats under different conditions, like you can free again in a couple different spots.
I think I prefer a bad ending to a dead end, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, King's Quest V had a bunch of dead ends that, like, really silent dead ends. Like, eat the custard pie, it's in a failed state. And you would have no idea. It just says, that was the best custard pie Graham has ever eaten. Your game is done. You can play, you can get much, much further into the game and have no idea that the whole time it's impossible to win.
So basically, you're in a soft lock.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different names for it. I don't know what the preferred name for it is. I say dead end, but I don't know.
Soft lock is like you can still do things, but you can't progress anywhere.
Right, you can't progress.
And then, a hard lock is it like the game it gets corrupted or something, and then you can't go anywhere. I'd have to look at the terms again.
Yeah.
I don't think King's Quest. I wouldn't call it a soft lock because a soft lock is an error within the game. I don't think any of the dead ends in King's Quest are because of an error.
Correct.
They're not glitches or bugs. They're just
correct. It's not a soft lock to me sounded like a bug, but I guess it could be expanded if.
It says a situation for this is for a soft lock. A situation where a game remains apparently playable, but further progression or action is due to a design flaw or glitch makes it impossible.
Right. Well, would you call the dead ends in King's Quest a design flaw, or simply cruel choices? Because I don't know, were the dead ends intentional, do you think? Yeah. Then I wouldn't call it a design flaw.
Well, I mean, you can still critique it and say it's bad design, which I think, looking back, it's bad design. But, you know, you just understand it in the historical context when the rule was not... Like, somebody had to do it, and we learn, hey, this is not such a great thing to put in your game. So in that sense, I'm kind of understanding, but...
They sort of wrote the rule book.
Yeah, or they inspired someone else to write the rule book.
Mm-hmm. I don't think, though, I do find it interesting. I don't think a traditional LucasArts, it was Sierra. I don't think a traditional Sierra adventure game will probably ever be done again, at least in that style.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own style, but...
Speaking of Sierra games, have you ever played the old, what was it called? The Incredible Machine and all that?
Oh yeah, I loved Incredible Machine. Also, I played Police Quest 1. I need to get back to Jim's question there, but yeah. I played Police Quest 1 VGA.
Why did Sierra call everything Quest? I don't get it. Like, it was either Space Quest, King's Quest, Police Quest.
Well, once you get the brand recognition, you don't... You
want to go away from it. You want people to recognize, yes, this is that game. It's from that company. Why wouldn't you want it to? You want to get the recognition based on it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the other game was was it Sid and Owl's basically Incredible Machine as well. But the cartoon physics.
Yes, the Incredible Toon Machine. Yep.
Yeah, that one. Which you can play on the Abandonware website, which is quite fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think my disc got... Was it that, or was it the Incredible Machine disc that got corrupted? One or the other.
Which you can also play that too on the website. If you ever want to boot it up, you can.
The nice thing about older games is they're usually fairly cheap.
This one's so cheap that you could just play it right off the website.
Like, you can play most of the Myst series for what? Less than $10, I think.
Yeah.
Man, I can't tell, Shady. Do do you like when a puzzle challenges you and it gets the juices flowing, or do you just get aggravated at a certain point?
You can't tell?
That would fry my brain a long time ago. I'd be like, I'm out. And then I come back to it and try again. And then I'd be out. And if I can't get it, I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, I am highly persistent.
Has there ever been a puzzle game that you had to walk away from?
Oh, absolutely. Steven's Sausage Roll. I walked away from that one.
Did you solve it in the end? Or
nope.
do you, no?
Nope.
Couldn't
Never went back. I feel like there's another one too. Oh, Baba Is You. I never finished that one either.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah.
So here's an interesting question, Shady. What would cause you to walk away from a puzzle game? Like, what, I know you're highly persistent, but what are some elements that you just refuse to put up
I have
with?
a breaking point. Yeah. So I walked away. Well, I have experience with those two. Those are the two games that I walked away from, and I think there's slightly different reasons. So with Steven's Sausage Roll, it was the mechanic where, well, you got to roll the sausage around and, grill both sides of it or whatever. It was something, I know with that one, I became increasingly flustered with it because the game mechanic, if you ever find yourself playing around with it, there's no maneuver that you could rely on consistently in any given scenario.
It was too imprecise.
It was.
Is that a fair
It was definitely precise in that the rule was strict, but it was very clumsy, right? So, like, you couldn't just move your character this way, then that way, and reliably face this way. It was one of those where when you'd move around, you couldn't really undo the moves, right? So, like, if you push an object, but you can't pull it back, right? So, it was very easy to make the puzzle impossible. Obviously, you would just either undo or reset. But it was one of those things where there was nothing that you felt was you could reliably at least, get so far into it. Like there wasn't enough to where
there was no test bed. Like you either, at least, a lot of puzzle games I like tend to have you have a wiggle room to experiment, and within that wiggle room, that sort of can guide you to the solution. It sounds like you didn't have any wiggle room.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, that's the way I felt with Steven's Sausage Roll. Now with Baba Is You, there was a chapter I just found just insanely hard, and it was nowhere near the end of the game, but it was also a mechanic that I didn't like. Now, I generally liked the premise of Baba Is You, where you would a lot of the mechanics you would actually kind of spell out. You would actually push words around to spell out the mechanics of the puzzle. It was kind of interesting.
Mm.
So, like, it's called Baba Is You. So as long as the word Baba Is You was visible somewhere spelled out in the grid, you would control Baba, the little sheep. But if you then pushed, let's say that you pushed, the word, I don't remember let's say frog. I don't think there is a frog, but let's say you push the word frog in place of Baba, it would say frog is you, and now you would control the frog. But if you pushed Baba off of the sentence and there would be no is you wouldn't be able to move because there was to be nothing is you.
And then essentially you're stuck.
Right. Or you could have like rock is you, in which case you could move all the rocks in the puzzle at the same time. It was really weird. It was actually really creative. It was actually a lot of fun. But
yeah, I get the principle. It's you're trying to find the combination of things that you can move to get to the solution.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just what is you. It would also be like something is push, and those were the things you could actually push around.
Well, there's also the and, is, and then like the different types of conjoining.
Yeah,
and
there was
stuff.
all kinds of ways to make it more and more complicated, but like being able to manipulate the rules of the puzzle was a huge part of it. And the goal was for a U character to land on the same square as a win. Like there would be flag is win would be a default thing, but it could be rock is win or whatever. But as long as a U character was on the same, occupied the same space as a win character, then you would meet the win condition and you go to the next level.
But
I mean,
I
it was really neat.
imagine the thing is, you know, changing of the rules is a double-edged sword. You know, if you add too many levels of complexity to it, it could get overwhelming.
What actually overwhelmed me, there was a hard level. There was a hard, like, building, whatever, like building 7, where you would actually manipulate the empty spaces. Like, empty is you or empty is push. Like, I didn't even understand it. I didn't like that whole building where you would somehow be able to manipulate empty. I didn't even understand what that meant.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense given...
It didn't make a lot of sense
rule.
to me. And so once it added this empty mechanic, that I just flamed out and I got frustrated and just kind of put the game away and I never came back to it.
Maybe
so
you
those
should
are your
try
two
it again.
examples. Maybe.
Because how long has it been?
It's probably been like a year or something. I'm not
It
sure.
was
how long it
probably,
is.
I'm going to guess it was 2019. What's great is that, you know, we have that archive, so we have all the dates on exactly when I streamed everything. So since 2017.
I'll be back later. I gotta do some stuff, but I'll hang out anyways.
Okay, cool. All right, see you in a little while, Hurricane. Also, let's get to it. Thanks, Jim, for the sub.
But it's you. I assume, Shady, when it comes to puzzles, you are strictly mechanic focused. Like you are interested in a good puzzle from strictly a mechanic perspective.
No, not at all. I love King's Quest and Myst and all that. I like both styles. I mean, that's why in the Discord I have like that's in my mind. I don't know if I should change the name of them. Like we have those two threads, adventure and puzzle. In my mind, the adventure is like those story-based games,
Right.
and puzzle
Something like
would be
Myst
something
is
like
an
this.
adventure game.
But I would be, yeah. I mean, I like both styles, even though I mean some games will do one or the other well or poorly.
Right. I think I notice the games that I notice really struggle are ones that try to be both, but they can't do either very well. Like they try, you know, I feel that if you can't do both well, stick to one or the other.
Do you have an example in mind?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm trying to think of how to more broadly define it. You know,
because well,
you
I don't know. Like I would say that Quern Undying Thoughts is an example of a hybrid. It definitely had both elements, but I thought it did it very well. So I don't know of one that did it poorly.
No. I'm not saying it can't work, but I feel.
Yeah, that's why I was curious though
if
if something happened though that.
Oh, right. I'm just more saying in general, I feel that the general principle I stick to for anything is if you have a choice between two styles, don't try and compromise to make both work, or don't compromise in a way that hampers the quality, because I've seen that before. It not necessarily in puzzle gaming, but in other styles. I've seen it in platformers before, where what they'll try to do is they'll try to have a complex story, and they try to have a very interesting gameplay mechanic, but they don't always connect very well. And that can lead to issues.
Oh wait, is it really this simple? Fucking hell, that's all it was. So I don't like to move the pieces around a whole lot in these because I just get confused. So I just kind of meditate on them, as you see. I just like stare at it without moving anything for like 20 minutes. And then I make an attempt and it works because I don't want to start barking up the wrong tree for a long time.
Well, I thought the whole point of a puzzle game was you were supposed to experiment to a solution.
Yeah, but the thing about ReThink is, I mean, as someone who's had experience playing, 5.5 games in this series now, a lot of the solutions are very symmetric. They're very aesthetic. They don't waste lasers very much.
Well, because I also notice this might be an outsider's perspective, but how do you reset?
There is a reset button. It's by the door here, right here. You can see coming over there.
Oh, but does it just reset the whole room or a specific section?
I think it'll reset. Like I'm in G. Oh, this is still G2. Oh, this was G1. Okay. Yeah, I think it would reset all the blocks in G2.
Okay, because I feel that's the ultimate travesty in what I would call a puzzle game is if you don't have a reset.
This isn't too bad though. You just move everything kind of out of the way, right? There's just kind of blocks that move around. It's not.
Well,
but yeah, there are definitely some.
I have a hard time just sort of restarting on my own. I always find it easier if there's some sort of way to hit reset on the room for yourself, and then you start with a blank slate. Because if you move things around, sometimes I find that can lead to, a preconceived notion that you didn't mean to have.
Yeah, it's easy to get kind of distracted in your own ideas of what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Of how things are supposed to work. Oh, it's this one. Okay. It's down here. I need to refill my drink. Well, if you're the only one with the mic, I guess we'll give you the floor for a couple minutes here. Are you ready? Just don't say anything that'll get me banned. I trust that you won't have that.
I won't. I don't think I'll have that problem. No.
Oh. All right. I'll be back.
Alex, there are plenty of games that do that. How's everybody in the chat doing? But I can think of to answer the question, I can think I feel that that's a difficult call because it depends on what style of game you're talking about. I mean, for a puzzle game, I would make the argument that it would be any game that doesn't take its concept to its logical development. I mean, some puzzle games never quite get off the ground. Man, this is hard to do without anybody bounce off. Oh, and he's back already.
He is back already.
My brother asked an interesting question. What games do you feel like you've played that had a great concept but absolutely wasted it?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Because those are the games I always find so interesting to analyze. The ones that, you can see how this could have worked, but it didn't come to be.
That's interesting. I don't know of anything off the top of my head.
It's one of those things where when you think about questions like that, those I think are the questions that sort of make you think about what you like in a game too. Because if you can see what you would have done differently, I think that tells a lot about what you like and your preferences.
Yeah. So this room has no lasers of its own. It's just taking in the white laser from the last puzzle. And it's going to send another.
So this game is based off refraction, right?
Yes.
Right. So you have to figure out how to use one laser to make how many colors? 6?
Well, it's these little boxes you got to light up with the correct colors. Right? So in this one there are 8 of them.
So you have to use one laser to make 8 colors.
I think it's
pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, it's an 8. I mean, last one was 16. Like it tells you can see that little thing in the HUD on the bottom right showing 0 of 8.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this. So you said this is the 5th game, right? Or is it the 6th?
Well, it's the 6th one I've played. They actually made 2 different series. There's ReThink and there's ReThink Evolved. So in the ReThink series, the everything's much more blocky and angular. Like I just kind of pick these blocks up and just set them on a square. I mean, it's slightly different in each one, but it's kind of that theme. Now I'm kind of picking them up and setting them down somewhere else. The others, like I had like an inventory that I would have specific spots I could set down, but I couldn't. It's as opposed to ReThink Evolved where things were more continuous. Like I could actually carry these blocks and point them at just any angle, as opposed to just like straight and diagonals.
I was more just asking how many games are in the series.
So there's 3 of each style is what I'm saying. So like there's the
style.
ReThink has just the blocky angular things. This is ReThink 3. Whereas ReThink Evolved, there are 3 of those as well. I've played all 3 of those. Those where I could actually pick up and carry at crazy angles.
Because here's what I'm wondering. Is there I assume one of the issues with having so many games in the same series is it becomes stale after a while. You
Every
know,
single one has a slight twist on the mechanic. Like this thing where I'm just able to just pick them up and set them on another area on the grid. That's actually not how any of the other games worked. They all have a slightly different way of working.
I was more just asking, is there a point where you feel that a series has run its course?
Well, I just personally like these, so I don't mind playing these indefinitely. It's also been a few years. I played all the others in 2019.
Because I feel
I'd say Myst ran its course. How dare you? Well, yeah, I dare.
I feel that was part of Myst's problem, where it got to a certain point where they sort of unfortunately ran the series into the ground. Because Myst had what? It had 8 games in the series, I think.
Well, it had Myst 5 and then Uru.
So 6.
Yeah, if you want to count.
I would call Uru a game in the Myst series. It was different, but it was the same.
Well, I was wondering if you wanted to call it multiple games because they had the expansion and stuff.
I wouldn't count the expansions. So six games in the series. I feel that once it got all the way to the end with Myst 5, that at Myst 5 they kind of ran out of steam with it.
They definitely played it safe with Myst 5.
Right. Like
the other games, they always tried to, break new ground.
And
obviously
not
with Myst and Riven.
in the puzzles.
But even Myst 3, I think they did. Myst 4, not so much, but I mean, they definitely...
Myst 4, I would call it more a technical pushing of the envelope. Because I will say that, in my opinion, Myst 4 is the prettiest of the series.
Yeah, they definitely tried. I mean, I think
right.
It doesn't feel like one that has, no soul, that they just didn't care or anything like it. They tried. It was just by some kind of, misguided drama teachers that thought they were better than they actually were. Like, they really wanted to...
Myst 4 feels like a high school drama done badly.
That's 2 strikes. Because high school is... Oh, wait, that's going to be that one. So, I'd hate to just use 2 angled...
But,
I hate to use both of these like this, but...
But
anyway.
Myst 5 clearly feels like, you said there was effort in Myst 4. I don't feel there was that same love for Myst 5. I feel they only put out Myst 5 so that they could end the Myst series. Because I think Myst 5 is supposed to be the end.
Yeah, they were... Myst 5 is what I was kind of getting to, saying that they didn't... It doesn't have that groundbreaking effort like the others.
Right. Like I said, I feel like they only made Myst 5 so they could say they ended the Myst series. Because Myst 5 ends the Myst series. I don't think there was any loose ends at the end of Myst 5.
Right.
I will say though, the Myst series, I wish I love the Myst games, but I wish there was more that there were more things we could see. Like, because I feel like the only real glimpse we got into it was Uru, but we don't really get to see a lot of the Myst world, and it's such a fascinating world to me to explore. Like, I wish we had like a lore book or something we could look at.
So, Electrike says Myst 5 is mostly cut content from Uru. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't play it until
that's
when,
right.
2020?
Oh, what's his name? Stefan, the other Myst guy. What he always said was, and I agreed with him, was really what Myst 5 should have been called was Uru 2. Because it's the continuation of that story. It's the continuation of the Barrow story. It's the continuation of Yisha's story that was all in Uru. Man, these puzzles I noticed, they're not quick puzzles, are they?
No, this is the hardest game in the series. Like, they've always had somewhat tricky puzzles, but ReThink 3 has definitely had the hardest puzzles of any game in the series. I've kind of changed my attitude with this series. Like, that's kind of why I pulled it up. I was just like,
So
I'm just gonna pull up, maybe do one building.
Game, or are you already into it a ways?
This is building G. It starts with A. I've only been in building G. It started getting really hard around building E, I think.
And how many buildings are there in the game?
I'm not sure. I think they go to J if I check the achievement list. So
you still got, what, 3 buildings to go?
yeah, I guess I'll keep playing this. Everybody's waiting for me to get really drunk for this evening, I guess. Like, I think that's what everybody's just decided because nobody's here. It's just
Well,
you.
I think it's more that they're all waiting for the evening so that way they're, like, done for the day. Like, they can have their dinner and they're sort of just relaxing for the end of the day.
Yeah, I guess that could be part of it.
But, yeah, you're right, Slim Jim. I guess another problem, though, with gaming is I feel the Myst series has always had the problem with the publisher, because they always want more games. Because I think it wasn't the initial plan for just Myst 1 and 2. And then that was supposed to kind of be the end, as I recall. Or do I have that mixed up?
This might just go here.
Do you remember, Shady? Because I don't quite remember.
What was the question again? Sorry.
I think it was only supposed to be Myst and Riven, and then they were supposed to be done.
I mean, it was supposed to be just Myst. They didn't. That Myst was going to be their last game.
Well, I more mean they did, because I feel that if you look at Myst and Riven, if you just take the two of them, they both kind of conclude the story. Because Myst ends on a cliffhanger.
It does, but even when they made that, they didn't. They set it up for there to be another game, but their attitude was, if this game doesn't do well, we're done.
Right.
Pack it in.
I will say Riven conclusively ends.
Yes.
Like there is no illusion of allusion to a third game at the end of Riven.
Yes.
And I feel every game after Riven has always kind of conclusively ended. Like there wasn't a single Myst game after that had loose ends. Well, except for Uru, but Uru was supposed to have the live component where stuff was supposed to get added to it.
I just realized I've got to get purple on this side.
Yeah, Electrolyte, I absolutely agree with you. I'd love a Myst game that had nothing to do with any of the characters. That was It was a game in the Mist universe, but a completely clean slate of characters. So, what's your favorite of this series, Shady?
That's probably what I'm supposed to do, because this ends up hitting that red one over there. It's my favorite of the Mist series?
No, of the series you're playing right now. The
Oh.
ReThink.
I think I liked ReThink 2 better than this one. The ReThink Evolved ones kind of run more together.
Like, they don't stick out individually?
Well, they actually do, but I played them all so close together, and it was several years ago. If I remember right, if one is the one that splits with the orange and blue paths, it wouldn't be that one. But unfortunately, I can't remember the difference between ReThink Evolved 2 and 3, but...
Well, considering the fact that ReThink 2 is the one that actively stuck out to you, that says something about it.
Yeah, maybe it would kind of hit that... It wasn't as complicated, so maybe it just kind of hit that sweet spot of relaxation
right, because
for me.
I noticed there, I feel that a good puzzle game should have balance between challenging and that sense of fulfillment. Which I guess is sort of what all puzzle games look for.
I think all I need to do here is just send these over. And then just pick out what I need here. Just send everything over there. Don't even need this, I guess. And then just send this. That'll do it. Okay, that's that puzzle. Alright, just finished G3. Aha! Here's the filters again.
Oh, so they've got like color filters.
Yeah, this is an older mechanic. I hadn't seen it today, but it wasn't in the earlier buildings.
I've sort of realized something, the difference between adventure and puzzle or a puzzle game to me is that a puzzle game, I notice, always it starts out relatively simple and then it builds upon itself. But I noticed most adventure games tend to have very insular puzzles, if that makes sense. Like, the puzzles don't really build upon each other. They sort of exist in their own space.
For the most part, yeah, they did make it so that each of these in this building, for example, that you do need to send that same white laser beam through. And actually I remember there was a series of puzzles in one of the ReThink Evolved where there was actually like this blue laser that you needed to send through. Like, imagine it was like from level 16 through 19, because you understand how the primary colors break down. So there would be like 17 and 18 was...
You're working with red, blue, and green, right? The red, blue, and green.
But to stick to your thing, so like 17 and 18, the numbers may be wrong, but just to get the idea in your head. So 17 and 18 would be like all the lasers in those rooms were red and green. You get to 19 and all of a sudden like a couple of purples show up, so you need a blue, but there's no blue laser anywhere. And the answer is that you needed to do like an extra split on a blue laser back in 16, and your solutions through 17 and 18 were to carry that whole laser through all of those rooms around to get a blue laser into 19 and then use it to hit your targets. So that's a case where they weren't standalone. You actually had to you had to kind of adjust even your 17 and 18 solutions to make sure they could accommodate that blue getting through there.
Actually, that's sort of the opposite of what I meant. I notice in most puzzle games, you tend to start with the mechanic and then you build upon the mechanic as the game goes. So like here,
I thought you were saying like how every puzzle was like its own self-contained room.
Right.
So I was like,
Right,
no, sometimes they do connect, yeah.
But I noticed in adventure games, you tend to have individual puzzles, and then they just sort of exist. Like in Myst, for example, you have all the puzzles in Channelwood. You finish Channelwood, and then you're done with the puzzles in that style, and you move on to the next one, if that makes sense.
Right, I think that part of this is, I think it's easy to overwhelm players if things are...
Right, too complicated.
Yeah, if things connect too much.
Well, the greatest example I always think of is Portal. Portal has a very simple concept. You shoot a wall, you get a blue and then an orange.
Yep.
That's the basics of the concept. But the entire game is building upon that concept with different mechanics, right?
Sure.
That's what I would call the classic puzzle game. Now, maybe there's a different definition and different styles, but that's what I always think of.
Wow, this is going to be a hard puzzle. Look at this.
Well, I was going to say, hasn't every single puzzle in this game you've said has been pretty hard?
Yeah, this might be harder.
Well, here's an interesting question. Is this a series where, like, if I were to go on Steam right now and buy this game, would you say it's too difficult just to get in and start? That you have to have prior experience before starting?
No, they do have, like I said, it was really like building E where they started getting really hard. I would not recommend starting with ReThink 3.
Right, because I noticed
I would recommend playing this game last if you can get through the other 5, yeah.
You can't just get into it. You have to play the previous games in order to have experience.
Yeah, I would not... I wouldn't say that, it's like a hard rule, like you'd be literally lost, but I would recommend not starting with the hardest game, just in general.
Right.
Yeah.
One I always think of is the newest Doom series. They designed the sequel specifically for players that had played a lot of the game before it. And I mean, that can work, but I don't know if that's a wise design philosophy all the time.
Yeah, if you're especially, I think it works better if you, if you are leaning on a brand that is that popular, right? Oh.
Right, like what's the series you're playing with Lauren right now?
We were here. Well, we just finished, but
it's a series, right?
Yes.
There's like 4, I think.
Yes.
Can you jump into any of them?
Yeah.
Like, without much... yeah. So I would call that, that kind of series, I don't want to say episodic, but you can sort of jump into any of them and sort of enjoy it. Man, this is kind of hard to do with just 2 people, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting. We got a lot of people watching, but nobody wants to chat. Everybody's waiting for this evening. Because
I noticed Slim Jim's here, and he's a subscriber, so he could jump in.
Yeah, he said he'd get in at he said 8 o'clock.
Oh, he'd do it around 8.
Yeah, 8 his time. So that'd be like an hour and a half, so.
Right. do
Everyone's
wonder what
Everyone wants me to get
Sarah's
sloshed, and then
up
we'll play
to.
some. Yeah. Yeah, Sarah's been here and muted. Probably, I'm gonna guess that Sarah's in an environment where
Oh, she can't.
might be easy to just kind of since the game isn't that important, she might just be just like listening in on Discord, like following the stream that way.
Yeah. Oh, she just said she's just not up for it at the moment.
No, it's not Sarah.
Oh. I'm trying to remember what Sarah's handle is on
Hi ho, stranger.
Twitch. Oh, stranger, okay.
Well, I'm glad you could join us in any form, Super Gamer. I thought you said you wouldn't be able to make it, so.
He's the one that, no, who are you doing the speed running with? Is it Slim Jim?
Colonel Frosting.
Colonel Frosting. Okay.
I gave him the nickname Florida Man just because he lives in Florida.
Where all the crazies are, right?
That's, well, yeah, Florida Man is just a meme, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is odd.
Are you are you gonna do the new the Sam and Max remaster, the second one that's coming out? Or you didn't hear about that yet?
I am not that well versed in Sam and Max, but I do enjoy it. Probably would be smart to.
You know, you did the remaster of Save the World a year or two ago.
Yeah.
They're redoing the sequel to that. The same team's redoing the sequel.
Yeah.
So are you gonna live stream that, or you don't know yet?
I mean, why wouldn't I? Depress me. You know what? This is probably not smart. Why am I splitting the only white laser I have? I'm gonna do this the grinder way. I'm gonna hit the reset button.
I was gonna say the white laser is the most useful laser.
Yeah, these give it more power, right? It kind of breaks physics because you can
do whatever you want with it.
You can create, like, you can make 3 white lasers out of it, right?
Right. If you're wondering, my brother's referencing the third game in the series. The Sam and Max series.
I'm just gonna have to start experimenting, which is, but you see, well, the problem is I would have, if I put it here, I would have to take off a whole lot of colors. Including all red.
I assume, because I noticed you have the tints, right? The colored glasses. So I assume the objective is you have to use them to color either the white laser or affect the color of another.
See, if I put something here, like that forces, because there's green right here and blue right here, you're forced to reduce a whole lot of your colors, but you need white all the way around here. Maybe if I move this back here somewhere, I could do this and get my red that way. That way I could get as much as I want that way. Just kind of move that out of the way.
No, but I see the connection, Alex. So how many puzzles does each building have, or you don't really know till you finish?
I think they've been consistent with 4. So this would be the last one in the building. I actually figured I would finish this and move on to something else, but no one's here. I don't know. I mean, you are here. You count. You count for something. But like, we don't have a party. We don't have like a quorum.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say it is unusually quiet.
Yeah.
You know, well, I suspect that might be that really none of the European crowd came, which is, I assume, why you started as early as you did.
Yeah, Outruns here. He's not a subscriber, but he is European, so.
Well, it's also, by the way, I've noticed Samus seems to have disappeared.
Yes, the big disappearance. I couldn't handle much chaos this day. I think there will be much chaos this day later. I think everyone's kind of expecting it.
Well, for us, here's all I'll say about it. Yesterday was the big chaos, and we've been sort of... Oh, someone joined in.
Hello? Mitchie! Alright.
Hey, Mitch.
So you're, like, tired and stuff?
Sorta. I saw, like, I just saw, like, the new Jurassic World, an hour or so ago.
Oh, okay.
Is it as bad as it looks?
It was alright. It was better than Fallen Kingdom, at least, but that's just my opinion.
I feel like the original Jurassic World was a lot of fun, but I feel like these sequels have not been so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
Reset. Hold on.
Like, because I feel like also it was a great commentary. Like, I always remember the comment where it said something to the effect of, kids are just not interested in dinosaurs anymore. But, you know, it's not exciting enough. And I sort of looked at the screen and I went, wow, that is kind of depressing.
Sorry to hear that, Super Gamer.
Yeah, that's never easy.
Well, feel free to tell us whatever on your mind. I'm not gonna, like, start prying and asking questions, but you know, feel free to divulge as much or as little as you would make you feel better. Wait, I said reset and these stay like this. Come on now. Or wait, it does. I don't know. That's a bug.
Oh, I think it just resets the positions.
No, it did reset. It just visually didn't, because as soon as I touched it, yeah, whatever.
Oh.
So I think I wasted a rainbow on here. I think actually what I want to do is send a green in this way and a blue in the other way, and then have this here.
Oh, so you can transform them into white.
Yeah, well, white isn't even over here, right? So I was
Well, what I
wasting a
mean is-
rainbow over here and killing the red, and that just seemed like a huge waste.
I was gonna say you have the reflectors for green and blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the panels, so you can just use them.
Yeah, so the way those work is it lets that through and it takes the other out. So
Right. So
it doesn't.
that
It's
color is
not
the
a gain
mix
or a
of
loss.
green and blue, and you get red out of it, right?
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is that needs to be done elsewhere, and at the end of this, like if I send in green this way and send in blue the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I send yellow, like I can't have yellow go through these two, because then it'll hit purple.
Mm.
Sending red this way seems nice, but white
So
here
you
is also
said this
kind of
is
weird.
your first time playing this game?
Say what?
You said this was the first time you've played this, right?
Yes.
Well, that surprised me because I thought your rule was you never play anything for the first time on a sub.
If I came up with that rule, I abandoned it, I guess.
Right,
Also,
'cause you want it. You
Makes
don't
sense.
want like any spoilers or anything, and you don't want like
it's really,
seem
I don't
remember
want
you-
to play something that is dialogue heavy, because then that means you guys have to be quiet.
Right. You mean like Arthur?
Yeah, that was a good learning experience. Guys, shut up!
What?
Arthur's talking. Yeah.
I know it's been what? It's been. I think it's almost been a year since we did that. Wasn't it? Didn't we do
Was
the
it
first
in
one
21
like,
or was it in 2020?
I can't remember. No, I think we did. Well, I can just check the VODs. Let's see. I think it was in 2021.
Okay.
I think is when we did that.
Let's see. Green. What? Can anything go here? Is anything useful going in here?
Yeah, it was 2021.
Okay.
Cause
Yeah, I think that was like the first time I dropped in.
yeah, it was. It was the first time you dropped in.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, no. I was wrong. We started in 2020, and we didn't do the second part until
That's
until
right. We took a
2021.
long break. Yeah, that's what it was.
It wasn't until July. So we started October of 2020, and we didn't do the next one till July of 2021. Man, that's over 6 months.
Yeah. Waste a lot of time.
And
Ugh.
I think
All right.
also it had been that long since you made it a sub hangout.
Yeah, so the sub hangout thing is a new idea. I don't remember when I started doing it, but I mean, like I had a couple, like in October of 2020, I had a birthday hangout. It was just my birthday. I was like, oh, I'm
Right.
just going to play Myst 3. I'm going to leave the chat open, whatever. It was just a spontaneous thing at that moment. I did something, I had the chat open for New Year's.
Yeah. And then
But
it just sort of evolved
the
from there.
it suddenly just occurred to me, wait a minute, I should make this a monthly thing. Because way back when I first started streaming in like 2016, when a lot of you guys weren't even around, I did have these streams where I would just get really drunk and just play, just play silly games and just, get crazy. But I was young. I sometimes actually went too far. But now I know how to handle it. And yes, I know I've gotten pretty plastered, but I'm still better off than what I was back 2016. I was bad. But
I also remember
it was always the last weekend of the month. That's when I did it. And so it's just like, oh, let's kind of bring that back, but do it, with slight improvements.
I also remember around that time, because the whole reason you did it was you were trying the rest of the series, and you started the I call it the new trilogy of the Myst series.
Oh, yeah.
So those sort of coincided, because I noticed, at least for me, I noticed that your viewership went way up when you started that. The
Myst stuff,
the
yeah.
new Myst.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't a big surprise.
Yeah, I didn't get quite as much of a bump when it did the King's Quit thing. I don't stream on my main channel often.
Well, I more mean in general, because you started on YouTube, your Twitch went up. Because everyone wanted to see you keep going.
Yeah. It was such a strange set of circumstances.
I bet it was experiencing something in the Myst series you hadn't played yet. Because I assume you know the original trilogy like the back of your hand at this point.
Sure. I play the King's Quest reboot, not the new King's Quest. I have not played that. No. What?
I did, and I did not enjoy it.
Okay.
Mainly because my issue was, I felt that they were trying too hard to emulate Telltale style and not trying to capture King's Quest.
That's interesting you say that, because I was kind of my impression, like I was wondering about that, how it's, because whenever I think about it, I think of Tales of Monkey Island, and I was wondering how similar the two were. Which I enjoyed Tales of Monkey Island.
I've never played Tales of Monkey Island. But, I mean, particularly with the way the endings work, reminds me a lot of Telltale, which I didn't care for, which, with Telltale, all your decisions add up to determine your ending, which I've never liked as a style.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be interesting, but I prefer having a more straightforward adventure. But that's just me.
I understand.
Oh, I think your sound cut off.
Me?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, your sound cut off for a second. We couldn't hear the game.
Oh, that's odd. I didn't do anything.
It could just be your sound mixing, because I seem to remember. I don't remember which part it was, but I remember we spent a good hour trying to get your sound working for the Journeyman series. I can't remember which part it was, but you spent an hour messing with your sound settings to get it to work.
I mean, this is voice meter, so I don't know. I wish I could let red through instead of letting turquoise through. This seems wrong because I don't need green for this. Nothing can cut across here because this is blue and this is green.
So, Shady, this might be a silly question, but are you planning to do another Mist Marathon for 2023?
I was thinking about it. That's why I was looking at Uru again. If I was to do another Mist Marathon, I need to get better at Uru.
I think instead you could just make Uru live the entire stream.
Sounds miserable.
Well, because okay. The thing about Uru Live is there are some puzzles that's based on the world clock that you literally can only experience at certain times of day. So, I mean, you can't really, unless we're there for 24 hours, you can't really plan that. JD?
Yeah?
Oh, I was wondering if you heard what I said.
I heard what you said, but I'm also working on this puzzle and it's hard.
Concentrating.
Yeah.
But you can't really plan a puzzle based on the world clock, can you?
I don't recall this.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall there being puzzles that were, had some 24-hour sensitivity to them.
It's not in the base game. It was added to live.
Oh.
So it's some of the puzzles that are exclusive to Uru Live are based on the world clock, and you have to be at a certain location at a certain time for the puzzle to work.
Oh dear.
Right. That's why I said the only way I could see that working is if you made it a 24-hour stream.
It's my civic duty. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's the only way you could experience the puzzle. Because otherwise, you'd be stuck with not experiencing the puzzle when you're streaming. And I assume you wouldn't want to skip it. That's not your style.
No, it's not. But also, getting all you guys in an Uru stream is like herding cats, is it not?
Yeah, that might be I imagine that might be a puzzle where you might just have to crack, because I don't see that working. I don't see how you would possibly have the time to solve that. Because but I will admit it is interesting, because I don't know of any other puzzle game that has puzzles based on real world time. Like, you have to be in a certain spot for the puzzle to work.
All right, let me focus on this real quick here. Red went through here, and then you only need blue.
So how are you
Yellow.
doing, Mitch?
If yellow went this way...
I'm doing all right.
Oh, then you need another one there and there.
I've been streaming a bunch of junior adventure games, and then I started I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream. Like yesterday or so.
I think I picked that game
where
up.
does that quote come from?
It's a game based on like a short story by Harlan Ellison of the same name, and it's about
Right,
like
but I forget what the
about,
context is of the story.
well, basically it's like the post-apocalypse because it's like sort of like a post-Cold War story where like they trust like the defense system to like a supercomputer, and then like the supercomputer becomes sentient and like wages a war for like that's like too complicated for humans to understand, and like basically destroys the world but keeps like a handful of humans alive just to torture them in like his complex underground for like 109 years. And then at the end, like one of them kills the other humans, and then like before like he can kill himself, the supercomputer just turns him into like a weird jelly creature without a mouth and like no way of harming himself or anything. It's a pretty dark short story, but the game's a bit different.
Yeah. I always feel like if I'm going to read anything horror related, for me it has to be a short story. Like I don't think I'm interested in experiencing horror for a long period of time.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Also, I feel like honestly, the best medium for horror is gaming.
Yeah.
Because I feel that with gaming, the whole point of a game is that you have some kind of control. And I feel that horror games are very good at feeling like you don't have control, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sort of subverts your expectations.
How am I gonna ever hit that?
Mm-hmm. I actually, speaking of your story, Mitch, it reminds me of a short story by Stephen King. I don't remember the title, but I remember it's a guy that gets marooned on an island, and I remember that as the story goes on, he's going more and more crazy, and all I remember is the ending where he's talking about that he's eating most of his fingers, and it's implied he's eaten a lot of the rest of his body just to survive. I can't remember the name of the story, but I remember it had a very similar dark ending.
Yeah.
Oh man, I missed that you did Riven last sub hangout, Shady. I ducked out before you finished Riven.
Was that last month? Or was it 2 months ago?
Well, it was May.
It was May? Okay.
1st of May.
Okay, so that would be the April sub hangout.
Oh no, last one you did Uru Live.
Yeah. Yeah, I played the base game, but I was in...
You did it in Uru Live, so you didn't do any of the exclusive stuff?
Correct.
I forget, Chidi, did you like Uru, or did you not like it as much?
Oh, I enjoy it. I mean, I haven't gotten the multiplayer experience with the expansions yet.
Because I will say, Uru is in the Myst series, but it doesn't feel like a Myst game. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't...
Well, I'm
It's a
old
very
enough to
different-
remember when it was, when the stranger was just you, and then they changed it to say, no, the stranger is somebody from, you know, the early 1800s.
When did that change happen? Was it...
Apparently earlier
because
than I
of
thought.
Was it? Do you think it was because of Uru, or was it prior to that?
So, I forget the exact time it happened, but it apparently was earlier than I realized. It was like not that long after Riven. It's tricky to know exactly because prison books were not referenced in Myst 3.
Right.
So,
Well, what I think the original, what they did was that they said that trap books didn't exist. They were always prison books, and that the games weren't interpretations, I think is what they said. Or something to that effect. I
wish
mean,
I could.
I guess
get
I can
red-
kind of understand why they did it. That the trap books didn't, I guess, to them felt too gamey a concept.
Yeah, a lot of Myst is. I mean, the whole notion of the pages jumping around the ages and stuff, yeah.
Because it doesn't, like, because this is something someone pointed out to me. You know, the story is essentially Circe and Achenar got greedy. They trap Atris and Kavir. They send Catherine to Riven, and then they head for the red and blue books, right? That's sort of the timeline of events.
Yeah.
So then how the hell did the red and blue pages get all over the ages?
Right.
That's in my opinion, that's the biggest plot hole of the Myst series. It doesn't make any sense for the pages to have ended up in the ages. Right, Super Gamer. That's the big issue. You know, the explanation doesn't explain how Riven ends. A theory I always liked was that someone told me once was that how the trap books worked was they were altercations of prison books. So how the story went was Circe and Achenar, or Atris wrote Spire and Haven, then later altered it to make them trap books, and then later he fixed the ages and just sent the brothers to their ages later.
Yeah, I think that the problem with all those kinds of theories is that, stupidly enough, the journals in Spire and Haven don't reflect that. Like, it really is, like, they went in and out freely for a little, or they thought they would, or something. Like they or like they just, or at least, at the very least, they arrived. I don't remember exactly. Like, they arrived maybe, and it took them a while to realize, you know,
they
where's the
arrived
blasted
on the
linking
ages,
book, right?
They arrived on the ages, and they both looked for a way out, and then realized there was no way out. But I will say this: a lot of what Myst 4 says, I take with a grain of salt, because clearly there are things in Myst 4 that don't add up. if you look at the context. Like, Serenia doesn't make any sense in context if you consider the rest of the series. Because if they've been to Serenia before, or Serenia, like, their whole plan on Serenia doesn't make any sense given what they do to Atris. Because I think, like, it says, like, they planned on removing Atris from his mind and then getting all his knowledge, but that doesn't make a lot of sense if they sent him to Kavir.
Sorry, I missed a little bit of that. I'm still trying to concentrate on this too.
That's why I said, that's why I thought the rule was you didn't like to do new games, because you'd have to split your consciousness trying to concentrate on the new puzzle and focus on the conversation.
Well, I'm playing this for longer than I anticipated because, well, some people stopped in, but then they left.
Right.
I think everybody's just waiting for the party to get started, which the party could be now, but I don't know. I guess everyone's waiting for me to start the party. That doesn't make any sense. You guys are the party, which, I mean, I can't blame you. You're here.
It's what I said earlier. They're waiting until they've had their dinner and they're sort of in a nice spot that they can relax.
I guess we got another hour till Jim shows up. But I don't have any other plans for what I want to play. I mean, I don't think I want to start building H, but
I would honestly, today's JD, do some. I would play what I like to call a junk food game, if you know what I mean. Sort of something that you can just sort of sit back, relax, and play. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because I always use the analogy, like a popcorn movie.
What would that be, though?
No, what I mean is, like, a popcorn movie is something you just sort of sit back, relax, tune out,
Yeah, I mean, part of what I do in the sub hangouts is I sit here and let you guys carry the conversation, but because there's only you, I have to be the other side of the conversation. I mean, Mitchie's here.
And
Mitchie's quiet, though.
Of course.
Yeah.
Don't have much to say right now.
Yeah,
and also you like to ask me a lot of questions. Which I don't mind, but
Well, I notice what I tend to do is that I tend to ask questions. Well, I always try to ask questions that make people think.
Well, no, you try to ask questions that make me think.
Well, I'm mostly talking to you, but I'm talking about out in the universe.
Yeah.
Beyond these streams.
Yeah, but you guys, you and your brother, you'll at me and want me to address the question. It's not a question posed to the community. It's at Shady Paradox.
Well, that's because I want to make sure it's highlighted so you see it, so it doesn't get buried.
My comment's more important than all the other comments around me. I guess that's how we tell the difference between you two. One of you ats me and the other doesn't.
No, Alex will at you. He's just not doing it at the moment.
He's asking everyone.
Best meal I've ever had. I mean,
Caviar.
I don't think I even know what caviar is. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything else.
It looks gross.
It's like fish eggs or something. And it's like very expensive and fancy.
Yeah.
For me, I've always found expensive food weird because I've always noticed expensive food, you don't get a lot of food for it. But that doesn't make any sense.
Did anyone see? Yeah. There's, I forget the name for it, but there's a name for something. Because typically people want to get, the best value at the best price, but there's, oftentimes a higher price will signal higher quality, whether it actually is or not.
Right.
Did anyone else see the Penn and Teller joke with the water, the gourmet water that they served at a fancy restaurant?
Oh, I've heard of that gag. I've heard of that gag, but I've never seen it.
That was fantastic. It's just on YouTube. I mean,
I've seen that one on fast food.
on fast food, that sounds the opposite. Tell me more.
Yeah, it was like the Penn and Teller episode, Penn and Teller's bullshit episode on fast food where they simulated a fancy restaurant or something, and they gave people what they said was a fancy meal, but it was really just some taco salad from Taco Bell, and the people thought it was very fancy and tasty and stuff.
That makes sense.
It's a matter of perception.
Wait a minute.
Perception and expectation.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that this one type of block is cheap. It's not cheap. There are only 2 of these. I only get 2 straight pieces, so that's not cheap.
I've noticed you've used the most resets in this room.
This is
'Cause I don't
definitely the
think
hardest.
Well, I'm wondering, will you be here till 7? I hope
That's
not.
possible.
Ooh, that's a fun question, Shady. What's the longest time you've ever spent on a singular puzzle?
Oh, what's great is that we have all my history up there. I don't know about a single puzzle. Who knows? Maybe it'll be this one. The whole rest of the hangout will be this puzzle. I wouldn't know that statistic. I mean, I know that there was definitely some Talos puzzles I solved offline, or some Talos campaigns, where just every puzzle was just absolute killer.
I actually just thought of one that counts, but it's probably silly. I suspect the original Fire Marble took a long time.
In Riven?
When you originally solved it.
No, I whipped through that one really fast, actually. I did all that in a day. Yeah. It was the animal puzzle that kicked my ass.
How long did you spend on that, or you don't really remember?
I don't really remember, but I did. There were some red herrings that I fell for, and I just couldn't get it correct.
Mm-hmm.
It was. I finally relented and looked part of it up.
Well, I just realized something with Riven. I guess you can't really define the puzzles in those terms, because Riven really only has 2 puzzles, right? It's
2
the animal
major puzzles, sure.
And your goal throughout the entire game is to solve them. So you could make the argument, I suppose, that your entire time playing Riven is spent on those 2 puzzles.
Could start back here, I guess.
Man, I haven't watched some of your VODs. I need to catch up. It's been a while since I've caught up.
if I did this?
But here's an interesting question. I noticed Riven feels very, very unique in just the way the puzzles and the world works. Have you ever played a puzzle or adventure game that comes even close to how Riven feels? Because I don't think I've ever seen one.
Riven, no, not. I wouldn't put anything on par with Riven, no. Because there's a subtle form of realism that's.
I will say,
A bit
Riven
different.
is, in my opinion, the most realistic game I've ever played, ever. Which I know sounds weird, given that it's in this fantastical world, but it feels very human, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, when you're looking into that world, you identify with these people, the people that you see. And you identify with the world you're seeing. Which is why I always say Riven, the Mist series, is one of the best defined worlds of all time.
How do you get a green there? That doesn't make any sense. Damn it.
So once these boxes glow, you've solved it, right?
Yeah, they all have to have the correct color going through. Like you can see, I have these two.
But you can have multiple colors passing through it. You just have to have one correct color.
No, you have to have the combination of colors that pass through need to be.
Well, what I more mean is I notice you have multiple different lasers passing through it, but you only need to have the one of the correct color going through it, and it looks
No.
like that counts.
No, what it is that you need the sum of all the colors that go through need to be the correct color. So like if I have like this turquoise here, I can't have a red passing through there.
Okay, but can you have white?
No, because that has a red component.
Okay.
White is really just the three primary colors.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll see you in a minute, Alex.
Alex makes some delicious Glaric bread.
Well, we make it the old-fashioned way. We don't buy it from the store. We actually hand make it.
Yeah?
We get French bread, melt some butter, get some garlic.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing quite as good as a good home-cooked meal.
Yeah.
Of course.
And I noticed that in general, no matter how good a restaurant is, I've noticed a home-cooked meal will always be better if it's a good home-cooked meal.
Oh, I can't hit red this way. I'm a retard. Damn it.
Man, this puzzle really is kicking your ass, isn't it?
Hey.
By the way, we mentioned Firmament earlier. Have we heard anything since the initial
They're still doing it, I guess.
Because I hope that it's good, but I feel like Cyan has become a lot more insular lately. Like, I remember when what's it called? What was the last game they did? It wasn't not the remake of Myst, the game before it. What was it? Abduction.
The remake of Myst? Oh.
Yeah. Abduction, they were way more open about its development. Like, we were getting updates, but I feel like Firmament hasn't had anything. We don't even know what kind of game it is. I mean, we assume it's a puzzle game, but we don't even know that for sure. So I assume you can only put the blocks on the black spaces.
Correct. Ooh, that hits green? Come on now.
Well, that gives you a clue, doesn't it?
It's gonna try to get
If it
yellow and
hits
come the other way.
If it hits green from that direction, because I'm looking at the angles, it doesn't look like there's any other way to get that angle, is there? So presumably you probably have to hit green from that direction.
I have 5. Let's see. Oh, whoops. That's not the right spot. There we go.
Oh, who joined in?
Yeah. Nobody knew.
Florida man.
Don't get excited.
Oh, it's Florida Man again.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yay, now we're not alone. Looks like Shady's actually approaching the end of this puzzle. Looks like he's gotten pretty far in it.
But you see, the thing is, it could be one of those where there's some fundamental flaw way back at the beginning. So this isn't lighting up, I don't think. And yet I'm not I'm not sure why it wouldn't.
Do you have the correct color combo?
I mean, I have two greens, but I didn't think that would be a problem. I might need to do.
Wait, it's lighting up now.
Yeah, because I took off that other color. That's still. Can't have green go that way. I might be able to use this. Can't use the green filter here. Might be able to use the green filter here.
It's Hurricane.
Hurricane.
I'm back from mowing my lawn.
Nice.
Ah! Ah!
Oh.
Ah! Ah! The door opened. I did it.
Yay.
I have to see
You're
this.
free,
There
Shady.
we
You're
go.
free.
Fly away!
Who did it?
Wow.
How long was that? I
A
wasn't
miracle.
keeping track.
Couple hours.
Well, it was a couple hours
No.
on this game. I'm wondering how long on this specific puzzle.
Couple
I was
hours.
surprised that was the right track. This was actually, I started working on this original track and I didn't like it because of this, but then there was an extra little maneuver over here I didn't see the first time I tried this path.
They should give you the option of putting a timer on per puzzle kind of thing, so you know how long it took you.
Why?
It's not about speed, man. It's about getting there.
Well,
It's about the
well,
journey.
Are people that like to speedrun puzzle games?
Think at your own stopwatch. Why does the
Yeah.
game have to cater to your quirks?
Yeah.
Cater to your own quirks, weirdo.
All right, I guess everyone's ready for the next
Well, should we? Well, I'm
next
curious. Is there a 5,
venue
or
for
can
this-
you actually just exit?
I
A
thought we were
5?
waiting for Moss.
Oh, okay.
Are there more puzzles in this, or is this the last one?
Oh, this is the last one in building G. There are more buildings.
Then yeah.
See, I can go to building H. Which another thing that's, I mean, wow,
Oh,
we got
you
a
don't have
courtyard
a
with a tree in the
central-
middle.
You don't
Wow, we
have
got
a
a little
central
bit.
hub. You just go from building to building.
Yeah, see, there's the one we can just smash this glass and go straight and just skip this building, go straight to I. Where we
Well,
could
you can't.
slog through. Actually, these doors are all closed. You have to do them in order. You have to start with H1.
Hotel.
Yeah, I think.
What is this mechanic? Oh, thanks, Hurricane. What is this mechanic here?
That will never get old.
No.
It's the best. Hoo.
I love that Myst 4 sort of became all the sounds. Because I think it's that, and it's, like, it's so tied to your live streams now that the
Oh, look, it's like it like teleports the laser. Look at that.
Oh.
So it goes into this one and it goes out that one. Huh.
Like a portal.
Yeah, but
I
you
was
you
thinking
portal a
this.
laser. Yeah, just a laser. Yeah.
Tasers. Portal lasers.
Yeah.
Fucking lasers.
How do
Well,
they
do
work?
we have any suggestions on what Shady should do next?
Or lordles.
He could try the Abandonware game if he wants to try it. I don't know if, I don't know.
It's gonna get
anything
harder and
else.
harder on me as I get progressively more drunk, which I'm not there yet. I do have to go to the bathroom. So I need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, come back, and start the next next stage
Whatever
of this
it is
party.
you decide to do.
What about no donuts? I just came in and like there's somebody's not wanting something about no donuts.
Ah, my friend. Have you brought
Oh,
the
yeah.
donuts?
Yeah.
Donuts. No, the donuts.
Yeah, it's an Easter egg in Myst. Yeah, you wouldn't know about that.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that. It's referencing the bad ending, right?
Oh,
The
my friend. I brought the Big Macs and the fries.
Yeah, I have that as one of my cheer animations. I think it's nobody
You have-
uses cheers, so I don't remember the tiers now. Is it 300 or 500?
Do you have tier sub animation ones,
I
or
don't-
are they all the same from the first one?
Oh, I only have one subscriber tier because definitely no one would ever use that. People rarely use the cheers, but I at least have different animations for that.
You said you have a cheer somewhere.
The cheer, when you cheer bits.
Oh, that's the one where you donate the bits, right?
yeah,
The bits, you know.
yeah. So
Cheer.
I've never used the bits.
yeah, so there are a bunch of
just-
other animations with
There
those.
are if there is a one for your channel bits, where if they have so much channel, you can do something and it'll play an animation or whatever. But they have to have so much. I think it's a third-party program for Twitch integration.
Yeah, it's Stream Elements. So
Yeah.
yeah, that little
I
hoot animation is the
remember-
subscriber one, but I have 4 or 5. If anyone ever uses those, if you want the animations to play.
I remember when it.
Do you have donations set up on there?
Not direct tipping. I know that I've seen that be a thing, but I haven't set that up. I just have the bits.
Yeah, because...
I remember
Oh.
when it wasn't was your animation. It was. I assume it's a reference to one of an adventure game you played, but it's one where it was the woman dancing. I don't remember what that's a reference to.
It's
Oh,
not a
and-
woman.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know who she was. If that
There's
was a
no
specific
she.
character. I didn't know what
All
that
right,
was a
there you-
reference.
we got it. We got
I
to.
assume that was an animation from some
Hey.
adventure game.
Yeah, we got.
that you
Okay,
put-
we're playing Space Quest 4. It's settled now, right? We got to educate
Oh,
everyone.
boy.
If you look at your description about your channel, you do have a tiered tiers, 10, 50, up to 1,000. Says
Yeah.
you say each one has its own different animation, but the better you go, the better thing it is.
Yeah.
I'd almost prefer to give you a donation directly instead of bits.
Yeah.
Do I get a higher percentage or something?
I don't know, but then we wouldn't have to freaking convert it to bits, and then you wouldn't have to convert it back again. As far as I know, it's just, and I feel like you get more of a percentage. I've used that feature once for another streamer.
Yeah,
And,
don't do it unless I have an animation thing set up. We got to give give you the
No,
animation
yeah,
thing.
but that's why I'm checking, because obviously I'm not just gonna give you money. That's
No,
stupid. I want something
that is
funny
stupid.
to happen.
Yeah,
when I give
exactly.
You
Well,
money.
yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I'd be like, oh my god,
Otherwise,
I
what's
owe
the
this
point?
guy. Well, I'd be like, I owe this guy indefinitely, and I don't want that yoke on my soul. I need that
Yeah.
debt to be paid immediately. Here's your animation. Go away.
Buy us something funny.
The original animations from Space Quest.
Ugh.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it.
you
I
gotta have
assume-
variety. We need to have like a.
Do you want me to load that?
round
I can load up.
entities.
I can load up that part of Space Quest 4 and educate on the.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
Context.
be back. I gotta go to the bathroom and refill my drink. Then we'll do that.
I have to get.
Yeah, because I've
food,
never
so I'll be
seen
back
any of the
as well.
Space Quest series. I haven't seen a single one of them.
All right, I'll be right back.
I'll actually be right back myself. I'm gonna go get me some dinner.
Dinner.
Origin of Astro Chicken. No. So many points for this channel stocked up and so little to spend them on. Yeah, true that. I've seen other streamers use them. There's like a betting thing. There's this one streamer who does like a lot of fighting game content. And he'll do bets to see for who in a given encounter who will win and who will lose. But it's intentionally clips that are ridiculous turnarounds, or there's a glitch that happens, or there's a wild, you know, something weird happens. So it's not always like, it's not as predictable as it would be otherwise.
I had a channel, one of the streamers I used to watch, he doesn't really stream much anymore, but he had a thing where he used channel points for like, what game was it? Apex Legends, where if you had like 25k, you can force the streamer to play another character in Apex. And so of course people would pick the worst character possible, but he would only limit it to 2 a stream, so it's not constantly all the time.
That'd be funny though.
Yeah, it would be funny though. And then like he also played Battlefield back when it was good, so I think it was Battlefield 5 before the 2142 or whatever it's called, 2042.
Hey, you watch your mouth, sir. 2142 is a classic.
No, not 20. Not it's 2042. I didn't mean 21. My bad. 2042.
How could you get them mixed up? They're completely.
I haven't played Battlefield in forever.
Years left.
I'm messing with you.
Anyways, for Battlefield 5, one of the meme weapons was the Liberator. So you could have 2 people request the Liberator to get. He would have to go around. He can't end his stream, and until he kills 2 people or whatever it was with the Liberator. It was a one shot. Took forever to reload weapon.
Well, like a musket.
It was like maybe like 5 to 7 seconds to reload 1 bullet. It was horrendous. But basically what you do is you get a sniper rifle, you shoot him, you do a body shot, and then you take the Liberator out and shoot him to get the kill. There were some other random ones as well, but I don't remember what they were.
So he just needs to kill him with it. He doesn't necessarily need to inflict all damage.
No, he needs to kill him with it. It needs to say in the top right corner, wherever it was, the kill shot, saying that you've been killed by the Liberator. There were some other ones too that we did. I was a moderator on his channel, and one of the things that I did for Apex Legends was the what was that one called? I haven't modded in like 7 months because he hasn't been streaming lately. It's the one where you where people can guess this one or that kind of thing, and then you choose the answer kind of thing. So I would write a question saying, "Will they win this match?" And then the people say yes. They'd say A or B basically, and I would put. And then if he didn't win, the people that betted for his loss would win, and then the people that lost, gave up their points. It was a fun little like gambling tool kind of thing. And of course, I had a gambling tool written thing on there that said whenever you did exclamation point stonks. It would put up the gambling website saying, like, we know this is for fun, but, here's the gambling website too.
Yeah, Shady, we were just discussing ways that you can use the channel point thing.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
So...
It was a fun little thing.
I'm not sure. See... There's, like, the bets thing.
That was the bets thing.
This side versus that side that you could do, maybe for like what game you should play, but I'm not sure how well
that one's
would
more
work.
like a poll.
Yeah.
If you're doing the pre whatever it's called, like what do you think Shady will do next? And if that happens, then that side wins, basically, kind of thing. What do you think? What will the outcome will be?
It's more interesting though as channel points if it's a poll type thing, because then it's he with the most money will determine what Shady does. But that's not really.
Yeah, you can. In the poll thing, you can either you can have a normal free vote. Then you can also put incentive votes where if you pay with bits or with channel points, and you can determine how many bits or channel points used to influence the poll.
That puzzle solution is awesome, by the way. I love that.
Yeah, I've never seen the warp thing, but I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on this. I was gonna move on, but then you guys were. I didn't want to interrupt your thing.
And that's mine too. When I want to speak, I'm like, I'll just wait.
Well, that was me earlier with Griner and Shady.
Yeah.
I just gotta boost my gain. I've gotta add a distortion pedal to the signal chain, and then I will be heard.
What was I gonna say? Well, I don't remember now.
See, I got him.
It was important.
Just don't think about it for a while, and then it'll come up.
Oh yeah, the tipping versus bits.
Oh. Yeah.
So I think the point of the bits was you only have to convert on the entry and exit ramps, right? Whereas the tipping you have to have like your payment fees every single time, right?
Well, I don't mind that though, but I guess other people may care differently.
Right. So if you buy a bunch of bits and then you know, if you cheer like a bunch of times, then I would only convert at the end, so it'd be like one transfer fee.
Right.
Yeah,
I guess I'm
Hey everybody.
I only I always have a giant buffer in the back.
Yeah,
I like making more of a direct payment. Well, there's nothing to say you can't have both, I guess, but
yeah, I assumed that they had it worked out to where that would be more economically what would the word be? I don't know. Not feasible, just sensible, I guess. But
nothing about Twitch is economically feasible.
It's true. Let alone sensible.
I'll throw that out there.
Isn't that everything though in the universe?
Nah.
How
did we get here?
Ooh.
Life in the universe 42.
That's Sarge.
Good evening.
We have a Mr. Jim in the chat.
Hey, Jim's here.
Attention on
All right.
deck.
I think that settles it. We've got to pull up Space Quest now, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello? I didn't hear the
Is there
enthusiasm.
Yay,
Yeah.
Space Quest.
I brought it up because of the origin of the dancing person.
Is that that the one where they dance and you have to kind of mime the dance moves? Is that what it is, or something else? Okay.
Nah.
I just want to make sure.
Sarge, I forget, were you Army or Marines?
Army.
Yeah, okay. And were you actually a sergeant?
Yes, still am.
Very good. Oh, now that you're in the... There you go.
What?
I assume by that you mean you hold sergeant rank on the force now, too.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'm National Guard now, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Is there an army version of Attention on Deck? Or is it just the same thing? It's probably the same.
I guess I've never really.
Although it's not a ship, so there's no deck as such,
Yeah.
is there?
It's usually you just call group or platoon or company or battalion or whatever through attention.
So,
This is
were you
potential.
watching Shady before you joined the army or after?
After. I didn't find Shady until like 2013, 2014, I think it was.
I'm sure he joined as a young, strapping young man.
I was 24.
Okay, not that young. Young enough.
Wait,
I was
that
actually
doesn't add up.
I was in the middle of Uru, actually. I was in the middle of my playthrough of Uru when I joined the army.
There you go.
Oh, in the army. Okay.
And I remember
Did you
walking
finish
around.
it before the end of your deployment, or not till you got back?
I finished Uru at the end of my first deployment.
There you
I actually remember
So
sitting
where
in the
were you?
the first time I was in Baghdad.
go.
So you were playing Uru in Baghdad?
Yep. I actually remember sitting in the airport, finishing up to Dunny, trying to find all of the what is it? The all the grade zero.
Boss?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the calibration points.
that was fun.
Mm-hmm. That is an airport task.
And then I loaded up Myst 5 and I was playing. So you've got like a mandatory 72 hours in Kuwait
Mm-hmm.
before you come home, just like some time to decompress a bit, right? You're actually leaders are told, do not conduct any training, do not hold any formations, maintain accountability of everybody, under you, but like no organized physical fitness training, no nothing. Just let your soldiers relax, let them call home, make arrangements to get picked up, all that stuff. And I remember like just sitting in my bunk and playing Myst 5 the whole time.
Ah,
The only circumstance
that must have been an
in
interesting
which-
experience, being bored out of your mind.
I mean, no, I wasn't bored. I actually enjoyed Myst 5. I'm one of the few people I think that actually likes Myst 5 more than dislikes it.
I didn't hate Myst 5.
I don't hate it. I just feel that it doesn't have the same love that the rest of the series received.
It's just kind of weird. It's pretty. I like it for that. Got some nice locations. Well, one nice location. I really like that.
I call Myst 5 the case of how do I say this? Unrealized potential.
How did I know you were gonna say that?
I feel like Myst 5 had some good ideas, but they were not given enough time to reach their full potential.
Who's this electric character? I don't like the look of him.
I think my pipe is blocked. That's not good.
Beg your pardon?
Oh no.
I'm
You
trying
just
to
got a
smoke.
Oh. You actually smoke with a pipe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! I want to see you in uniform doing that shit.
Let me see if I can find it. I got a picture of me. I'll post it in
So-
general.
I suppose, Slim Jim, with your experience in the Army, that must make coordination easier when you're doing We Are Here, or We Were Here, or whatever it's called.
No.
Oh,
my
no.
god.
No, it was a hot mess.
Slim and I should play one of those games. A coastie
Oh.
and an army.
I
team
haven't
trying
seen
to
it yet. I just figured it would go well having experience working as a unit, but I guess the answer to that is no.
No. The answer is no.
At heading 019er. What the hell's a niner? 9. Oh! Coast Guard's the only branch that does it too. I don't think even Navy does that. Hit him with the niner. Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh, look at
isn't the
this.
point of all those so that you know what number you're saying regardless of call quality? The numbers don't get confused.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you the only two places where I've seen it done as Niner. One is Coast Guard, the other one is Air Traffic Control. That's the only ones.
Right, because it's the most important in those fields.
But even then, it's like, what are you gonna confuse 9 with? 7? That doesn't... 9 on its
I
own
think
is fine.
the idea is unity, because they all have that from 0 to 1, or 0 to 9, right?
Someone ruined it for everybody else.
Right? I forget what all the other ones are.
They're all the same.
Tree is read off as tree.
I've not heard that. Hold on. What is Q? How do you pronounce the Q?
Quebec.
Say it again.
I think it's Latin, isn't it? Or Greek is what you guys use. It's some foreign one.
No, so Slim, we were trained to pronounce it Quebec.
Quebec?
Mm-hmm. And P was always specifically Papa, not Papa. It had to be Papa.
I don't think we discriminate in that.
I know my dad does the Quebec thing, so that is also a Navy thing. But not Niner. Niner seems to specifically be a Coast Guard thing. I don't understand why these little differences got introduced.
Alright, check general. There's me with a pipe.
Oh, he put it in general? Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And the aviators. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Get you out there in uniform with the campaign cover. Terrify some E1s.
My soldiers actually had a competition this last drill to see if any of them could get me to smile.
Did they succeed?
One of them did. She told me a dad joke, and I couldn't help but crack a grin.
There you go. Yeah, there's a friend of mine in the Air Force. He tried Coast Guard, but he got med-sept for reasons they made up. They being medical at Cape May, not him. And he's wanting to be an MTI, which is the Air Force drill instructor. And I can go watch when he is trained up and actually has a division under him, which is going to be fun. Because I'm going to screw with him. I'm going to screw with him real bad. Because I can't do most of the stuff, obviously, because I'm not a MTI or anything. But I can still make them uncomfortable. I can make them think I have power.
Is our drill sergeants as bad as they sort of show on TV?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 100%.
Do you know what a
No hesitation.
you know what a burpee is?
I don't know anything. Assume I know nothing.
A burpee is when you jump down into a push-up position, knock out a push-up, and then as you come up from it, you jump up, clap your hands.
Yeah. Oh, you clap your hands on your ones? We never did that.
So, what you do, what our drill sergeant did is he put us in our wet weather tops, which is just a rain jacket, our wet weather bottoms, and our gas masks, and had us do burpees for 3 hours.
Oh, no. Those Gore-Tex do not breathe.
Were some people on the ground heaving by the time that was over, just trying to catch a breath?
He drug a 60-gallon garbage can into the middle of our barracks and said, "Do not throw up on my floor, you throw up in this."
Oh, yeah. What was this one that I heard? I knew a battalion commander who was the battalion commander at I forget which army Trace Senate was, but he was the battalion commander over there, and he saw some wild stuff. There was one instance where I think it was 2 recruits. I don't know what they did. Maybe they were late or something. But what he had them do is he had them do close quarters maneuvers with their rifles and everything down a hallway for like several hours. and one would do covering fire for the other as they moved up and advanced down this hallway.
Nice.
But this was back in the day when they had those boots, which would, like, leave marks and stains everywhere. So when they finally got to the end of the hallway, there were all these, like, black marks and stuff everywhere, just scuffed everywhere, like, on the lower walls and on the floor and everything. So they spent the whole rest of the night cleaning that up.
That's amazing.
Not the worst punishment I've ever heard, but it sounds really funny.
I remember watching this YouTube video, and I want to know if you guys have any similar ridiculous stories. I think it was a Canadian team was doing training, and somebody fell asleep, and so they decided the smartest way to wake him up would be to fire shells.
Oh, I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you have any stories like that?
Closest one that I would have to that is fucking with people by just screaming attention on deck when nobody was actually there. And
So-
I saw that done in the fleet too. This guy was like sleeping and someone attention on deck. And then you like see the dude get pulled from dreamland and then spring up at attention.
We had I used to try to make a game back when I was on active duty. Whenever I'd come into our shop or our office, I would always try to yell out "carry on" before they could call at ease.
They did that to us in basic, because there was a lot of times they just didn't want to deal with it, so they would just like
Yeah.
I would open my mouth and it would be carry on.
I'd like open the door and just yell "carry on."
Oh yeah, they did that to us as well.
What's going on back there?
The dog is barking at the mailman.
Another Florida man.
Ah,
At least Shady doesn't have to deal with that. He's got a cat.
boys, I have unblocked the pipe and it is delicious.
Very good.
I've got a glass of Jack Daniels. We're settling in for the night.
All right. So, is your wife already out of town?
No, she leaves in the morning.
Okay.
But since Saturday night is usually one of my video game nights, she asks me, "Are you playing games tonight?" I'm like, "No, I'm hanging out with Shady and the boys." She's like,
There we
"Oh,
go.
same thing." I'm like, "Yeah, there really isn't much of a difference. The only difference is that I'm watching Shady play instead of everybody watching me and Shady play badly. Well, at least me, anyways."
It was
You gotta send a pro
it
level
was
like shit.
it was a good run though. I enjoyed those 2 games. Oh, I
Oh,
hate
yeah.
myself.
I would rather be bad at We Were Here with Shady than be good at anything by myself.
There we go. It's about the friends we betrayed along the way.
Yeah. It's definitely a bromance game.
Uh-huh.
Chapter 1, the betrayal.
Yeah. That was a bug and yeah. What?
Or just a romance game whenever you're playing with Lauren.
I
Yeah,
didn't
maybe.
agree to this.
Yeah,
Can't
I didn't
automatically
agree.
ship them, man.
If you could have an audible BRB screen, you should clip that and just play it on repeat. I didn't agree to this.
So, Slim Jim, I have a funny question for you.
Maybe I'll have a funny answer.
What is the most shit face you've ever seen someone in the military?
I also have or your kids are also asking you a question, Jim. Shady
Yes,
asked-
you guys can chat on my name. Little
There we go.
buggers. So, this one dude he was in the bunk next to me. We were away, like we were at another base, so we were staring in the temporary barracks, and he was so hammered, he ended up pissing in the wall locker.
Oh no. Oh my god, you mentioning the wall locker made me think about the wall lockers that we had briefly in our temp barracks at Boot, and I can just smell it. Not a bad smell, it's just a musty metal smell. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, those are good cookies. Thanks, Zach.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, someone just sent me something. You can run Doom on 16,039,000. No, excuse me. Sorry, 16,039,018,500 crabs. Scientists have also successfully built logic gates by using swarms of soldier crabs. It takes about 80 crabs to operate a logic gate, and there are 8 logic gates in a byte, so 640,000 crabs can be used to store a single tweet.
What?
Therefore, with 16 billion crabs, we can run Doom.
Wow. It's amazing.
I don't know what that would look like.
Fucking ridiculous, maybe?
I mean, it
Just-
depends if they have, like, if we could get them to, like, you know, also display something.
Well, yeah, that would be the other problem, because you can run it, but how do you see what's going on?
So, Shady, is this harder than G?
No. It's been easier. I'm already on the 3rd one out of 4.
Oh. So you might actually... If you said
I
it
know,
goes
like,
to J,
everything's been... I mean, this is really the first one that's been somewhat of a challenge, but I feel like I can handle it.
not like the last one.
I mean, even that one was... Like, that was a good challenge, you know? Still got it. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, I'm happy to inform you all that the Colorado Avalanche did not win the Stanley Cup last night, so my day of good news was not spoiled.
Hooray.
You should have waited for Sent to get here. I don't know if Sent actually has an opinion on hockey, but...
I mean, I'm overall pulling for the Avalanche as a Red Wings fan, but I couldn't have them winning the Stanley Cup the same day Roe v. Wade gets overturned. That's just counterproductive news.
Oh no, you mentioned the thing. Now we
You
have
mentioned
to talk
the
about
thing.
it.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk about it.
Yeah, I tried to be very subtle mentioning that earlier this stream, and now you just outright said it.
All right.
I'm a blunt instrument, man. I'm a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army. I mean, come on now.
That means that
Subtlety
you can
is
most things.
Not your forte.
Subtlety isn't your wheelhouse.
Yeah, but you're not an engineer, right? You're
All
not
right,
that level.
so-
It's not subtle.
All right, the stink bomb has been released. I
Stink
don't have to
bomb has
think
been
about what to say while I solve this. I can just focus. All right,
There
have
we
at
go.
it, boys.
Okay, so here's my question for everybody here. Is anybody happy about this?
Nope.
I don't mind.
What?
See, that's a lie because
I
you know
don't
somebody's going to be.
mind.
Well, technically, doesn't that go to the states now? It's like, okay, yes, it's yes,
Exactly.
and now the states
Exactly.
can do their own shit.
So I'm gonna
That shit should have
nitpick
been
real
the
quick.
beginning.
When I hear the question, "Is anybody happy about this?" I have to say yes by default because I have to answer for the whole group because of the phrasing of the question. So you just
I'm asking the
so
group
Griner
if any
was just
individual in the
false
group is
already.
happy about it.
Yeah.
No, I will absolutely say no.
It sounded like it had a question mark at the end.
There was a question at the end.
No. Okay. Mine. I'm tempted how to word
Ooh,
this
it's
so I
getting
don't get
spicy.
lynched later.
Getting spicy.
My
Okay,
mother
I understand
is involved
the way.
in
Go
that
ahead.
Let him speak.
industry.
Let him speak.
Don't worry, I'll respect.
She
I still won't respect you in the morning.
At a clinic. And it is a madhouse right now trying to deal with all the issues that have arose from the overturning. I think her clinic got 800 calls yesterday,
Well, here's
and
the,
she has to deal with all that. All that.
Well, here's the thing. What you must. Oh, your mom's. Oh, yeah. That's unfortunate.
So vested
The
interest.
problem is.
I was gonna say,
the
wasn't it?
problem is-
It's Missouri was the first one. Was the first state
No,
with the
we don't
quickest
live in
trigger law.
Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
We don't. We live on the other side of the Mississippi.
Okay. I knew you were on the border. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Right. So it's
That's
still
okay.
legal on this side.
Exactly.
In fact, it is the only state within like every other state that surrounds us,
Mhm.
it's already been banned.
Come to California, where my fucking governor said we're gonna make it not banned.
Well, right. So I'm saying like
The governor
anyone that wants
mandated
one
all your
has to
medical
come
health in
from
every other
the
way, then
surrounding
suddenly
state.
it's about your health choices, right?
Yeah.
I have an amazing health choice.
Uh-oh.
Trojan.
Just saying, you don't want babies, don't do the deed. Bottom
yeah.
text.
There's also those whatever pills and shit to do for that thing. There's tons of ways to not get hit, but do they listen? No.
I mean, so I'm a devout
I agree
Catholic,
with
right?
all of that. My issue is when you don't have that choice.
Do
if
what now?
you're a victim,
You mean of rape?
and you don't, right?
Damn it. You
Yeah,
guys are
I-
saying
I
all the
feel-
bad trigger words
okay,
on
yeah,
my
I-
VOD.
I feel sorry for the person. Like, cool, like it's like it's unfortunate the person got raped. I feel sorry. I don't know how to.
So
deal
you're
with
on the
that.
side that they should keep it still, or they shouldn't be allowed to.
Right. And I will
keep it. Yes.
wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Well,
But
I
you-
guess the question is there anything which abrogates the? Are there any scenarios which would abrogate the child's claim to care from its mother?
I can think of.
Here's the only thing I wanted to say about this topic, by the way, is that the beautiful thing about Roe versus Wade and everybody losing their fucking minds is the fact that it does not change anything.
I know.
Not really.
It just makes it all up
Well,
to.
I mean,
to the
it does.
states
Just
to
takes it up to the
decide.
state.
Yeah, so then,
Yes,
then
no,
but then you
no,
got the
it
trigger logs,
changes
yes.
a lot.
Well, this is the thing,
I-
though. No, Frosting is absolutely correct. We have reverted to the neutral position. And so many
Exactly.
people were so used to having a pro-choice slant because of a judicial thing, which that, by the way, having this issue decided judicially, we're the only Western country to do that. Everybody else decided this legislatively. So this decision...
Right, they put it in their constitution.
So
Ah.
that's the other
It's not
thing,
in
is
the
deciding it
Constitution,
legislatively. Yeah, it's not in the Constitution. But yeah, every other Western country decided this issue legislatively.
Yeah.
And so we were used to kind of this judicial pro-choice slant that has now been removed. And so now the states are all choosing their own thing. I know some people don't like that, but that is
Well,
actually how the system is supposed to work, yes.
Well, this is the other thing, which is what I guess bothers / amuses me about this, is that it functionally doesn't really do anything. But a lot of people saw this and were like, "Oh, now it's banned everywhere."
It's banned
So it's not.
everywhere, yeah. Some people
No,
were...
it's not
yeah.
banned everywhere. It just means
There's-
that
And I
any
feel like that's the
state
biggest problem.
that is opposed to it can take it away if they choose to.
There, interesting enough, apparently there was, I don't remember how many states it was, but they had this law in place that as soon as the Roe versus Wade was in effect,
Yes, trap
immediately
laws.
it would
they're
go
called.
into
I
effect.
thought they're called
states.
trigger laws.
Trigger laws. Sorry. Yeah.
No, trap
Right.
laws are about boys that dress up like girls and catfish people.
Yeah, that one.
There are
No,
laws about
but
that?
No, it's trigger laws. Missouri was one of them. Arkansas was
boy.
another. Where immediately once Roe changed, abortion was effectively made illegal.
There are some other ones too that if it was
There
like
was
within 30
a
days,
big
it wouldn't
issue
trigger it.
that I had with my mother where I said this was absolutely insane. What Missouri is trying to introduce right now is so that I work at the St. Louis Zoo. If my mother came to the zoo, a law they want to introduce is that they could come and arrest her at the zoo just because she was someone who provided care in another state. They want to be able to arrest people who give abortion care, even though they don't live in the state, just if they visit the state. Is laws they're trying to pass right now. And
Based.
that is that shit insane.
Stream starting
At least to me.
Uh-oh. the politics are killing the stream for Slim Jim Jr.
Says I'm still
that's
here.
my kids.
Yeah.
It might be because I'm voice chatting. My wife is probably watching something, and I'm watching Twitch at the same time. So we've got like 4 different demands on our.
Gotta get that fiber, man. Just run a fiber trunk to your house. It's only like, a couple
Anyway,
$10,000.
we should
Very
probably
cheap.
move away from this topic before
I already
someone...
did. You're behind the curb. I already did it. We're already gone. See,
I would buy a
see how
fiber
good I am?
trunk if I didn't literally have to pay, for an arm and a leg in healthcare.
Yeah, there you go.
Can
I got to get my kid a new leg, so.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's quite a story.
Why does this have to happen during the Steam Summer Sale? Why? God, what did I do?
What do you want? I'll buy you something. What do you want?
No,
It's
it's cool. Actually, somebody sent me a check for my
really
birthday,
Oh.
so I've got. It actually covers what I wanted on the Steam sale. So.
There you go. Perfect.
That's really sweet of you, Frosting.
Yeah. I try my best. I mean,
He actually wrote on the memo line for services rendered.
Where's Mostaff? Yeah, I'm waiting for Mostaff to show. That's kind of what I was waiting for before, but then I saw that we had more peeps in.
Oh, that was hilarious when Moss pulled up Alex's Twitter last stream. That was hilarious.
I still think the thing... Oh yeah, actually no, there's 2 things Moss did that made me laugh really hard. First was his reaction to Sarah the one time. And the second was his amazing, incredible, 100% fluent reading of the Japanese revist.
Yes.
I don't know why that killed me so bad. It was so
Well,
good.
Where's Joey? Joey is looking outside the upstairs window. I saw him when I was on my break.
How much is that in the window?
How long have you had Joey?
He's
I've had him
ancient, isn't
I've had him his whole life. I got him when he was 2 months old. He is now 16 years old.
What a guy.
Wow, he's he might be the same age as my cat. Was that about 05?
06, yeah.
We need to stop calling him Joey and start calling him Honored Elder.
Yeah, that's when we got our cat.
Grandpa Joe.
Grandpa Joe. Who said that? Was that Mitchie?
I said that.
Man, Mike Soldier started calling me Old Man and Grandpa.
Oh, jeez. You're not a granddad yet. You still got a little while to go.
Not really, Super Gamer. You didn't miss much drama. We just got on the subject of
Somebody
big
brought up
thing.
the big
we
thing.
were talking about the thing.
But I think it was
Apparently-
mostly amiable. Compared to some discussions I've had on this, we were all pretty chill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, that's what happens when it's a discussion and not, you don't agree with me, so you're
Yeah,
a big
so-
stupid head.
I'm going to say something a little bit more broad. I think that the idea of politics to me doesn't work. Because
Oh,
I
you're an
feel like
anarchist.
all it's evolved into is one group doesn't like the other, and so they block everything one side tries to do.
That's why you should
Instead
leave
of
the decision to
actually
the states. You should be
discussion.
on the. You should totally get on the other train.
Hey, can I? Hey,
I feel like
Bro,
you can't
bro.
actually have an informed discussion on
Bro.
either side right now.
Bro, can
Like,
I?
both sides just hate each other.
Bro, please, bro, can I tell you something?
What?
United States that's like an exclusively United States problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You go anywhere else, it's not like that.
Well, I've argued that the United States, I mean, it's like 3/4 the size of the EU, right? So it's just that you do have. I mean, we are actually we are multiple countries pretending we are one.
Which is
That's
why.
Right.
Yeah.
And it
That's a
hasn't
problem.
worked since the 1860s.
No.
Right.
Well, okay, because you know what's hilarious? George Washington, when he was leaving office, said that political parties are a bad idea.
Yeah,
'Cause he said-
the founding fathers were totally against a party system, and especially a two-party system. And where are we at? And what are the problems? Oh my God, they knew this when they wrote the
actually,
paper.
no. They were not. John Adams, I think it's Tom Adams and Thomas Jefferson created the first two parties.
Yeah, well, there
So
it
not
is.
all of them were against it.
Yeah, and look what happened. Look what happened. We should have
Right.
just stuck to old Mr. Washy.
Could
His.
have made
Well, 'cause
Mr. Washington.
We could have
It-
kept America great from the beginning.
Well, because I feel that if all you have is two sides arguing, you don't get jack shit done.
Well, you
Yep.
could.
And then
You could.
they get paid on their bum about it.
Well, the United States was kind of designed to be, the federal government was kind of designed to be ineffective.
I wish
Because
it
the
was.
founding fathers feared a tyrannical central government.
Yep. Which,
Right.
Meanwhile,
would
your
be
kids'
fine.
political take is wedgies are fun.
Oh no.
Well,
They're deep thinkers, my kids.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I just heard them
Good.
burst into laughter upstairs.
oh, so it was James Madison and Thomas Jefferson were the two of them. Okay. But just feel that, you know, I'm on the left side and my best friend's on the right, and a lot of the times we'll have an informed discussion on either side.
Why would you
You
take
know.
sides? You know what the best side is to be on? I'm asking you, do you know? Do you know what the best side is?
Neutral.
No side. Not neutral. Don't be a centralist. Don't
Like
be a
in-
centrist.
independent?
Centrists are bad. You go the other way and say, you're all
So-
stupid.
So you remind me of that cartoon. What is it with the protester? You have one guy with the Black Lives Matter sign, and the other guy comes up with the All Lives Matter sign, and you're that third guy that comes up with the No Lives Matter sign.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, and they
part of
do
the
like
reason.
the devil horns and then like headbang.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I listen to metal music, because really, my political beliefs are we should just kill everyone.
That's
and all of our
exactly what they
problems will
do.
be
Yeah,
solved.
they start headbanging to metal in the last panel. Have you seen this? Have you seen that?
I think I have, but like a
Okay.
really long time ago.
Yeah, it is old, but
That's
yeah,
a
you
kind
just
of a
reminded me of
cynical
that.
solution,
Is
don't
it
you think?
is it a comic?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like
I
a
think
four
it's a
title.
Stone Toss comic.
I don't think it was Stone Toss.
It might have been.
Something
Yeah.
else. No, it wasn't the Stone Toss style.
Who called my outlook cynical? It's not cynical, it's nihilism. There's a difference. I am cynical too, but it's nihilism. Because I am of the belief
The
that
nihilism
we're
isn't nihilism that nothing matters.
basically it's cynicism and nihilism, because I believe that we as a species are too stupid to get past these trivial issues.
But you see,
So
there
the better
is-
solution would be to just kill everybody. Just start over.
You mean
I
like
had
Great
similar
Reset?
thoughts because, like I said, I work at the St. Louis Zoo, and you see all sorts of shit.
Oh goodness.
It's dad
Did
joke.
you see all the
one
Karens?
one woman got on the train. She was 8.5 months pregnant, and it was 110 degrees. So she actually passed out pulling into one of the stations. So they had to call the ambulance, and they had to close off one of our entrances just so they could get emergency services in there. And I couldn't help but think, why did you go to the zoo 8.5 months pregnant in the middle of one of the hottest days of the year?
Now
so she can complain to the manager.
Now see, if she had had an abortion, she wouldn't have had that problem. Bringing it all back. Yeah, that's people are. Oh boy.
People are dumb.
I understand the reasoning of nihilism, but I find it unappealing. Yeah, because it's a super negative. It's not not a happy way to look at the world. But I don't dwell.
Nihilism is only something you would have is if you've had a fairly high number of negative experiences.
I see it every day.
Or you think about it a lot.
Also, for further context, I work in IT, so that probably helps.
Yeah, it does. Okay, let me ask you this question. How many times has someone called, you ask, did you turn it on or plug it in, and the answer is no?
No, I've not gotten calls quite that, but here's
well, you're not customer service. You're not like the Geek Squad.
No.
You're within your company, yeah.
No,
So it won't
I'm
be that
internal.
bad.
But it's interesting because we are a transportation authority. Most of our business comes out of a public transportation, i.e. a bus, which is driven by a human. So sometimes these people need to interface with a computer to check their pay stubs, which they don't need to do. They just get paid anyway. But so sometimes I get a call. And here's how the call typically goes. Hey, IT, I'm trying to, Are you trying to check your pay stub? Yeah, I'm trying to check my pay stub, and I forgot my password for the system. And it's... Do you deal with trains? No, I'm not CSX. Closest thing we have to a train is the Skyway, which is a monorail which constantly breaks down, but I'm not responsible for that. But no, the call will go, and the rule generally is if they call up, they're not quite sure what system they need a password reset for. They're hard to hear and have terrible background noise. It's most likely one of our bus operators.
He just said he doesn't, Alex. Listen, for God's sake.
And not to go too much into detail on this, but this is a password reset, right? How long do you think a password reset should take? 5?
Well, considering the fact that when I do it for Twitch, it takes me about 2 minutes.
Now I'm talking. Now that, granted, there is some more time because you were talking to another human who then goes into the system and resets it.
Keep missing that.
My record for the longest password reset I've had to do for one of these people. And nothing went wrong with the system or anything. Everything is functioning as it should. This is all delays due to human error. About 45 minutes. Or 48 minutes.
Jeez.
People are fucking stupid.
It's a problem.
Yep.
And again,
Right.
this is a system. This is something they don't even need to go into. This is just so they can see their money before it appears in their account with the direct deposit.
Well, I was gonna say, I always just write down all my passwords and I keep them in a book, in a safe.
I just use the same password for everything.
It's same here, but then you got the stupid Google shit that's like, hey, we noticed you use the same password. We're not gonna let you do it,
Or
what's your password?
What happens is that you have a password that works, and then you go to a different website, and then they say, "Oh, this password isn't secure enough."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the other thing about our we use Oracle for that stuff, and our current complexity requirements for Oracle are uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, at least 10 characters long, and the real kicker, which gets people, you cannot have 2 of the same character next to each other. So you can't have a 22 or a AA or anything like that. And that screws with people so hard. And I remember one password reset I was doing.
It wouldn't be that hard.
and he's typing in the new password, and I'm hearing him mumble the password to himself, and I hear 22, and I'm like, oh, I heard a 22 in there. You can't use that. And he's like, oh crap.
Oh, this.
By the way, you said you deal with buses and a monorail, right?
That's what our organization does. Yes, I don't touch any of that stuff.
You wouldn't happen to work for a company with large ears, would you?
What? No, I don't work for Disney. No, I work for.
Okay.
No, I work for my municipal. It's Jacksonville Transportation Authority. It's my city's transportation thingy.
Well,
It's also
you
weird
work.
Huh?
I was thinking that's the only monorail I know of in Florida is the Disney World monorail.
There are more. No, yeah, ours is the Skyway, which is, I think it loses money constantly, and so our VPs hate it, so all the Skyway people get yelled at all the time, even though it's not their fault.
Why
that
don't they
monorails are
just
garbage.
shut it down if it doesn't make money?
Because there's a process. They were talking about, because those trams are getting on in years anyway. They're talking about paving over the tram, because they're all elevated, right? Because it's a monorail, so it's all like up. And they were talking about paving over it and having it be like just for the buses.
I like it.
Have this like bus highway.
It's actually not that radical a concept.
I just find it really hilarious because it's like, wow.
It would essentially be what do they call it? Like an express lane on the highway, right?
Yeah. It's a bus lane, but it's a whole specific bus highway.
It would help congestion.
So when you talk about people being dumb, I have no shit like arrested people for driving on a suspended license, and I've told them like, look, I ain't towing your car. I'm not taking you to jail. Right? Here's an appearance ticket. I'm going to go away now. Don't drive. I'll let you figure out how you're getting out of here. Yeah, and then they drive away before I even have a chance to turn my lights off.
Hold on. If it's the suspended license, they're not supposed to drive.
Correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, people are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Very good. You're catching on. You're catching on to why I have the opinions that I have. Also,
Well,
Super Gamer.
I remember a friend of mine put it best. We're supposed to be the smartest species on the planet, but that is often called into question.
Don't get me wrong, we do some cool shit. Excuse me, wow, that was a slip of the tongue. We do some cool stuff. Compared to a lot of the other animals out here, but I don't know, have you seen ants, bro? Have you seen what they can accomplish?
You know, I have seen ants, but you know what's scarier? It was so scary they decided to make a zombie game based on it. Has anyone here ever seen the fungi that can grow in an ant's head and take control of?
Yeah, the last.
And take control of the ant.
It's like those little brain control leeches from Limbo.
Yeah. Oh my God, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Super Gamer said passwords as an authentication mechanism are becoming outdated and impossible to keep both secure and usable. I agree. You know what's even dumber? Almost all the laptops we get, because they're all enterprise HP things, all have card readers. Guess what else every single employee at the company has? A badge to badge into everywhere. Why don't we have a CAC card system set up? That would eliminate so many problems.
I'll say
My
this.
brother just brought up a funny
Yes.
ass story from the zoo. So I was actually working at the entrances that day, and I see someone come up with, it looks like a lizard on their neck, and I thought, oh, it's a necklace. It doesn't register for about 2 seconds that it's an actual kimono dragon holding on to their shirt
That's a tiny
great.
dragon.
that they intended to wear into a zoo.
get them lost.
Hey, they're just showing
Yeah,
support, man.
Well, we don't allow animals into the zoo because we worry about them bringing in outside diseases.
Outsiders.
Because actually, what just happened, we had a huge case of avian flu that I think that killed like 70,000 birds in the area or something like that.
Goodness.
So we had to close all our we had to close our birdhouse completely just to keep it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, and you guys think it's a smart idea to bring in an outside animal into the zoo?
I don't think they thought about it, bro. Again, that's the overarching point of this conversation.
That's how you
Look,
do it. I bet I just figured this out.
That's a thing actually
How
through my whole.
about a bird that comes in from the outside? Will you shoot it down?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, just get some Seawas in there.
Like
and you'll
I
be
said,
good to
that's
go.
why they closed everything. They had all the animals
Isn't the
either
animals
in
on the
house
outside?
or
No.
well, they closed down all our bird attractions. So
Oh,
that's
shady,
the
if you-
birdhouse.
No. What I'm saying is, don't you have like animals on the outside? Do you have to physically push them in to a house if, let's say, a bird, virus?
No, all our birds are kept in cages or enclosures. So all the birds that sort of just
Oh, I like
come
this.
in
Look
are
at this.
I
ours.
do too.
They're just the
Yeah.
natural population from the area. But all of our other animals are from specific enclosures. So all those animals were either
Okay.
I don't know just to go back there, but okay.
I don't know either. I'm confused as hell.
Not it.
I was still muted because Jacob was talking to me.
I was gasping at the 14 gold cubes on this last puzzle. See,
Oh,
0,
Jesus.
14.
So
Yeah, I gotta hit all
Shady,
14.
They're on the ceiling.
Is this the last puzzle?
You're right, there are on the ceiling too. Yeah, there's 2 more up there. What?
Is this the last puzzle in
In H,
what
yeah.
is this?
Yeah, H4.
Hey boys, if you're listening to me, it's time to go take care of your animals for the night.
What animals?
I heard
We have
something about a
chickens.
rabbit earlier.
We have a rabbit and we have a
Ooh,
cat.
rabbit.
I was aware of the rabbit because of the chat. Yeah. But they already put a
Okay.
diaper on the rabbit. What?
Yeah, I saw
I
that.
have a hilarious, kind of dark story to tell. Has
Ooh.
anyone ever heard of the Venezuela rabbit story?
I'm gonna miss it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
No one likes a quitter, Shady.
Sorry. I will be back.
Okay, so has anyone here heard this story?
I don't think so. Have you heard of the Russian sleep experiment?
So Venezuela, this was I heard the story last year, was in a crisis. Their economy was really down, food was really expensive. So their solution was to give everybody a male and a female rabbit, so
That's a
that
bad idea.
Yeah.
so that way they could have children, and then they would eat the first 2 rabbits, and then it would just continue down the line.
Have these fools ever
But-
seen the trouble with tribbles?
But people grew attached to their rabbits and refused to eat them. So the
And listen to
government
rabbit.
had to make PSAs to try and get people to do it.
Don't get attached to your rabbits.
I
They're
actually
merely
favor
a food source.
mass rabbit confiscation.
Mass rabbit confiscation.
And I was like, what?
I just
I just find the whole thing just completely ridiculous.
I just
in
imagine-
every-
imagine
step.
Venezuelan spec ops kicking down the door. Surrender your rabbits now. Oh jeez.
Hand over the buck and no one gets hurt.
Pass the buck and no one gets hurt.
Yeah. It just once again proves that people are stupid.
Yep.
Oh, so hold on now. Let's go back. So not killing the fluffy animal is just being stupid. But,
No.
But the bundle of.
I'm talking about the idea that you would even come up with that
Oh, you mean the
as
original
a viable
idea? Yeah.
solution
Yeah, it's
in the
really
first place.
stupid.
You know, that's not a sensible solution for a food shortage.
Yeah. It also just doesn't, on a fundamental level, make any sense. Because it's like, okay, we have a food shortage. Let's give everybody more life forms to feed that they can then eat.
I don't know. Rabbits feed for pretty cheap, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know, but still, it's like just do the meat and vats thing like they were talking about previously,
Live in the pod
Right.
and eat bugs, boys.
or do Soylent or something. And then we get cute boys everywhere as a side effect because of that estrogen content. No, hold on. What was the meat grown in vats? This was something way back in like 2010, I think. About
Somebody
uh-oh.
left. Who did we scare?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it was Mitchie.
Oh.
He wasn't
Oh,
talking.
Mitchie
for me anyway.
left.
Bye, Mitchie.
See you,
But,
Mitch.
Yeah, every so often there's a new article on this, but the first one I heard was in like 2009. There were people saying like, oh, meat grown in vats will be a necessary thing to feed the estimated amount of people by 2030. So we will see if the meat grown in vats does become a necessity by 2030.
See, they always talk about these things, right? But they never deliver. It's
I want you guys to
Where
read
is
my
my
brother's
vat
comment,
meat?
which is even more funny.
I was forgetting, as bad as forgetting to turn on the camera to show the president eating a Twinkie. Nation suffers a food shortage. A Twinkie is not exactly fine dining, though. I mean, if anything, that speaks to the how low we have fallen.
hey man,
Well,
I
he
am
was-
all about the taco bowls.
Oh boy. Also, hi Matthew. Please behave yourself.
Oh, hey, Shady.
Hey, so I need to solve this one puzzle, then I'm pretty sure we want to load Space Quest, right? At least for a little bit.
You're never gonna finish this puzzle, bro.
I
don't
just
even
started,
know
I
where to
haven't-
start.
Oh. Oh, were you looking at it?
No, I'm looking at it. It's oh god.
It's oh
It's a
god.
problem.
It's gonna take you hours.
So
All right.
I think it's
It's
safe
gonna
to
take us
say.
years.
I think
It's
it's
gonna
safe
be
to
the
say
horrors of the Hangout.
we're all puzzle or adventure game fans, right? I
Nope.
think that's a safe assumption.
Nope.
I wouldn't
No,
call myself
Frost-
a fan, more of an enjoyer.
Well, you know what I
I'm-
meant.
I-
We all take some enjoyment from puzzles and or adventure games.
I don't know why
Nope.
Frosting is here, because he's
Do you know
not.
why I'm here? I'm gonna tell you why I'm here. I'm here because Myst was a part of my childhood, and then I see this Shady dude, and so Shady, because it was back in 2009 when I was like 10, I enjoyed your content, and I am still here. That's
No,
why I'm here.
I love the fact you're here. It's just
I'm
a mystery.
filling the diversity quota.
Well,
There we go.
I was much like you, Colonel Frosting.
Yeah, but you actually like games in this genre. I don't even remember the last puzzle game I played besides like the We Were Here 2 stuff.
Just go
I've
to Abandonware. They have the Dr. Brain series on there. One of the ones is the Island of Dr. Brain.
Dr. Brain.
If you like the old puzzle game ones.
Mr. Brain.
does he
I've
have
seen
an assistant or partner named Pinky, by any chance?
Oh, bad. Cease.
Isn't that from the? I'm
Nope.
confused now.
Nope, get out.
Oh, look at
I'm
this.
making
This
an
one's- this one
Animaniacs
doesn't move.
reference.
Cease
Now the
yourself.
question is, old Animaniacs or new Animaniacs?
I'd assume the
Well,
old one.
obviously the old one.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
the old one had
I didn't really like the new one much.
Did
Oh.
anybody? Well, that's a stupid
The
question.
problem is that they limited themselves to only the Warners and Pinky and the Brain. They didn't bother with
All these
any of the other
ones.
Yeah, isn't there? I think there's like 5 or 6
The
different
squirrel,
teams.
the nurses, the pigeons.
There's the squirrels.
Yeah, the squirrels, the those pigeons, the nurse, the doctor, the
Right.
I don't like things.
the hippo, and all that other shit.
Right.
I just save myself time, and I don't like things.
Well, yeah.
Do you like the guy that says I hate everything?
Unironically, yes.
Well, actually, Colonel Frosting, your view reminds me of the Brain.
Yeah, because he's got. Yeah, see, I'm smart because I think everybody's stupid. That's how that works, right?
No,
Yeah, arrogance is a good substitute for intelligence.
Oh my god, it's Moss! Yeah!
What
Whoa.
I'm confused.
Oh, it's Moss. It's Moss.
You
I
got
was
me, Mike.
scared for a second.
I was trying to capture. I was trying to capture Sarah energy, but I can't clip my mic that easily.
What's
You got a
going
good-
on?
I'm excited that you're here. You're
Good
Frosting
morning.
is nerding
Good morning,
out
Moss.
Good morning. Yeah, just thought I'd get a few extra hours in just so I can make it through the whole stream.
Up and down
Okay,
here.
so what time is it on your side?
Doesn't matter.
8:37 a.m.
Do you know how
Yeah,
I know it's 8:30 at Moss's time? Because it's 8:30 my time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
exactly
you're on daylight
12 hours
saving.
ahead of us. Daylight savings is gone, bro. Where you been?
Is it?
Doesn't happen anymore.
Oh, it must be.
Nope. No, we're still on daylight saving time.
No, but
Oh,
it's
you
never
are
gonna
wrong.
change again. They abolished that.
Okay.
Try coming to California where they passed a law saying yes, we're gonna get rid of it, but they never got rid of it.
Yeah, but now it's at a national level. I thought.
Yeah, well, they haven't gotten rid of it yet, so.
I don't care. I'm disabling that function on my computer. All my clocks will remain at this time forever.
Can we get
Because
an F in the chat for daylight savings?
Yeah. No, it doesn't deserve the F. I'm not paying respects to that thing. It should have
Okay.
been gone like 100 years ago.
Wait a minute.
That
So
was-
this is all news to me. I don't know if.
Or
Wait,
did
what's
you not
going
hear
on?
about this? So a couple months ago, was it Supreme Court? There was some big ruling that was saying, yes, we're not doing this daylight savings crap anymore. It'll never change again after.
And it
after
changed
this year."
again.
No, it changed the one time to go back, but we're not changing back from this time again.
Wait a
Well,
minute,
we'll
did
find
it-
out.
I have my
Because
own
that-
opinion about whether it should always be forward or
Okay.
always should be backward. Is it always back or is it
Here
always
we
forward?
go.
The
So
current
it
state we're in
was,
is where it'll stay.
It was March.
That means we're forward forever.
Correct.
That's
in
bullshit. That's the one we shouldn't
2023,
have.
Not till 2023. Daylight savings will be permanent.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. It's that one. What he said.
Well,
Yes.
We'll find out when it
The
happens.
U.S. Senate Tuesday passed legislation that would make daylight savings time permanent starting in 2023, ending the twice-ending changing of the clocks and a move promoted by supporters. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, the only reason why they had it on was mainly for the farmers, and of course the October. For
I've always
kids
hated
to-
daylight savings time. It should be moved back and just deal with that. That's
But
always
it
been my
shouldn't change in the first place. It always just screws everybody up every time.
No,
Doesn't
it
help
should
that.
be.
Yes,
it should
it-
be.
it
It
was
should be
there for a
permanent, but it
purpose.
should be permanently off, not permanently on. That's just saying we're going to be incorrect
Exactly.
forever. It should be. We should be correct forever. So we need to turn it off forever, not turn it
Welcome
on
to the
forever.
United States, where we're incorrect forever.
Yes, that's it. Yes. I'm
moving to
angry.
Germany. This is why I'm moving to Germany.
What?
IT
How's that any
field can
better?
take me anywhere.
I'm confused. It's going to be coming in permanently for America.
False.
Yes.
Apparently,
I don't know,
Alex has spelled it wrong.
What about Arizona?
False. But why Arizona?
Really? I
Because
didn't know
they
daylight
have.
savings time was for golfers.
Arizona has had it permanently off for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, we've had it permanently off for a decade. So because we had a referendum and we voted no, saying no, we don't want our clocks diddled with. Could you please leave them alone?
Yeah, because Australia has a functional government.
Does it?
Would agree.
No, it doesn't. That's
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, don't get it twisted. It's not functional at all.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's a joke. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
like, oh my god.
By the way, hi, Moss.
We
How are
gotta
you
start
doing?
at the beginning with this dude.
All right.
All right, never mind.
Start at the beginning.
You didn't have to deal with yesterday, did you, Moss?
Well, I got through it earlier because I'm 12 hours ahead, apparently. So
You just skipped it.
I don't think you get that.
yesterday.
Daylight savings time is weirder than you think.
Saturday. Yesterday is Saturday for me.
Damn, that sucks, buddy. Wait a second. So, I'm not even gonna finish that thought. Never mind. That's like 8-year-old thoughts.
Just replace it with another thought.
No, I was gonna say was
So,
wait a second.
Do
You can
think
have
she
a
will have this
3-day
puzzle
week.
finished before 8 o'clock?
Ah, damn it. Never
It's
mind.
8:42 now. Oh, hello, Alexander. That's the right one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And then
Yeah,
there's
right.
our super gamer in the chat. Being based
And
as
Matthew's
usual.
in the chat.
Yeah. Hi, Matthew. If you're here, it means you're not somewhere else, so that's a good sign.
I told him to behave as soon as he revealed himself. What the hell was that?
Oh, that sound? I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
I heard
he's
that
there.
too.
Matthew is lurking.
So what happened yesterday?
Messing up our speed runs.
Nothing that affects Australia, if that's what we're
Nothing
talking
that
about.
affects Australia. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so really you didn't miss anything.
I don't like
Yeah, we're
this
still-
option.
Yeah, we're still being run by morons, so
Yo, same.
So, Shady, do you think you'll be able to finish this puzzle before 8 o'clock?
Now that Moss is here, I don't even care.
oh okay. I'm glad we wanted.
Probably not. Why?
I'm just curious if it, because I guess that tells me how confident you are in solving this puzzle.
The person
I mean, I
I,
have a lot
really
of
want to show
options.
up is Tom. He hasn't been here for ages.
Yeah, he's always busy.
Yeah.
I miss
you're-
I
Samus.
think you should dump him, Shady. Just move on. No, I'm joking. Yeah, if he's saying he's always busy, it's it's probably because he's not that interested.
Just replace Tom with me, I can do it better.
Exactly.
I miss Samus. He hasn't been around in a long
Yeah,
time.
where's that dude gone? The weird Frenchman.
He's not
No,
French.
he was not
Whoa.
French.
He was Canadian.
Was he Canadian?
Yeah, he was Canadian.
No, he wasn't. He was.
That has me even more shocked. It's like, man, that's...
No, he's from Europe.
that doesn't...
I think it
That
was.
just furthers
No,
the
I
whole
think he
all
was
foreigners.
Well,
in
earlier
Europe.
everyone was saying
Remember.
Moss was European, so whatever.
No,
Yeah, but that
he
was
either
funny.
Dutch or Swiss. I can't
Fucking
remember
European?
which.
Uncontrollably laughing. Yeah, but that was funny.
It
Our
was.
ancestors committed crimes in Europe to stop being European, so of course we're not European.
Yeah, but you strive to be European, Moss. We know it.
No, not European, British. That's different. They're
Yeah.
not on the continent.
Oh yeah, they're not European.
No, you're both wrong. You're both wrong. You strive to be Japanese.
Well, with the accent that I heard a couple streams ago, it's going well.
know. We got to put that down in the Christopher book, Shady, along with saying that marriage was invented after World War II. That Seamus wasn't French; he was European.
Did that happen? Wow.
Yeah. How about that, Christopher? Huh? The way he just says stuff.
I hate you all.
Just don't put yourself in that position.
That's the nature of the game, brother. Alright, so Moss, since you're here, what are your thoughts on abortion?
Yeah, we already went into this topic, yeah.
And I keep trying to bring it back, and then there's a weird silence that envelops the room, so I think I'm done bringing it up.
Yeah, I knew it was going to come up, but I thought, I want to sleep in to make it through the whole stream, so if I miss it, yeah. But, personally, I'm in favor of abortion, depending on who gets it. So...
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everyone should get it.
No,
even
just
if they want it, everybody should get it.
Just the annoying people, yeah. Abortion should be compulsory.
You have to go through more hoops to keep it. Oh no. I can't make these jokes here because I'm not among like-minded individuals.
Oh, the stream has not gone off the rails. I can start in on the really dark war stories if you want.
Oh, thank you. But let me say that I'm
just a random reminder. You being able to chat on my stream is a privilege, not a right.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
I will say though, in all seriousness, though, it's like I wish we could do the same thing. It's annoying that we have infanticide here as well. But yeah, so I'm glad you're all able to change that, and we can move towards a more responsible society. And
no, we have no hope. We're keeping daylight savings time. The rest of it doesn't even matter.
That's the real tragedy. Yeah.
I say if
don't bring children into this world.
Women everywhere, stop having sex. That sounds like a good approach. I mean, it's not going to make any.
Specifically women.
Well, if they're not having sex, then men probably aren't having sex unless they're having sex with each other. In which case, if you're gonna go through with the massive hygiene penalty, then of course it's fine.
Yeah, woman doesn't procreate either.
I actually saw somebody on Twitter say that it's time for women to go on strike and stop having sex, stop working, stop spending, and I'm like, yeah, women not shopping will last about a week.
Now that's the cell phone.
Oh, hey, Sent. Sent has arrived.
Oh, Sent's here?
Sorry, I'm not as enthusiastic versus Moss appearing, but...
Yeah, I just got home from work.
All right.
Now we got the whole party.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing. Just talking about what Alexander's saying, isn't he referring to something where... Was it Ohio passed a law and everyone was saying it allows child law, and then... Some conservative commentators pointed out saying, no, child marriage is illegal according to other laws that aren't this one. So, yeah. I think you still have to be...
what Alex is referring to is that it was originally written in, but we've never undone it. I think it's what he's saying. Like, it was It was put in the 18 or 1700s, and then we've never actually undone it. We've just sort of agreed as a society that we shouldn't be doing it in the first place.
So I have.
Although in Germany
here,
they
but
still
I don't know
have.
if that's actually good.
Yeah,
nothing's entering this. Never mind. Yeah, this is bad. Obviously garbage.
Because I remember when they had the when they had the massive refugee thing in Germany in 2015, it was Angela Merkel said, "Oh, if we have any refugees coming in here or married to children, we're just not going to split them up. So if they're married to like a 9-year-old, we're just going to be respectful of that."
Wait, you're just now following?
Get called out.
We like your commentary.
I mean, he's been a subscriber without following.
No.
Just.
Because he's in the server. He stalks you via the server. I mean, follows.
I'm still wondering, is Sarah still alive, or did she just...
Oh, she's definitely alive.
Just listening.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah,
the
she
stream
wants-
is ASMR to her.
She wants to make sure that she gets all the up-to-date content and not have to wait 5 seconds for the stream delay.
I wonder what Sarah's thoughts on the thing are.
I don't know. She doesn't seem like the sort of woman who'd risk getting pregnant.
Well, allegedly she's ace, so I mean...
Maybe check out the text sub chat. Just a...
Hey, you're not a
Yeah, Matthew,
you're not a mod.
Yeah, Matthew, we're not talking about the thing anymore.
Yeah, but still.
Okay.
I still
Was it
gotta
right at
pull
the
rank
beginning?
on Alex here. You're not a mod. If we do want to go back to it, we can if we want.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, let's
We
go
can do
back
what we
to it, because I missed the beginning. I'm happy
No.
to talk about
Okay,
it.
well, I can't say anything anymore. I'm banned from talking about it now.
All right, you can ban. You're free to ban yourself. All right.
Okay, I've banned myself.
Was it right at the beginning that it happened?
No, it was.
No, it happened, just not right at the beginning.
Yeah, it was fairly
Someone clip
recent.
it so I can see it.
It's a bit too long to clip.
Yeah.
Alright, someone just give me a timestamp
Well,
later
it's
on,
15,
and then I can go.
I was in building
Is that
H
not
by the
bad?
time, so.
I'd say 15, 20
anyone-
minutes
We have
ago.
way too much faith in our abilities. We're way too lazy to keep track of that.
Well, okay, literally,
I
Moss,
don't
the
care
conversation...
who. Just someone tell me sometime after the fact, and I'll go look at
15,
it.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right.
So, look at, 3
Yeah,
hours,
that's a rough
55
estimate.
minutes.
Okay,
Right.
let's put it this way. It was right when Slim Jim joined the chat.
Yeah, and then freaking this dude, Christopher, mentioned the thing, and then we had to talk about it. We were all
I didn't mention
abstaining
it.
from
Slim
talking
Jim
about it.
mentioned it first.
Oh, did Slim Jim mention it? No, I think he said. I
Slim
thought he
Jim
said something,
mentioned
but then
it.
you mentioned it.
I said I was happy that the Colorado Avalanche didn't ruin my great day by winning the Stanley Cup.
Oh no, yeah, you did say it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you did start it.
Oh,
Of course
okay.
I did.
My apologies, Christopher.
No,
Broke the ice.
I specifically avoided it
No, you're
while
good. No,
everyone was
no,
gone,
you're
and it was
you're
just
absolved.
being shady.
No,
Well,
you're
the
good. We got
reason
we
why
got the
you
straight
didn't
story.
bring it up was not because you're not political, but because your team lost.
Gods.
Rip.
I mean, what are you worried about, Christopher? It's not like you're at risk of getting any women pregnant.
No,
Ooh.
that's not why. My mother
I thought
works
you
at a
guys were
clinic.
this anyway. A
That's
clinic
why.
specializes
Wait,
in
did you-
Okay,
did-
yes, there's a clinic. How about think of the
You
the
You can get
church
a new
people.
job. It's fine.
They're going after church people now.
No, that's not the concern. The concern is
This
the
clinic
violence.
specializes. Oh, the violence.
Well, against fetuses. I mean, I think
no,
that's safe
no,
at this
no, no,
point.
no. She's had experience with violent protesters. That's the issue.
That doesn't exist. It's all
No, if
peaceful
you make it
protests.
illegal, then you just close up shop and they don't bomb the clinic anymore.
Okay, I understand the protesters coming to the door, but there's Twitter posts and stuff calling for violence against churches. You're not the only one that's being attacked.
Right.
That doesn't make it right either, though.
You think I don't
No,
understand
of
that?
course not. But
No,
I would
I'm
like
just,
my
I'm
mother
just
to be
saying.
safe because I'm a human being that cares about his family.
Well, of course, who wouldn't be?
Just have no family to care about. Easy. See, I have the best solutions to problems.
Well, that's not a solution.
you will be while you're on Tinder.
That must frosting.
Oh, I deleted that. I'm off.
All right,
Tinder
so he's just got Bumble now. After the
No, I
femboy
deleted
turned
that
him
too.
down, after the femboy turned him down, he thought, oh, there's no future for me on
No,
Tinder.
I
Hey,
got
the
the date.
femboy did
I got
not
the
turn
date
him
with
down.
the one chick. No, yeah, we turned each other down because I didn't see that he
No,
accepted.
yeah,
and he never said
you both
anything.
turned. No, you both accepted, but it was like a timing thing.
Yeah, and we didn't. You have to send a message.
But the
to each
femboys
other
are the
within the first
backup
24
plan, right?
hours.
That's just
No,
when your
but
balls
no,
are just too
here's what
blue.
happened. I did actually. I did actually score a date with a attractive lady, and we went on the date, and the date went well, and we talked about some good stuff, and we have a lot of things in common, and we texted a bit like the day or two after, and I've not heard anything from this chick for a couple weeks now, so yeah, that's not going anywhere. And there's a friend of mine who's
at
been
least you
through the
didn't have
dating
sex,
circuit.
so that means fine. So that's fine.
Virginity is intact. We are good to go.
Well, it's more that you can't have a terminated now. Not that I'm saying that's a good thing, but the option's no longer there. So I'm the Terminator. I'm here to destroy your baby. Hey, that's illegal now. Shit. What am I going to do? I'm gonna have to go to Ukraine.
I know,
I will run. There.
I will run for governor of California again.
Oh, dude, no. I'd rather not have him as California governor again.
Who is that in the background? Who had the high-pitched voice?
I have no idea.
That's Christopher.
No idea.
I said, Moss, what the hell kind of accent was that?
It was
The Terminator.
It was Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation.
Yeah, it's very hard to get the rural farmer accent right, which is what Austrian is.
How does that? I actually have an Austrian friend, and you would not know that he's born and raised in Austria, and English is his second language. He just sounds like an American, genuinely.
Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, how does that one quote go by that comedian? Everybody has a Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, but Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't have an impression of the English language.
I was gonna say.
Demons.
Yeah,
Oh, you guys can hear that?
I have
What
a
was
friend.
that?
I have a friend who's Serbian, and I didn't realize he was Serbian at first. I just thought he was mumbling.
Let me adjust the sound settings on this. Settings.
Are you actually the Doomslayer, Slim?
Oh, in my wet dreams.
I
I
made
think
a
Florida
joke
Man sounds
earlier
more
that,
like Big Sarge now than Big
the
Sarge does.
Australia's animals are essentially just demons with nicer skin attached.
Oh no, we're not going back to this conversation. We already made that joke this stream. We can't make it again.
That's really racist, Christopher. That's a horrible thing to say about Aboriginals.
Jeez.
I mean, they've suffered enough. I
He
mean,
would know.
after the way our premier spoke to them this year, they do not need any more shit from you, Christopher.
Shady, if you move the color block over by like one, won't that get all of them?
If they can't take it, they shouldn't dish it out.
By Aboriginals.
You want this here?
It's wrong now. No. The stream was delayed. Where you have the Y splitter block.
I'd love to
tried
see
that a second ago.
Christopher have this conversation with an actual Aboriginal and say that to their faces. That wouldn't end well for you, Christopher. I'm not saying anything about Aboriginals. It's Christopher.
No. So
do not send me to prison.
Wait, are you talking about a group of people or animals? I was referring to a group of animals.
One to the left. One to the left.
No way to talk about our
Over here?
indigenous holy people, Christopher.
Oh, you're fucking with me. Okay.
Are you so racist, Christopher?
No, don't rotate it. Like move it. Okay, there you moved it. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Well,
and then
wait,
if you move
Are Colonel and Chibi actually talking about the game instead of going off on a random tangent?
Yeah, because I have an idea. So if you move if you move the that other redirect block so that the yellow is actually going into the yellow, but I guess that doesn't solve it, huh? because you have to.
So
you
I
gotta
need to
have
get
the
white. I need to get white to hit this one at this angle because of the other side.
Right.
Okay. So white has to
That's
go
what's
to
making it
all
hard.
three of them.
White needs to enter this one at this angle, I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless there's some
What's
other
the
creative
arrow
way
on
of
the
dealing
block
with...
for?
What's the what?
What's the arrow on the block mean?
So this is the laser transport thing. So whatever hits this gets copied over to the other half of the puzzle over there. But it goes in and out at the same angle. So like, for example, if I move this here, I got a purple entering this arrow like this, which means if I go over to, I'm sorry for the delay, but now you can see how a purple goes out of this one, but I need a white to exit, even though there is an extra spot here. So maybe there's some other clever thing to do here, but
well,
I was trying to
you
get...
also need a. I was gonna say what I think you probably need is a white going, because I noticed there's a white on the in the room you're currently in. There's a white on the other side. So my guess is you need a white. You need a white going.
There's
from
a delay,
the other
but...
room into. Not this. Well.
There's the room with more and there's the room
You
with
don't
less.
know.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm running back and forth. So the room with more or the room with less? Sorry,
My
you cut out
guess is
what?
you need to get a white light to go from the room with more in it to the room with less.
No, there are no lasers in the room with more. The only lasers the room with more is going to get is from less. That's the only entry point.
Okay.
God, why does white have to be right? This makes things so complicated.
So who's getting messages? Because I'm hearing
Yeah,
all
who
these,
is getting messages? That's
Discord
not me for
sounds, but it's not. Yeah, it's not me.
I don't know. I have mine on push to talk.
I'm not.
Maybe somebody's having a really good time over there, and we're just interrupting them now. We're calling them out.
It might be me.
Oh no.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, Sergeant, what are you up
from
to?
His army buddies? Arm buddies? No.
Arm buddies. Yeah, he's got friends at ARM. He's actually a semiconductor manufacturer now.
So Christopher, does your mother really work at an abortion clinic?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty fucked up. I mean, I'm not going to judge someone else for the jobs they take. I mean, some people, decide they want to work slaughtering animals, which kind of a similar job.
Well, to be
some
fair,
people work in the adult industry, but yeah.
Here, I'm going to ask very nicely.
I'll
stop this line of thought.
To be fair, it may have also just been like an opportunity thing, because you know where these people live.
They live in Illinois. I mean, you don't need to commit abortion.
Oh, is it
in
Illinois?
You just get shot. That's what you do in Illinois. You just wait a couple of weekends.
Oh, that's just Chicago.
Yeah, that's just Chicago.
That's just Chicago.
And Detroit.
We live.
No, that's Michigan.
I live way, 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 way south.
Well, I live way south.
Which isn't even in Illinois. I know
No,
that.
I
didn't do American geography at school.
I live 20 miles from Missouri. So I'm on the Illinois side.
Wait, what? They're not next to each other, are they?
Yeah.
Yes. Missouri and Illinois are next door neighbors.
So I actually have thought about doing this. What I'd like to do is somehow organize a Sporkle quiz and get Moss to take a USA map. See how many states he could identify.
No. Also have him take a citizenship test. Because they have those. You have to know certain things about the country.
Yeah, but we would fail that too, so no.
No, exactly. That's why we should all take it and see if the foreigner actually scores better than us.
Oh no!
I'm so sorry, Moss.
Oh, I thought it was further south than that. It is. Yeah, I thought there were more states than that.
Stop looking at the map. That's cheating. We needed. I want to do a Sporkle. I want to do a Sporkle with you, Moss, where you try to identify all the states without cheating.
I'm only seeing. I can only see Missouri on the map. That's the only one that's highlighted.
Okay. Did you know that
They're
was
all-
Missouri before you looked it up?
It was approximately where I thought it was. It's slightly more north than I thought it was.
I actually have kind of a hard time. I mean, when I look at the map, it's not a problem, but like being able to conjure it up on my own, like often, like Michigan for me is way further east than it is in my head. I think, oh, that's like in the center.
No, like,
but then I look at it, and then when I look at the map, it's like, oh, it's way over
like
there.
right next to Illinois. We once stayed at a lake house in Michigan.
I know Michigan's the one with all the lakes. It's got the two separate land masses.
Well, Illinois. No, yes.
Michigan.
To which Great Lake is it? I should know this.
Lake Michigan?
You get so passionate, Moss. You're just like, no!
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, Lake Michigan.
No need for a strap on this time. I think I sent it to Sarah anyway, so she uses it now. Yeah.
Oh.
I hope you watched it because I forgot.
If I was to send some color back through here in some clever way to hit these, I don't think I could, even if I could just choose them, like there's not, like if it came out of this diagonal, like it would be in this weird spot where it doesn't actually work.
Man, puzzle games are something else, brother.
Puzzle games, man, this kick your ass.
I have an interesting puzzle game question for you.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
When does a puzzle go from being challenging and interesting to being super obtuse and frustrating?
Depends on what the mechanic is, if I enjoy employing the mechanic or if it's something that's just torture.
Yes, Alan, we already talked about the rabbit crisis.
You know, Christopher made me think of a joke. That's not me again. I don't know who's getting those messages. You want to hear the joke?
Are you guys seriously still hearing the feedback from the game?
No, we're hearing the Discord noises.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
I just heard the Discord message. You're messing with me now.
Because I'm getting a little chime every time my dash wears out.
I'm using the phone, so I'm not getting any, and I have all my notifications turned down, so I don't hear the chime.
It's probably from Shady, because his is the only one that's constantly lit up. No one else is lighting up when... It's going on over and over again.
I don't know what you guys are hearing in the Discord. I'm trying to set this up to where you can hear the music in the game and my voice. Are you hearing something else that is not just the music?
Well, we're hearing Discord chimes, and it doesn't seem to be anyone else because no one else is lighting up.
I can't actually hear it on my end.
Okay, okay, do you still hear it?
Well, you're in streamer mode though, so you don't hear notice.
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah, but his thing didn't go off.
Do you hear these noises still?
No.
Well, we did before after you muted them, so...
All I did was tab out of the game. That is all I did. You should be hearing...
we still hear it.
Okay,
I don't know who's getting message, but it's not me, because I haven't got any unread.
I'm push to talk, so you won't get it out of me at all.
I'm gonna mute my microphone on the Discord.
Someone send me a message.
And tell me...
Somehow it's me.
I would say, do you hear it?
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, no Discord notifications yet.
How about now?
Nothing yet.
No.
Okay,
and I've noticed when you don't chime in when you mute and unmute.
I'm gonna switch back to the game. What do you hear?
The game.
Music.
Man, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I have no idea.
I know. Well, we can't hear any chimes now, so it seems to be fine. Well done, Shady. You're a genius.
And again, though,
I literally just turned it off and on again.
There it goes again. Yeah, never mind. We'll just suffer.
It's the
Are
music.
you sure that's a notification,
know what
or is
they're
it
hearing,
just
so-
a piece of the music?
It's the
Well-
music.
Well, yeah, we got the music, but we just heard Discord notice again.
No. I think it's you're getting a fault. The music sounds like the chime.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
All right, we're gonna change. We're gonna change tracks here. So it's changing. It's playing a different track now.
Unless the music track just randomly inserted two notes that sounded exactly like the Discord thing, way louder than the actual music or the rest of the music.
I don't know, a bit crazy after a while. Like, I occasionally hear the Discord chime in the Brady Bunch theme song, so I don't know.
I get that too, yeah. Not that specifically, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There it is again. Oh, I actually got a message.
So I do need.
Wait, did you guys hear that?
What? Well, we heard a chime immediately after you said, "Did you hear that?"
Yeah.
I don't know what chime you're hearing.
Here, Alexander. Let me ask you a question about Venezuela. You know what the problem with Venezuela is?
That it exists.
Well, apart from that,
Oh.
it's
is
the
the
fact that it is very, very socialist. Like the government
Socialism.
got their hands in everybody's pants and they're fucking things up.
I thought they were just run by a dictator, but
Well, same thing.
Exactly. Socialism.
Like it's all
the
big
same.
government. Just need less government. That's what we need. Government is sort of thing. So it's like, oh, we need to help, grow and nurture this. Like, no, just piss off.
Need less government.
Let
Not
us
anarchy though. That's too
Yeah.
little. We need some
Yeah.
government, not too much government.
I'm not a libertarian. I don't go that far, but
I ain't no liberal, but
hey,
you
I
don't
think
need to
you solved
translate
one
for me. I
realm.
am speaking English. It's not like I'm speaking European.
No, you're speaking Australian, you fool.
Australian isn't a language.
It's a dialect. It's like Serbian is a dialect, not a language. Or Moldovan is a dialect, not a language. Do you, Christopher, confusion?
I'm always confused. I'm a dad.
He's not French. He's European. I think last time I did mangle your words when you were talking about marriage, but this time I didn't. You genuinely said that.
Straight from his mouth.
What? I said I'm not. I'm always confused. I'm a dad, not.
No, not you. He's. I don't know what brought that back up, but he was referring to Christopher. Because I said Seamus is French.
I really learned to just keep my damn mouth shut.
No, please keep it open. It's very funny.
It's hilarious. You're like,
That's funny.
I'm glad that I'm entertaining, I suppose.
yeah, you ever seen the Tim Pool podcast, Christopher?
You cut yourself off on my end.
Tim Pool podcast. Have you ever?
I don't know what that means, but have you ever seen the Tim
watched
Pool?
Tim
No,
Pool.
I mean, you
Tim
cut
Pool,
out so I
YouTube is
couldn't
good.
hear what you said.
But Christopher, I'm asking you specifically. Have you seen Tim Pool?
Nope.
You should watch it. There's a guy on that who's just like, he's like you are to us. His name's Ian.
Oh my God, Ian.
Is he like Lance in any way? I'm unfamiliar with this podcast.
I'm not sure who Lance is, but if his name's Lance, then well, So the thing is that Ian is the most likable person on the podcast, even though he's continually wrong. He's much more likable.
No,
than
he's
Tim Pool.
likable because he's continually wrong.
Yeah, but
I like your spirit.
Temple is a bit of an ass.
Yeah, he is an ass, but at least he gets it, unlike other people.
There are better commentators than Tim Pool.
Yeah, I actually watch his a lot just to see what quote the other side is, to a degree. Not fully left and not fully right, but
Who's that one dude?
Well, he'll get there eventually, and then he will be right. Yeah.
Well, the reason why, he has disproportionate people on the right is because everyone on the left. Well, people on the left they're so moralizing that they just refuse to go on his podcast. So it's like, well, what am I supposed to do?
Oh, yeah.
I did see a clip. I don't watch Tucker Carlson, but occasionally you get recommended clips. They had a Michio Kaku, and I was very surprised that he went on Tucker. I thought it was nice, even though it was a very short segment, and it was a pretty stupid segment, but considering he's a scientist from California, I was quite surprised that he was very happy to go on Tucker Carlson. So respect to him for going
Tucker Carlson is my favorite commentator of that space. And you want to know the reason why? The reason why is because he's like one of the only ones I've seen where his segment is not the Democrats this, the Democrats that.
Yeah.
Who?
Who?
No,
I
who
said
are you talking? No,
I'm talking about
were
Tucker
you talking
Carlson.
about Carlson frosting?
Yeah, he does it a little bit, but he's not as much of an offender as a lot of the other ones on there.
Here's what I will say about Carlson. Something just happened with him recently where I think in my opinion, his credibility went out the window.
Well, the other thing too is that he's limited by the fact that he's on Fox, and he was saying some things that were not 100% pro-Trump during the
No.
I'm surprised
not
that he was able to stick around. Well, no, because he was being kind of straight up, and I'm surprised he didn't get censored as bad.
Here was my issue. During last week, when the hearing started, he went on for 24 hours without a commercial break. So he was on for 24 hours nonstop.
Well, he could be a Twitch streamer, couldn't he?
Oh my God! Yes, please, please.
Only if he shows feet.
No.
The only reason
I want to see Tucker Carlson stream Life is Strange and just get his face reaction to it.
Yes! Oh my God! Yes!
Yeah, you don't need a woman. You don't need a woman, Florida man. You can just get off by yourself, by the sound of it. So, sorry, go on, Christopher.
I was going to say, the only reason you would do that is if you want people only watching that and not changing the channel.
Hell yeah.
And
isn't that the point of the competition?
That's how most channels work.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Like,
do you not understand how competition works?
Well, here's the thing. It's the only time he's done it, and he's never done it again. For me, that means you're doing that for...
Because he can do whatever the fuck he wants?
Specifically avoid it for that one period of time. Which to me is...
I thought you were going to talk about a scandal or something. But no.
24-hour stream. Actually, before we go any further,
stream, I don't trust that guy anymore.
Can I just say something to Christopher? Just in all sincerity, and I don't mean this as a joke.
If we said no, would that stop you?
Well, it would be not good, but anyway. Yeah, look, Christopher, I hope your mother stays safe, but do remember violence begets violence.
Yeah.
So, just remember that. So, yeah.
Yeah, but if you kill everybody, then there's no violence to beget.
Well, isn't that the Islamist philosophy?
Oh, no, I'm an Islamist. No, the Islamist one is kill everybody who doesn't agree with you. I'm just talking about blanket killing everyone, period.
Oh, that's the climatologists.
No, the climatologist says the world is going to kill everybody regardless of anything.
So we should kill everyone just so the world can survive.
No, the world's already screwed.
I was gonna say, world's screwed up already.
Well, this stream has been a positive delight, hasn't it?
It has.
It's all
Well,
because
yeah,
of
I
Roe
mean-
versus Wade.
Mostly because Frosting's giggling like a little girl every other word.
If that didn't,
Yeah.
hey, I'm having fun.
I'm enjoying it. I didn't say it was like it was. I didn't say it like it was a bad thing.
Oh, do you enjoy my feminine giggles, Mister Sergeant?
Oh yes, I do. Be better if you were wearing a cat suit.
I have a French maid outfit in the other room I can bring out.
Oh my
I
goodness.
can only
What is
take
that
so
for?
much, bro.
Don't make me.
I'll do it and post a photo of yourself in the French maid outfits to the supporters.
Okay.
I think Sarah would like that.
I streamed
That's-
Resident Evil 7 for Halloween last year
Frosting,
dressed up
I
in it. I
have
think I
to
told
ask.
this story. What's up?
Why?
Money.
No. Why do you have that?
Money.
He bought it. That's how capitalism works, Christopher.
No,
God!
no.
I bought it.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I bought it because
He's good
ooh,
to tell,
Halloween's
he's good to tell,
coming
he's
up.
good to tell. He's good to tell.
Oh, it's Halloween is coming up. I'm gonna do a Resident Evil stream on cam dressed as in my Halloween costume of a chick, and I had like an order of magnitude more viewers and chat activity than I had ever had before.
You've got your work cut out for you, Shady. You got to do the Halloween stream in your French maid outfit. You know what you should do, Shady, on
yeah,
on Halloween
but he would
this
need
year?
to shave.
Which
Actually, I guess he
not
would
necessarily.
Which Resident Evil
But
did you do?
Halloween is Riven's 25th anniversary, so he can stream Riven in the French maid outfit. That would be hilarious.
He needs to stream Riven dressed up as Catherine.
Yes. Oh, Yisha with the face tattoo.
It would definitely become your
no.
number one cheer.
Actually, Frosting, have you ever read the novels, the Resident Evil novels?
No, I'm not that big into it. I enjoy the games and I find them fascinating, but I've never been.
I read the novels, and what's interesting is it had one of the most interesting breaks in puzzle logic that I've ever seen.
Yeah, you
Where in
told
the
us on the
novel-
Legacy of Time stream, I remember. Where he
Yeah.
just breaks the puzzle.
Right.
Or she
in
breaks the puzzle.
In the novel, they adopted all the puzzles, so the characters actually have to solve the puzzles. One of the puzzles involves this glass case, and so they're working with it, and
Hey,
one of the
Mitchie.
characters goes, "Wait a minute, I'm being an idiot," and she just punches the glass through and takes the key item
I wish
instead
that
of
was,
solving the puzzle.
I wish that was a more common thing. That
There
sounds
was
like
there was a puzzle like that on Zork Grand Inquisitor, which Lauren will be able to tell us all about if she was here, because that's one of her favorite games, along with Hitman. I don't even know what Hitman is really. I just know the name. So
You hit men
Hitman's
as a man.
It's a game where you play as an assassin.
Okay,
this
sex
is-
simulator.
Typically, it starts with you're working for a group, and then by the end of it, you rebel. That's all I really know.
Spoilers. No, you play as a bald man with a deep and calculating voice and personality and
With a
attitude.
barcode on his back of his head.
With a barcode on the back of his head, and then you go in and you wreck things.
By the way,
Enough
so-
open-ended.
enough about Slim Jim.
Speaking of Slim Jim, if you are my child, it is time for you to start turning lights off and going upstairs.
Oh, sorry, I said the fuck word. Sorry, Slim Jim's children.
Oh no.
God damn it.
Well, I said
Oh,
shit
damn
earlier,
cursing.
completely on accident. So it's all right. I didn't say the other F word or the C word, so we're all good.
I have never heard
we
the
said
C word
Christopher.
in context. Like, they say it's the worst curse word, but I've never heard anybody use it ever.
It doesn't have quite as much punch as fuck, because it's just cunt. It like ends weirdly. It's a weird word.
The the C word is used very frequently in Australia, both as
I
an
know
insult
it is.
and as a yeah.
Well, because I was gonna say.
Well, you guys make it sound better too.
I was
The
gonna
way you
say,
it.
like.
Got that right, cunt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Shady.
Way better.
I've gotten this.
You're Australian. You have
this
a pass.
video
You can say that.
put
I
behind
don't
a
really
wall where you
understand
have to
why
give-
all these words. Like, I hate
You have to
how
give YouTube your
people
passport to
are.
see this video.
Yeah,
But,
I don't.
you
I
know,
hate
also-
how people take offense to all these words. Like,
It's just unprofessional, I guess. 'cause
Well-
it's like slang.
are we
It's very,
professional
very
now?
casual.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't swear at work.
Yeah.
No.
I've stopped myself from using the F word in lectures before, just thinking like, no, I can't say the F word. Don't
I've let
say
it slip a couple times at work, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I let it out at
Was
work
it-
all the time.
Yeah, but your
Have
workplace
you ever
is
said
different.
it during one of those password calls, Frosting?
No. Believe it or not, no. Because I'm just so beside myself at how this human being who is living in the 21st
no one's allowed to
century
say
can't
the
comprehend.
no one's allowed to say the N word on
Yeah,
Twitch.
that's the worst.
It
one
doesn't
of
matter
all.
what race you are. It doesn't even matter if as Florida Man says a dead black man, you still can't say it on Twitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, Shady.
Yeah, I also don't
shouldn't
like.
have-
Yeah, I don't like
shouldn't have-
the multiple tiers of who can say what. It's very divisive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I know
this is
why they
something
say it,
I
but I
don't
just
really
disagree with that
get.
whole ideology.
Like,
Well, it's also like how I can say faggot with impunity because I did have a boyfriend
Oh,
for
boy.
a bit, but none of the rest of you are allowed to say it.
I've been called that word before, but in defense, yeah, I was wearing now.
It's one of my favorite swears
Okay.
because I
Yeah,
use it,
well,
I
it's
use it
supposed
as
to
a
just
joke
mean
against
bundle of
it.
sticks, which just means you're a burden on society. That's what it came. That's what it actually.
Is that what it
Right,
actually came
'cause,
from?
like,
Yeah, because you're eating
what
all
I
the
find
food, but
so
you're not
weird is
making
that
more kids.
most
So you're a burden.
curse words
I think that's
Is
have
that-
some
is that
kind
not-
of origin. Like,
I like
People
the
who
other
don't have
bundle of
children
if you
anymore,
call someone a
regardless
son of a
whether they gay or
bitch,
not.
you're
Everybody's-
referring to a female dog, but I don't
like-
get how that became a curse.
Well, it's an insulting thing to call somebody. Would you want to be referred to as a female dog? No.
Hey,
Well,
here's
it's
the
a-
thing. Here's the thing. The other F word that Florida Man just mentioned that I don't want to say. Wouldn't that mean that people who just don't have children who are heterosexual are also that word?
Yeah, it would mean that. Yes.
All right. I'm not saying anything.
So in
Christopher.
reality,
No, I'm joking. I'm
I-
joking.
I'm gonna say an honest statement. I think the English language is one of the worst languages ever.
Oh no,
like-
not this conversation again.
And how
This is-
many
this is
languages
well-
do you know?
This is
Oh,
well
35% less screen time than last week. That's good. All right. So here's the thing. English, yes, I admit it's not phonetic. I admit it's inconsistent, but it has the main advantage over other languages is that it doesn't have a language society. It just exists, and no one is there controlling the language. Well, not intentionally, but you can get away with having. Well, there are people who are trying to control the language, but it's not a language society saying this is and isn't the language.
Tell me.
English is a thing that just exists and
Yes.
just exists
Oh,
on
I'm
its own
not.
and continues.
I don't refer to. I don't
Which-
care about the politics of a language. That doesn't matter to me. I'm
Which to me
speaking-
makes English the best language. So
I'm referring on a purely technical level. I think that the English language is
Well, it's
is
nonsense.
right. It's sort of just a mismatch of different things, and I find it's way less direct compared to other languages.
Yeah,
and
Moz,
but
tell me.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you want to have an extremely technical language, you need a language society for that to basically say these are the rules and this, and they've got to be there to sync the written language with spoken language, and that is just asking for problems. So as far as I am concerned, English is the best because it just exists and people just pick it up, and it doesn't need any overseeing control. It's like English is science and every other single language is a church. because they've all got to protect themselves against the rise of English and the fact that their language, if it's going to retain those technical properties that you love to fillet so much, Christopher, it's you need the language authorities to clamp down on any evolution, any dissent, which says like, oh, okay, well, people are saying this word slightly differently. What do we do? Do we change the spelling of the word? Do we force people to pronounce the word properly to our condition? No, you just let it happen. People know. It's not that hard to figure out.
That doesn't.
You need to know what a word means.
I'm just more saying that. I think of Japanese. Japanese, you can say what you're trying to say with less words and less characters.
That's not actually true.
No, it's just structured differently. It's like how in Germany, well, I guess also in Germany, but in German, instead of sentences, they just kind of smush a bunch of words together. A lot of the time, I think. It's something like that. It's like a combination thing. So that's why in German you have these words which are like a million miles long and it comes up as one word, but it's like a complete statement or thought.
And you know what you'd really hate about German, Christopher, along with a lot of European languages? It is gendered. So that is, of course, not progressive. It's extremely sexist. And we must clamp down on Europeanism. And European languages must be destroyed.
I just realized
gender-neutral language.
You guys say way too seriously, and I tend to fuck myself over a lot of the time. Maybe I should just not take what you guys say
from that.
Well, not all the time, but it happens.
It only took me 10 of these streams to figure that out.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Figure what out?
Yeah.
But
you've still not figured out this puzzle, so I don't know what the deal with that is. I thought you were like a mastermind or something shady.
I mean, I got 12.
You've been on this you've been on this puzzle for an hour now. Damn.
It's a hard puzzle.
It is a hard puzzle.
Yeah, this is pretty not unusual.
You're doing better than me.
I tried to ask him earlier what he remembers is the record of the longest he's taken on a puzzle. And I don't think he actually could remember.
3 years.
Since you guys are done talking about that thing, this is an off topic, as in, I didn't want to just leave, and just go, why do you leave? I'm out just because I have other things to do. So I'll see you guys later.
Alright,
Hurricane.
Hurricane Bummer, good to have you here. Good to see you supporting Shady.
Yep, I'll see you guys next time.
Alright, thanks for hanging out, Hurricane.
Yep. Have fun, guys. Don't argue too much.
I hope they don't get me banned. That's all I care about. Otherwise, whatever.
Yep.
Alright, so what we really need to talk about are the Africans.
Now we've lost the one normal person in the voice chat.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking
You're not
about?
normal. You're a prince among men, Slim Jim. That's different.
Oh, thank you.
And then there's Christopher.
I don't know what I am.
Hey, speaking of hard puzzles, have you tried the Great Shaft?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
In Uru,
I know Florida Man hasn't.
I haven't. I've tried, but alas, not quite made it.
Tell us about this boyfriend, Florida Man. We're all anxious to hear about it.
I have a boyfriend? What? Oh yeah. No, no, I dated a dude briefly and nothing happened.
Well, I can understand that. It's called being heterosexual.
Well, that was part of the problem. I realized, man, I am not gay enough to date you. That was genuinely part of the problem.
You know, most of us can figure that out before we ask a man out.
Well, nah, but here's the thing. It was the division between his personality and then how he actually looked. The personality was rainbow fairy princess as could be. The aesthetics department not so much, and that was the problem.
And he had a penis. That can.
No, I can live with that.
That can live with the penis. The whole thing.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh god, we're getting so many thumbs down on YouTube.
What do you mean? I'm like 20% gay. That counts, right? Although we don't have any estrogen in the chat right now. In the chat and in the call.
Damn it. See, I could.
Shady, what if you have that color cube
The other side?
facing like backwards? Like have it go beyond the yellow and purple and then face back inward. Or does that not help you at all?
Oh yeah, Shady's playing a game.
Yeah. You didn't notice, Master?
I keep forgetting because I keep thinking about Christopher's mum.
That may not help you at all. Yeah, never mind.
Austin
This
says
thing
good
is-
night to everybody.
Good night.
All right, good night, Austin. You're a very good kitty cat.
What?
Excuse me.
What's new, pussycat? Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, someone's still getting Discord messages. I don't know who. Never mind.
By the way, are we ever gonna start up Space Quest or what?
I was
After the
gonna
puzzle.
after
Yeah,
the
I was
puzzle.
wondering.
Got to get the puzzle.
Gotta get the puzzle done.
Your icon is a reference to that, right, Shady? The
Yes.
Space Quest.
Well, we're playing Space Quest this time around.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
Well, because I didn't know what his previous subscriber animation was, and he said it's from Space Quest, but I didn't know what it was in Space Quest.
Yeah, we gotta explain the joke.
So should we try and arrange maybe to do multiplayer Uru next month, Shady? If we
Yeah,
can
you
get one?
guys.
Well, hold on now,
what
'cause
I
we
said
have-
was, I said that there's a potential problem with that in that some of the exclusive content is tied to a world timer. You have to be in a certain location at a exactly specific time for the puzzle
Yeah, so
to work.
we don't do that part, Christopher. God, it's so simple.
Well, I asked Shitty if he would be okay with that, and I think his answer was no.
So we play different content.
Yeah. Well, especially because Shady, part of the reason I think that we were thrown off by that, or why you were thrown off by that, is that we didn't have Lauren or Moss or Scent. But now Scent and Moss are here. So we just say, fuck that other bitch, and just go on without her.
What? No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Alright,
I
I've been
say, I
overruled.
must protest. Had the use of such
I
vulgar
second
language.
that motion.
Our
The
boss-
lady doth protest too much.
So I can't. Yeah. Hey! You made me agree with Christopher now. How dare you, Florida man? This is what happens when you start using feminized insults.
I bring unity via toxicity.
President Trump, nice to meet you.
I really wish I could do a good Trump impression, but I can't.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, no, one of the keys to it is you always need to end the statement on a down. You need to like you're finishing at the end of a very long.
It's
always
hard to
very
do
tired.
without. It's hard to do without the hands as well.
That too, yeah. The hands are important.
Yeah.
I'm told that I do a good Gabe Newell voice.
You do. You're doing it right
I say we
Okay.
like the election's, what is it, 2.5 years away? We as a community need to get Christopher voting for Trump in 2024.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Like, no.
Damn.
You just
How
wait,
much?
Christopher.
How much money? How much money would I have to pay Christopher to make you pay for Trump? No, to make you vote for Trump. No, don't pay for Trump.
Yeah.
Why would
Uh,
you pay for
let's put
Trump?
it
I don't
this
understand.
way.
No. That's literally illegal to pay
Jeff
someone to vote for
Bezos
anybody.
has. Let's put it that way.
All right, in
What
the,
if I do it? I'm not American, so
That sounds
What
worse.
if I give Moss money to give to?
I mean, would you rather vote for Biden?
Ugh.
Christopher,
Anybody
if you
like
had a
that,
choice
dude?
between Biden
It's
and
really
Trump
sad
next time-
because I had always said I wanted to vote, like, as a libertarian, I was like, well, it's always better to vote for the inanimate object. And now that theory's out the window.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Why did you think that would work? No.
Because nobody for president. I hate this whole system. Burn it down. What is...
It's all jacked up. No, the real solution is... Oh, I can't say that. I'll get arrested.
You already said it on that other stream, damn it.
I did say it on the other stream. Well, I don't have to say it
What did
again,
you
though.
say? What did you say?
Something about someone. FBI knows I'm not going to do anything though, because I know that it's useless.
Yeah, that's what you
JD,
said.
how many likes do you
I'm
have
putting my
right
energy
now?
towards
How many
a career
lives do
that
I
pays
have?
a lot of money.
Yeah.
Did you... One.
Like how many get to the right color?
You can see in the corner. No. It says 13 of 14, and the last one is purple when it needs to be white. That's how close I am.
Okay. Well, you're on a delay, so I couldn't see it.
White is right again.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you were saying?
So you're missing one color.
Well, I mean, I could do that and turn that one white, but then this one is, yeah, like...
Oh, yeah, that's the only piece.
So what's the situation, Christopher? Would you prefer Biden to Trump?
Just going right at it.
Yes, I would.
Do they see? So like,
Now,
I think that remember.
No. Wait. We have to preface this though. Is that because you're that anti-Trump, or do you actually agree with and/or trust Biden / his party? That's the other important question, because this happened in the 2016 election too, where a lot of people voted for Hillary.
See,
simply because they
leftism
didn't
is the
like Trump.
fallacy that results match intentions. So like, they'll just say like, "Oh, we want everyone to be taken care of." Well, I want to vote for the side where everyone gets taken care of. Doesn't happen. Well, it must have been the other guys that kept everyone from getting taken care of, right?
That's not what I believe.
What do you believe? Tell me what you believe.
Well, it's the only way to explain why, like, you know, your guy gets in power, everyone's lives go to shit, but you still think it does everyone good. Like, you have to somehow explain. You have to explain why.
Here's my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, give me. I want to know.
I believe that in moving forward, because I feel a lot of choices on the right are simply staying exactly where they are without any conversation moving forward.
They weren't though. Trump was
either that or going backwards.
So you see, you're assuming history's on a line. Forward. That's the problem. You're assuming history's on a line when it's not. So the reason why the thing about conservatism is the idea that reality presents us with a bunch of constraints that limit our options and our potential. And our species and our civilization is fundamentally limited and vulnerable, and therefore ideas like traditionalism and so forth are a necessary protocol to make sure that we don't just die off. Progressivism is the idea that we're in relative control of our destiny, and therefore you can... I mean, I forget which guy it was. Was it this guy named Godwin? I don't think it was Rousseau, but it was like specifically there's this phrase, articulated rationality. It's this idea that you can just kind of come up with in your head where you want society to go, and therefore if everybody just thinks that same way, it's like a school of fish. If we all just point in the same direction and swim that direction, we'll just go there. Like there's this you think it, you can do it thing. That's the mentality of progressivism, the idea that you can...
That's what I believe in.
So, but you see, it's what's called the unconstrained vision, because you don't think that you think other people are stuck in their ways simply because they like being stuck with the way they are. What it is that it's actually a responsive measure to the fact that we are inherently limited. It's not, I want to be limited. It's, we are inherently limited and we have to respond accordingly. And therefore, if we abandon It's like an illusion. Like if I identify as a bird, does that mean I get to jump off the roof? No, because there are external constraints that limit my options. So progressivism is the idea that if we just imagine that we get to set up the terms that we live under, then under that assumption, you're right. Like your ideology is the conclusions follow from the premises, but it's the premises where the disagreement actually lies. Where are we fundamentally constrained, or are we fundamentally unconstrained?
Do you believe that we are constrained, or do you believe that we can choose what we want to be?
Right. And so, but you see, the other side, their complaint is always that, you may not understand this, but it's important to understand that the opposition to your position is that your ideas are dangerous, that they actually threaten our ability to continue as a society, as a civilization, as a species, as whatever. Because if you act in such a way that is against these constraints, like I said, I can't identify as a bird and just, jump off the roof. That's an example. I'm not saying you would literally think that, but if you act in a way that is not in accordance.
I get the idea that, we believe, some people believe as a species we are limited in our options, and we should limit ourselves to those options.
Hi.
That's not necessarily how you'd put it. We're not limiting ourselves to those options. We're working with those constraints.
Yeah. It's that we're limited in our conditions, and therefore everything we're doing is a necessary response to those constraints.
It's like a program. You have to put in constraints for the program to work, or you're just going to get a bunch of errors.
Sure.
I'd say it's more like developing for, an older computer where you had limited amounts of hardware, so you had to innovate. So you had those constraints to work with. So you'd work with those constraints, and you'd have to innovate and be creative, as opposed to just saying, oh, well, I'll just act like I have a gig of memory, and then the program just crashes, which is essentially liberalism in a nutshell.
But see,
sorry, that was a bad example, Shady. I'm sorry.
As liberal, and I think it also here's the other reason why I think I identify that way. I am on the spectrum. I have autism.
Well, therefore, naturally, you would vote for that side. That's such a self-burn. I know you're going somewhere else, but you can construe that away.
Hold on, bring in neurodiversity into the community, Shady.
I was raised saying that I would be constrained because I have some kind of mental disability. When I was a child, they told my parents I wouldn't talk. They said that your son will probably never talk. He'll never be able to have a job. He'll never drive.
We've exceeded expectation.
Right. And I said...
he can talk. He can talk.
This man can talk a storm, I'm telling you.
Well...
He can drive a train.
So I would say that the constraints that people told me existed, I guess either they were wrong or I overcame them.
Well, I still feel like that's different, though.
Well, I wouldn't say that's a constraint necessarily on human nature. More, in general, because
you as an individual as opposed to society.
Yeah, autism isn't the default position for the human.
Well, I'm more saying that people would say that is a constraint they have to work with. There are some humans that are disabled and have to work within those constraints. But I identify in a position of, if you work hard enough, you can overcome them.
Tell that to the people with chronic depression. They'll get mad at you.
But that's my view. You guys are welcome to disagree with it.
Yeah, I think you're wrong and you're dumb for thinking that way.
Oh! I think we should permaban Tom from the community, Shady. Like such horrible things to Christopher.
He's saying such horrible things.
He's insulting your neurodiverse fan base.
Tom
but,
or Frosting?
It's
What did Tom ever do?
It's clearly Tom.
It's clearly Tom.
You heard what he said.
Damn.
He popped in here, he said that, and then he left. I don't know what happened.
By the way, I did not expect this serious conversation in the middle of Shady Streams, but here we are.
Well, you should have expected we'd go down this rabbit hole as soon as the surge.
Let me ask you this, Christopher. Putting, Trumps and Republicans and conservatives aside, let's say you and Shady lived in the same state, and Shady was running for the Libertarian governorship of your state. Would you vote for Shady?
I actually don't know a lot about the Libertarian position.
No, but let's say you know Shady, you know who he is. If he was running for governor, would you vote for him?
See, a libertarian governor is a contradiction in terms, but go ahead.
Here's the thing. I know who he is as a person, but when it comes to running for office, it doesn't really matter who you are as a person. What matters is what your policies are.
He'd vote for Biden over Shady. How about that, Shady?
Damn.
Did I ever actually say those words?
You heavily implied it. Technically, is that
more hesitation? I guess.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Christopher. If you had a choice between,
it doesn't really matter how they are personality-wise.
No. Let's say.
Hey, I will give credit right there. I will give credit there, because usually they're just like, I don't like Trump. He's so mean. He's so mean. Yeah. Like, that's just, come on. That's not a real take.
If you had a choice between...
Apology-wise, I didn't agree. Like, did I think that he was a good person? I don't really know him personally, but I just didn't agree with his policies.
Which one?
So that's why I wouldn't vote for him. I agreed with Biden's policies more than I agreed with
Alright, you guys
Trump's.
fight this out. My bladder is exploding.
Let's sorry, would you, if they were both running for president, would you vote for Biden or would you vote for Shady? That's what I want to know.
I don't know Shady's policies enough to make that call. I only know him as
I think we know his policies pretty well. He's done Civic Paradox, he's done all this other stuff, and Shady's gone now, so...
Read up on him, on the stuff, and see Shady...
When was this quote? When was this quote?
That was a little bit ago. I think that was during the We Were Here Too speed run, and we were talking about you.
It's a great quote.
And I wasn't here.
Yeah, I don't think you were there.
Right. What was that? What was this in reference to? The conversation? Who referred you as a guy viewer?
I think that I think we were talking about you, but in particular, I remember I brought up the Sarah thing, and then. And there are some other stuff as well, and then Super Gamer just put it in the chat. I would not call Mostap a quiet person. I don't know.
Thank you, Super Gamer. I am honored.
I don't know what that was in direct response to, though.
That is funny, yeah. It's YW.
You're welcome.
Oh, all right. I know. I don't spend enough time on the internet to know these things. What is SMH?
Shaking my head.
Oh yeah. See, I couldn't figure out what that was.
Even I know that, and I'm the oldest guy in the group.
See, yeah, I was never on social media before 2020. Well, I'm not on Facebook or anything now, but, Discord and Twitch, I just didn't touch them before 2020. And then, and then, yeah. All right. Yeah, I thought it was something like that.
My hand. Oh, man. Oop.
I used to think BRB stood for bathroom break.
As well.
It does make sense.
Well, with Shady, it does a lot of the time.
Yeah. No, I just thought it was a general thing with Twitch streamers where they had BRB and it was bathroom breaks. It was always because they were going to the toilet, which I can understand. Yeah, yeah.
I don't get a lot of internet slang.
By the way, Sarge.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to be that guy or girl, I guess. And you may already know this, but this came as a shock to me, and I was chewed out. So just be aware that the effeminate boy community, trap is apparently a slur. I didn't know that until recently.
Don't do it! It's a trap!
Yeah, exactly. And it's apparently, in those specific circles, they find it super offensive. Except the funny thing is, it's typically, I find specifically the trans ones. Sorry, the transsexuals. Trans is also insensitive to say.
I'm not sensitive.
I know you're not. I'm just making you aware, so that you're not surprised.
I am.
He's a sensitive husband.
I mean, wasn't going to bring Big Mama Sarge into this, but
Big Mama Sarge. There's this.
He's my favorite Sarge.
There's this sub-crew where everybody called the chief Mom, because even though the senior chief was above it, everybody knew that chief was like the one that wore the pants in the chain of command on the sub. So everybody called the chief Mom.
Nice.
What sucks about this puzzle is it's one of those things I'm so close, but maybe I'm not. Maybe absolutely everything is in completely the wrong spot.
So far. I hate it.
So, Christopher, what do you think of Matthew? I don't think we've ever had this conversation before.
Yeah, what do you think of Matthew? I mean, he's an attractive dude, bit old for you, I think, but you know, he's in a shape for sure. I'm trying to think of.
Are you talking about the Matthew in the chat? In which case, I don't have an opinion. Like I've only ever seen...
live and let live. Live and let live. I know how you feel, Christopher.
I've only ever seen glimpses. Like I haven't really seen much to form an opinion.
Have you heard the story?
Oh, you're in awful hurry to get out of the pool.
There is
what
the
story?
story. Well, they brought it up, so...
Tale. Hold on one moment. Let me get the chat logs and I will read them. 1 second.
Oh, God. You're gonna get me into trouble again.
No, I'm not.
What's the Matthew voice gonna sound like?
We're already.
Am I gonna
regret
this decision of asking this question, Shady?
We're already in trouble with the speedrun mods. Don't
Well,
worry.
I don't think you'd vote for Matthew. That's for sure. I think we can.
Matthew?
I think we can knock that down.
Oh, joy of fucking joys!
Well, Biden did that a couple times. He was like sniffing that girl's hair and stuff. It was really creepy.
Yes. I still remember what was it? There was that Republican politician, and he was there with his granddaughter, and he saw Joe Biden coming towards his daughter, and he just scooped her up and ran away. Have you seen that clip?
No, I haven't. That's amazing.
The hell?
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that clip, Shady? That was hilarious.
I think so.
Who's that one chick? That like Jewish Republican chick with like the huge breasts.
Oh my God! Have you guys seen the one?
If you like kids Florida bad, it's not going to work with a man.
Oh, I forget.
I forget. Years ago.
I'm flexible.
The senator's name, but I think they were obsessed with this. I think it's called the Georgia Rocks. These standing stones, and she became obsessed with tearing them down for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it was really weird.
Oh, I'm still trying to find pictures of myself in that. It's not a French maid, it's more like a barmaid situation.
Mitchie's made a comment, but I'm not sure he wants us to read it out. You're on the voice chat, Mitchie. You can actually just say this stuff if you want to talk about it publicly.
I mean, obviously, I'm familiar with
Mitchie, you got a
that
quiet
femboy
voice.
community.
If you need to say something, just like, I'll yell at everyone to shut the hell up if you got to get a word in.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have like a trap like Discord, so I mean, it's very inactive.
Yo, invite me. I don't care. Invite me, bro.
But it's like
I
horses.
created a banner account just to see what the conversation
We're all into the
are
trap
there.
fad now.
I'll take anything at this point, brother. Get me in there.
Would you take Christopher?
No.
Sorry, Christopher.
Christopher is ace. I'm not into the curly hair.
To
I-
show
even I
one
can't
of
get
these
Christopher engaged.
streams to someone
I'm
just
sorry, Chris.
totally out of context.
I'm sorry, brother. I can't do it. You're not girly enough for me.
I would love to just show this to someone completely out of context and see their reaction.
Okay, I invited you. I don't know what
Out of context,
Billy invited me. Oh God, what is that name?
I go to AFK for a minute.
Hold on.
You actually got invited to this Discord, Florida man?
Updated political rules. Uh-oh.
I don't even remember how I found this Discord. I think it was on a video description.
What's NSFW general say? Oh, Natico. Oh my goodness, bro. I didn't know you were into this stuff, bro. I actually wanted to ask because I saw your profile pic and I'm like, nah, that's weird.
Who, Mitchie?
My assumptions were correct. Oh my
Well,
goodness.
as long as
you saw the picture.
I'm seeing a lot of pictures right now.
I mean, it's fine as long as you're not into clopping. That's where I draw the line.
Goodness.
Oh no.
I'm not even asking what that is. Don't tell me. Please leave me alone.
Okay.
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
I only know because I saw a video where this guy was confessing to his dad that he was into clopping.
We
And his
did it,
father got
boys.
really upset.
we got Moss and Jim on the same side as Christopher.
Nope. Nope.
Is a national
Nope.
You're for clopping, are you, Christopher? Are you for or against clopping?
Christopher.
I think all three of you are noping that. Yeah.
Let me ask this: do I need to turn incognito mode on if I'm going to look for it?
Yes.
And should I leave safe
Yeah.
search?
But
Yes.
I am not into it. I just know of it because I was.
Oh God damn it!
Here's what I'll do, Slim Jim. I'll send you a video, like one of those
No.
My Little Pony videos, where
No.
it's brought up in a context where it's like, oh, why are you doing this, son? Why are you embarrassing me?
No.
All right.
The last time somebody sent me a video of that, it was Kirk Cameron saying we can do better and a bunch of stuff that I can't repeat on stream because my kids watch this stuff.
Because my kids watch this stuff.
Yeah, you should be in bed now, Miles. Go to bed, Miles.
Are you noping the heck out, Jim?
I am not. I'm just not. I don't want videos.
You don't want to know what it. So you don't want to know what it is at all.
Nope.
That's
All right.
fine.
The older I get,
Here's
the
all
more
I'll say
closed-minded
about
I
it.
become.
I liked the show because it was
you're
because
pretty
it had
close-minded
fun
and
characters,
talking,
and that was the only reason that I liked it. It was a
Stop
great.
quoting
It was
Christopher.
a great. It was just fun to see six characters that could bounce off each other, and that's
you
all
got
I
the
really
shady
needed.
streams now, so you got the shady hangouts. Well, we got 8 people who bounce off each other.
Well, essentially, I mean, here's the thing. I don't care, because like I said in earlier streams, I still like the Thomas the Tank Engine series, and the reason I like it is because while it's a kid show, it doesn't talk down to kids, and you can tell that these are adult personalities bouncing off each other. It's just a little bit simplified.
I know
And
one of
Slim
you is
Jim
going to, but I don't
Slim Jim
remember.
go! Yeah.
I don't remember what I said about Thomas the Tank Engine. That you guys said I should. Something about it being like this dystopian setting. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was along those lines. We want you to debate with Christopher about Thomas the Tank Engine.
It's like a secretly dystopian setting.
Okay, I've read those,
like the Sims,
and every single time I have to go on a tirade debunking it. So unless you guys want to hear that, I'm not going to go on it again.
Toot, mother truckers.
Time to rant about Thomas the Tank Engine, Christopher. Let's go.
You're not going to be able to debunk Slim Jim.
Oh, God. Okay. We're actually going to do this, aren't we? Okay.
He doesn't need to debunk me. He just needs to convince me.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about the context. First of all, you have to consider that. Let's actually take a second and consider when a lot of people are considering that point, they're looking at it from a human perspective. So they're looking at it as if the trains with faces equals that they are just like humans in some way. Well, no, they're trains. They were built with a purpose. And my view has been that because of that context, they intrinsically have value in the purpose at which they were built. So they have value in the fact they were built for some kind of purpose. So that their goal is to somehow fulfill that purpose. And that is, they were designed to be machines that work. So in that context, I wouldn't really call them slaves to a controller that is ruling over them. They are machines built with a purpose that a man gives them purpose, which is a lot better than some people who go throughout their entire lives not having a purpose.
Yeah! 14!
Yay, did it!
Bam!
Yeah.
And I finished the rant just as you finished the puzzle.
Me like dignity.
So all it took was me ranting about Thomas the Tank Engine for you to finish this damn puzzle.
Yep.
The secret was to send the white beam. See, look at this. The white starts and goes into this side, and it has to go through here, and it's got to come back through the right angle. So it comes out through here, and it comes back in this way. So once you get those angles correctly, and then once it comes back in this way, that angle with this splitter here is what aligns this. You don't need any of this.
So
I remember having a similar reaction when I finally opened the fire dome in Riven.
There it is. Okay, back to Thomas the Tank Engine. But yes.
But no, I finished my point. I'm just
okay.
Like, it's just the engines are designed to do a job, and they find value in doing that. They're not enslaved to do it.
Yeah, but what if you're a slave, but you still like your work?
I don't think that was why I called it a dystopia, but I can't remember because I'm pretty sure I was drunk when I laid this down.
Or are you talking about?
So you were of a clearer mind than you are right now.
Are you talking specifically about the Henry's Tunnel incident?
I know, that's what I'm saying. You're not drunk enough.
Henry's Tunnel, no! Poor Henry.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to explain the context of that. And no one has actually really seen the episode, so no one actually gets the joke, the context.
Yeah,
that is a problem.
I will admit that my Thomas
the
Tank Engine lore is not nearly as robust as my Tolkien lore.
The story is it's a story about hubris with vanity. So the story is
Man, Thomas got deep.
Here's the story in a nutshell. Literally, the opening line of the story is, once there was an engine attached to a train who was afraid of a few drops of rain. He went into a tunnel and squeaked to his funnel, and he wouldn't come out again. The story is
Limerick.
character Henry doesn't want to get his paint wet, so he refuses to move out of the tunnel.
Gotta move out.
And so, as a result,
Was this
he
like
bricks
the
him
third
up in the
episode
tunnel
ever?
as a punishment.
I
And-
think it was,
My kids have that book on their shelf.
Right.
this like the third
It's the sad story of Henry.
Is it like the
Um,
third episode ever made?
Yeah, it's like the third episode.
Okay, yeah, I remember that when I was a kid.
oh,
Right.
really?
So
Yep.
Watch
the
TV
context
video,
is that
That was my
yes,
season.
he
Season 1 was my
bricked up in a
season.
tunnel, but it was supposed to be a lesson in vanity. You know, that you're not, don't allow yourself to be super vain over a trivial thing.
What if you're super
So-
vain over things that actually matter, like lifting 135 pounds over your head or killing people?
I'm very vain
I-
about the second one.
Okay, now you're just grasping at straws.
I mean, these are things I've actually done, though.
Oh,
But I mean,
Look. No, Slim Jim. Christopher's got a one up on you because his mother's killed people as well.
fuck up,
Yeah, but-
Mom.
Yeah, but that's easy mode though.
Shut the actual fuck up.
Sorry.
Sorry, Christopher, you were saying?
I mean,
I cut you off
that's a
for
zinger. You gotta admit.
It's really
Oh,
good.
man.
I am trying really hard not to lose it, Mom.
It
I'm
is
gonna
really
ask you only
spicy.
once.
Oh
Now
my
I'll
god.
Spit my drink out over the monitor. Was not expecting that one.
Oh. That was really spicy. Oh my god.
We need a base to neutralize that acid.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Shit.
I made a smart joke.
Someone say something based, quick.
I think that was
Epstein
the
didn't kill
problem.
himself.
Yeah. It's basic
go.
based.
Okay, we've equaled out now.
Oh.
Harry A. Davis was right.
Ooh,
Yeah. Sorry, Christopher. We all have to recover from that one. Whew.
that was
Like
good.
that's like when you're just
I
sitting in
thought
a
you were starting
crowded
up
car,
space
and there's a
class.
lull in the conversation. Then somebody just busts ass real hard.
Whoa.
And everybody's like,
Yeah. There's
I
always a
am
flow
having
to it.
no
Where it's, oh.
response.
Whoa.
If only I had some ass to bust, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't want to
Yeah.
do building I want to
Mom,
load another
I
game.
gotta ask you, dude. I know you're trying to be funny, but
Who, me?
no, Moss.
Oh,
It did fit the what are the technical terms for humor? The not rhythm, but I don't
not
know.
women.
I said rhythm.
I was quoting Hitchens.
Which one?
Whichever one said that women aren't funny. I think it was Christopher.
That would be
It
Christopher.
would be Christopher. I don't think Peter thinks that anyone's funny. He
I don't
said he
think-
really hates humor.
I don't think Peter knows what's funny.
Yeah, he said he doesn't like comedy because it's always at someone's expense. Which Christopher's probably understanding at this point. He's
Yeah.
taking the Peter Hitchens position.
I don't know.
Actually, before we go on, did you end up seeing last month's Hangout, Christopher?
No.
Should we, before we go into Space Quest, should we boot up Uru Live, Shady, just briefly?
No.
Space Quest first. Front load the Space Quest. Get it out of the way. Garbage.
No, there's an infinite amount of time for that. Unless you piss him off so much that he runs away from us forever, which I don't know.
I will
Yeah.
say that if Moss
Yeah.
continues this, I probably would leave the stream and not come back till the next sub. Let's put it that way.
So we can talk about it again.
Moss, you're gonna have to go harder if you
I
want
am
to.
also I'm
you've
also in turn afraid he's gonna get me in trouble somehow.
How can I go harder on Christopher? I've already called his mum a murderer. Where else do you go?
You commit the deed.
I'm sorry, there's really nowhere else I can go.
Well, no, she doesn't do it though. That's the thing. So really, it's
No, she works at the front desk taking calls.
Yeah, no, she doesn't actually do it. So she's safe.
So we don't appreciate being calling my family a murderer.
All right, I'm sorry, Christopher. She's more like the guard at Auschwitz.
Stop it, Moss.
All right, sorry, I won't say anything more about it.
It is. So yeah, back to the thing about the constrained and unconstrained vision. It is something you have to understand that the constrained vision will see you that way, inevitably.
Where is Alexander gone? He's obviously not here.
I've been trying really hard to be chill, and then Moss just goes and ruins my game.
Alexander's gone on a walk. What in the happened?
I think there's supposed to be a hell somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think hold on. Let's try that one again, Alex.
I just like the way what in the happened. I don't know.
It's gonna be my new catchphrase.
in that accent.
It's probably because he's typing on his phone and autocorrect is screwing him over.
I'll just walk into like my a room and my soldiers aren't doing anything. I'll be like, "What the happened here, Sergeant?"
Sergeant, I think you missed an adjective or something there.
You smell burning toast, Sarge.
Do you smell burning toast?
All right,
okay,
I think we're.
Brendan, I actually got a question for you. Have you ever walked into a room on base and you go, "What the hell happened here?"
I'm sure he's done that.
I've done that many times.
Oh yeah.
I've said it far more colorfully.
Yeah, you said what in the happened.
What? I'm definitely here, Alex. I'm definitely here. I mean, was this when you were serving Slim Jim? Whereas like you just walk into a room, it's like, what happened here?
All right,
That's me all the time. That's why Biden's like the best president ever. He's definitely the president of what the hell did I just walk into this room for?
What's the
doing something?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. What's your favorite Biden clip? Mine is America can be summed up in one word.
Possibility. This is after he's talking about how he was in occupied territory at the time. Like, I
have no idea what the context was. I just know the 20-second Twitter clip. America can be summed up in one word. That's literally what he said.
By the way, Shady, next month when you get around to logging back into your Twitter, follow me back.
Yeah, Twitter is.
I thought Shady doesn't use Twitter.
I have a Twitter. I don't use it. Yeah, I don't.
It's the best quote, Matthew. That is the best quote. My favorite clip though is when he was walking towards that Republican's granddaughter and he just scoops her up and runs away. That's my favorite clip.
We all have to admit Biden is giving us some really good memories. It's going to be one of those things like in 10, 20 years from now, we're going to be like, man, remember that real memeable guy from the early 2020s?
Trump was memeable too. They just didn't.
He was, but in a different way.
Yeah, it was a very different way.
No, Trump wasn't as funny as Biden. Biden is hilarious. Because he's like such, such an
Trump was
sitcom.
intentionally funny, whereas Biden is unintentionally funny, and that's the best funny.
Yeah. That would have made a great sitcom. Having a person with dementia in charge of the world's largest superpower. Unfortunately, it's real though, so we have to deal with the consequences. So it's slightly less funny than it would be if it was a sitcom. But
if it leads us to a breakup of the United States with mutual understanding, then maybe all is well in the end.
I'll just say this, Shady. If you ever start getting a lot of views from Russia, you'll know what happened to me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so also...
I am not working on this puzzle, by the way. I'm not even starting. I'm not trying. I'm waiting for the signal to boot up, I hope, Space Quest.
Show Missed Online. Show Missed Online, Shady.
No, there's going to be a better time for that.
Yeah,
all right.
By the way, Shady, do you ever make it to that store in Texas yet that you like for alcohol, or you haven't made it yet?
I'm sorry, I missed a few words. Did I make it to what?
a store you
Did
like?
you make
Texas
it to the place that has the stouts yet, or you haven't made it yet?
Oh, well, there's the pumpkin stouts that are only out in October. So I guess I'll wait till October? I don't know.
Because you said those were some of your favorites, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the pumpkin stout is fantastic. Oh, that has to be switched, right? Because
Also, real quick.
You have a Switch?
Oh, jeez.
it has to go like that. Anyway, what? You give up? What?
Yeah. I gave up long ago.
Oh, were you trying to solve this?
No. I was trying to say something, but then other people kept on talking.
Yeah.
So, Space Quest?
Space Quest.
Space Quest.
Space
Let's do
Quest.
it. All right.
Which number?
Space Quest.